Oh, nope, I was muted. Sorry. Yeah, this is sad. I'm looking at this law and crime chat and I'm like, wow, all these people have been fed a load of bullshit. They're talking about the basement that was literally done before John died. They're talking about 3 liters of blood. Like, if I hear about 3 liters of blood one more time, like, you people are not, like, I'm sorry. And I know that some people just don't understand, but it's not like, where did 3 liters of blood go? Well, it went onto the ground underneath him. It was on his clothes, and it was all of, and then it was like, there was only 6 drops there was way more than 6 drops of blood. There are crime scene photos that show there was way more than 6 drops of blood. Are you people okay? Like, what the hell are you talking about, dude? Where did all the blood go? Well, it's in the ground. It's in the snow. It's on John. Like, what do you mean? What, like, we're just ignoring the fact that you guys saw the pictures? Like, we're just gonna act like, well, that's not 3 liters. Well, I didn't know that you are an expert on how much 3 liters of blood is. I mean, it's just ridiculous. It's the stupidest thing I have ever heard in my life. And I'm literally like, wow, these people have been fed this bullshit with no context whatsoever. They're literally over there still talking about a basement that was done before, like, before John ever died. Like what the hell? Like, dude, the context. His eyes swelled up. Yeah, his eyes swelled up because he was hit in the head, or hit his head. Like, I surmised that he probably hit it on the ground, or it could have been the open electrical box, or we don't know. But he did hit his head, and so that is where the raccoon eyes come from. If anybody knows anything about medical, and shame on the nurses, like, shame on the RNs that are like, that I don't know what that, like, I'm sorry, but if you work in an ER and you've never seen raccoon eyes, like, you're either not paying attention or you're a shitty nurse and you just sit behind the desk too much. Like, what the hell? Like, that's not a thing, dude. It's not a goddamn thing. Like, raccoon eyes is a real thing, and it happens from the blood pooling in the front of the face, front of the skull, when you get hit in the back of the head or you hit the back of your head. So, like, you Google, people. I mean, it is your friend sometimes. Raccoon eyes is a real thing. If you've ever worked in medical or an ER, you would know that, right? Like, then this whole theory of John had no injuries from the neck down. I hate to burst your bubble, but yes, he did. Not only did he have injuries from the neck down, you people only saw 2 pages. Not even a page and a half of the ME report. The damn ME report is 100 pages, people. Okay? 100 pages. Remember when I told you guys before they showed some of the original pictures of the autopsy? Remember I told you guys, like, I'm sure you'll see more for the ME, but the ones they showed, remember I told you before that, like, when you see the originals, like I have, you're going to see literal scrapes on him. Scrapes, not deep wounded cuts, but scrapes. Like, they haven't shown some of the other ones yet, so I'm assuming they're going to show them when the ME comes up. But when you get to see all of them, you've seen some of them now, but when you get to see all of them, you're going to be like, oh, shit. Like, these poor people over here in this chat, they have been lied to and fed bullshit, and they're talking about literally things like that 2:27 a.m. Google search. There was no 2:27 a.m. Google search. Then why is this the only thing that Celebrate has been questioned? Like, I'm going to repeat this 17 times, okay? Nobody is questioning Celebrate. Nobody's questioning the data on Celebrate. What they're questioning is the way the defense is reading a DB wall file to make a timestamp for a Google search when you cannot use a DB wall file to make a timestamp for a Google search. You can use it for the tab. That is what time the tab was open. So I literally just said to someone, so is the Celebrate expert going to be in on it too then? You're telling me, like, I think 5 or 6 people over there just tried to tell me I have no idea what I'm talking about. And I had to, like, sit here and laugh, like, really hard, like, to myself, like, before I got on with you guys. Like, I literally immediately read it, and then a couple other people said it, and I was just laughing. Like, whoa, tell me you've never watched me without telling me you've never watched me. I don't know what I'm talking about. I know more than anyone on YouTube covering this at all. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? Like, if you guys want to keep believing that BS you're fed, like, be my guest, dude. Be my guest. Go right ahead. There's no sweat off my back. Like, I just feel bad for some of these people. Some of these people are probably real life people that are just really have been misled, and it's unfortunate. You know, they're given no context of anything. They're just fed these little things to make it look nefarious. Like, oh, well, he threw his phone out in the trash at a military base. He always threw his trash out on the military base because there's no trash in his town. There's no trash pickup. So they have a dump, which you have to pay for, or just like he had done always before this and after this, he dumped his trash at the base. So it's like they're cherry picking little things to make it seem like everything is creepy and nefarious, and it's utterly ridiculous because there's no creepy or nefariousness happening. And this whole like, oh well, the witnesses are all lying. Like, says who though? That's what you know what I'm saying. Oh god, hold on. As soon as I'm trying to send my links out, it does that. What in the F and F? There was no like who says they're lying? Oh, the free Karen Reed crowd says they're lying. Well, I'm here to tell you they're not lying. You have been fed bullshit and lies, and all the conjecture surrounding it, like, oh well, they couldn't remember, and why do they need to look at notes? Well, they need to look at notes clearly because they've testified to multiple grand juries, talked to friggin' a ton of cops. Like, I'm sorry, I'm not going to remember every little thing and every way I said it. Because if you don't repeat it in the same way that you said it in that paper, that attorney's going to call you a liar, which is exactly what he's done to numerous people. It doesn't make them liars because they don't remember the same way they said it. Like, that's not a thing, dude. I'm sorry to tell you people. Like, it's literally not a goddamn thing. Like, for me, it's a little crazy. Like, come on, dude. Like, stop the madness right now. Like, the utter madness. It's effing stupid. Like, when you don't have context to things, yeah, they can be nefarious. Okay, sure. Like, there's also something people keep repeating that I'm gonna announce later to correct the record because it's wrong and it keeps being said. And even Turtle Idiot keeps saying it, and this is how much he doesn't know. And that he just goes on internet rumors. Like, this is the other thing that just makes me mad. Like, dude, all you do is repeat internet rumors. That's what you do. That's literally what you do. Like, you don't check your information. You don't even read the goddamn document, still crowing about a shoe months after we've told you the shoe has been, there's a literal map to where the shoe is. Like, oh, maybe they meant me. Oh, well, I don't know. My expertise would be I have covered this case for over a year. I have gotten information from both sides of this case. I have information that you and the general public do not. And I don't know. I've been studying law basically since I was 11. So if you haven't watched me before, then I guess you wouldn't know my expertise. But I'm here to tell you that I know pretty much more than anybody else covering this case. And if you don't want to be lied to, welcome. If you do, this is not the place for you. You want to be lied to and cherry-picked information and fed crap, then this isn't the place for you because I'm not going to feed you crap. You know, whether it's good or bad for anyone, I'm going to tell the truth. It doesn't matter to me. Like, I'm not here to, like, make things look good for someone, like, or anyone in this case. I'm here to tell the truth, and that's it. Like, so if you have, you know, if you're someone that just wants to believe in this conspiracy and cherry pick things to put in your conspiracy box, I'm not the one. I'm not the one. This isn't the channel for you, if that's the case. Some of you are hilarious. I sent out links for anybody who wanted to join me, for the usual people that I send links out to. I'm also, sorry, I'm just trying to, I haven't really been able to, uh-oh, hold on. We hear something, but I don't see any. Oh, these people are so sad. Feel so bad for some of these fucking people. Man. You've all been fed bullshit, and the shoe was planted, yeah.
Hear ye, hear ye, hear ye. All parties having anything to do before the Honorable First Justice W. Canoni, now sitting in the Dedham Superior Court with and for the County of Norfolk.
Afternoon, Trisha.
Your attendance shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth.
If you guys can share the link on your social media, Twitter and stuff,
Good morning.
do that right now too.
22117, the Commonwealth versus
Morning,
Karen
Chris.
Reed. Counselor, could I have you identify yourselves for the record?
Adam Lally for the Commonwealth. Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning, Mr. Lally.
Good morning, Your Honor. Laura McLaughlin for the
Good
Commonwealth.
morning, Ms. McLaughlin.
Good morning, Your Honor. Alan Jackson.
Good morning, Mr. Jackson. Good morning, Ms. Little.
Good morning, Your Honor. David Yannetti.
Good morning, Ms. Giannetti. Good morning, Ms. Reed.
Good morning, jurors.
So I have to ask you those same three questions. Were you able to follow the instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone since we left here on Monday? Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Were you also able to follow the instructions and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case since we were last here? Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case since we left here the other day? Everyone said no or sure.
Okay, thank you. May we have Nick Belair, please?
Just watch your step again. Remain standing, face apart.
You raise your hand. You solemnly swear the evidence given in court and jury in the case never hear the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do. Sure. VALLIER.
All right, Mr. Lally, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, ma'am.
Morning.
Now, Ms. Valier, when we had left off the other day, I believe you had just looked at some photos of item 7-16. Is that correct? If you recall.
It's been a few days.
That's all, Your Honor.
Yes.
And Ms. Valier, I'm going to show you a series of 6 photographs. Ask you to review those.
All right, so I'm going to remind both of you to keep your voices up. Mr. Lally, when you're facing the witness and you're this close, I guarantee you nobody behind you can hear you.
Understood. Hey, Ms. Valier, do you recognize what's in those photographs?
No.
And what do you recognize those to be?
Photos that I took of item 7-16.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
Your Honor, the Commonwealth will seek to introduce in a minute. Exhibits. Can I just see them, please?
No objection.
Your Honor, for the record, those are exhibits 332, 333, 369, 370, 371, and 372.
Thank you.
332 and 333. Skip
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. With the court's permission, may I have those published for the jury?
Yes.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 2059.
Yeah.
Ms. Blair, do you recognize what's up on the screen is that photograph, which is now marked as 332?
Yes.
Is that one of the items from 7-16 next to the ruler with measurements corresponding to that item?
Yes.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 2081. I believe 2061. My apologies. And Ms. Blair, what's up on the screen is that another piece from 7-16 that's now been marked as Exhibit 369.
Yes.
Now, Ms. Blair, as far as this particular item is concerned, with reference to sort of the texture of that particular piece of plastic, what, if anything, did you note or observe in reference to that?
I'm sorry, the texture?
I'm sorry, do you have the laser pointer in front of you or not?
Oh, yes.
Now, as far as the surface area of that particular piece of plastic, how would you describe that?
I mean, there are little dots on it. They're not just like dimples of a sort.
Stippling or dimples of some sort on a piece of plastic.
Yes.
And as far as those stipplings or dimples on the piece of plastic, were those flush with the rest of the plastic? Were they raised a little bit? How were they sort of configured?
I don't recall.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 20. Forgive me, Your Honor. 2064. And again, Ms. Blair, what's up on the screen has now been marked as Exhibit 371. Do you recognize that?
I do.
And that is another piece next to a ruler, essentially memorializing its measurements from item 7-16. Is that correct?
Correct.
Thank you. Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
Yes.
Ms. Blair, I'm showing you another series of 11 photographs. Ask you to look at those and look up to the finish.
Can you tell Mr. Yannetti what those are so he can look at his copies?
Counsel was shown each and every one of the photographs prior to court coming in today. But I'm happy to give them to counsel as well.
I'm just trying to save some time.
Right, I just need to know the particular evidence numbers at the end.
Do you recognize those?
I do.
And what do you recognize those to be?
Photos that I took of item 7-16.
So additional items contained within item 7-16, is that correct?
Yes.
And what's contained in those photographs, is that a fair and accurate portrayal of what you observed during the course of your examination and analysis in regard to item 7-16 in this case?
Yes.
Thank you. Your Honor, the Commonwealth will seek to introduce and admit as the next 11 exhibits.
Any objection?
I'm not going to have an objection, but again, I just need to know what happens.
Mhm.
So that's 373 through 380 in your.
Thank you.
And Your Honor, with the court's permission, if I could publish some of the photos from this packet for the jury.
Okay.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 2036. And Ms. Blair, do you recognize what's up on the screen as exhibit 373?
That was one of the photos I just looked at.
And as far as the evidence bag containing items from 7-16, is that correct?
Yes.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have 2039. And again, Ms. Blair, do you recognize what's up on the screen, which is now been marked as Exhibit 374?
I do.
And what do you recognize those to be?
A photo that I took of item 7-16.
And that would be the entirety of the items contained within that evidence bag from the prior exhibit, is that correct?
Yes.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have 2051. And again, Ms. Blair, do you recognize what's depicted up on the screen?
I do.
What do you recognize that to be?
A photo I took of item 7-16.
And in particular, one of the,
Can you speak up a little, sorry,
Yeah.
a little bit
Yes.
slower? Thank you.
in particular, one of the red plastic pieces from item 7-16, is that correct?
Yes.
And for the record, Your Honor, that's Exhibit 376.
Okay.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 2053. And again, Ms. Blair, do you recognize what's up on the screen, which has now been marked as Exhibit 378?
I do.
Where do you recognize that to be?
One of the photos that I took of item 7-16.
And lastly, from this batch, Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 2055. And again, Ms. Blair, do you recognize what's up on the screen, which has now been marked as Exhibit 38?
I do.
And what do you recognize that?
It's one of the photos that I took of item 7-16.
And this particular item up here as Exhibit 380, describe sort of color, shape, what you observed from this particular item.
That's a piece of red and clear apparent plastic.
A piece of red plastic with a piece of clear plastic sort of within the same piece. Is that fair to say?
Within the same piece?
Yes.
Sorry.
Apparent plastic, yes.
Thank you. Now, Ms. Blair, if you could describe for the jury again, just as far as the process that
Can we
you-
put the lights on, Mr. Nally?
Yes, I'm sorry. I apologize, Your Honor.
No, it's okay. Thank you.
Ms. Blair, if you could explain to the jury again, sort of the process that you undertook as far as these various pieces from these various evidence item numbers. What was the process that you undertook as far as doing your comparison?
So first of all, everything is documented. Each item is documented separately with photographs, notes. I put a label with the case number, item number, and then A, B, C, etc. If there are multiple pieces in it, a label on each piece. I look at the photos to see if there are any similarities, dissimilarities, to see if there are any potential pieces to compare. And then if I do think that there are pieces that could be compared, I'll open those items and keep them all separate, and then look at them in real time to see if it does actually look like they could be consistent before I bring them close together. And if it still looks like they could be consistent, then I'll bring them together to see if there is an actual mechanical fit, and then I'll document that and look at it under the stereo zoom.
And the device or the instrument that you're looking at, again, could you describe for the jury again what that is?
So the stereo zoom is also called a stereo microscope. It's a microscope that is on a stand, so you can put larger pieces of evidence underneath it.
Now, as far as that initial sort of looking at things together, are you doing that? How are you sort of organizing that? Is that by item number, by color, or by something else?
I did this by color because it seemed the easiest way to organize all of these pieces.
And then within the individual item number, say just randomly 7-15, for example. Are you looking at that, if there's multiple pieces within an item, are you looking at the consistency within the item prior to looking sort of crossing between 715 to 716? Is that the process?
Sorry, could you repeat the question?
Very long question, very confusing, my fault. So as far as the comparison is concerned, are you looking solely within an item? So if an item has multiple pieces, are you comparing just those pieces within that item first?
As part of my initial examination, when I'm documenting that item, if there are multiple pieces, I'll compare those pieces first.
And then if there are any pieces that are consistent, are you then cross-referencing that item's pieces with pieces from a different item?
Yes.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Ma'am, I'm showing you another series of 19 photographs. Just ask you to review those and look up. And do you recognize what's contained in those photographs, Ms. Flair?
I do.
And what do you recognize them?
These are photos from my case of either within the same item that had a mechanical fit that I'd then taped together, or of mechanical fits from between different items.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'll also seek to introduce in a minute the next 19 exhibits.
No objection, but, have I seen those yet?
Morning?
Right,
I was going to hand them to you after they were marked.
that's fine.
Exhibit 384, Boys Hamilton. Thank you.
May I speak with counsel for 1 second?
Before you get to the photos, Mr. Lair, if I could just ask as far as your analysis was concerned with reference to each of these items, if I could, excuse me, just ask you some questions about that. Starting first with item 3-1, that was the passenger side taillight housing, is that correct?
I believe so.
And you analyzed pieces of that along with the sort of housing unit itself.
Sorry,
is
Kathy, I
that
didn't see
correct?
you there.
That's okay.
Do you mean like there was like the tail light and then there were smaller pieces also in the
Correct.
Yes.
And you took measurements of the various pieces that you observed?
I did.
And did you record those within your notes?
I did.
Do you recall what those measurements were?
Not without looking at my notes.
With the court's permission, may the witness refer to our notes?
Yes. The witness is ready, Mr. Valley.
And what were those measurements?
Do you want all of them?
Just in yes. I mean, first starting with reference to the taillight housing assembly.
Okay, so the taillight I called piece A in this case, and it measured approximately 14 inches by 9 inches by 8¼ inches.
And then which of the pieces that were contained within that sort of taillight evidence bag did you compare to the taillight housing itself?
So there was a lot of like very, very small pieces that I took pictures of, but they're very, very small, so they were not suitable for comparison, so I didn't look at those. There were some larger pieces that I did that were suitable for comparison, so I did look to see if they fit in with piece A.
And with regard to that analysis of whether or not they fit in with piece A, which of those pieces did you find did fit?
So amongst item 3-1, let's see. Sorry. Yeah. Sorry. Piece A and piece B fit together mechanically, and then piece A and piece F fit together mechanically.
F is in Frank.
F is in Frank, yes.
And it may be pretty apparent, but if you could, Ms. Blair, just expound upon what you mean when you say they fit together mechanically.
So when things break, they break in a like unique pattern. Like it's pretty different every time. So a mechanical fit is bringing two things with broken edges together to see if they were originally part of the same item. See if they if the broken edges align, and if they do, then that's a mechanical fit.
Now, turning your attention to item 7-5, you looked at those various pieces together as well, is that correct?
I believe so.
And were there any 3 pieces in total from 7-5, so A, B, and C, is that correct as well?
May I look at my notes? Yes.
And what, if any, match did you find with within item 7-5?
There were no mechanical fits amongst those 3 items or 3 pieces of the item.
And with reference to item 7-6, there were 2 pieces, A and B, within that, is that correct?
May I? Okay. Yes.
And were there any physical matches within those 2 pieces of item 7-6?
No.
Now, turning your attention to item 7-8, do you recall how many pieces were contained within that?
If I may look at my. There were 14 pieces.
And of those 14 pieces, they were each compared to each other, is that correct?
Correct.
And what, if any, mechanical fit did you find between the pieces contained within 7-8?
So pieces C and D were found to fit together mechanically, and then pieces E and F were found to fit together mechanically.
Martin, may we approach, please?
Yeah.
You.
I mean, I guess we're looking at a sidebar already. Sorry, I had to change
Yeah,
the term.
sidebar. Oh, how many has it been already this morning?
I think this is like the second one already.
Jeez, I can't.
Still ridiculous.
You are unmuted.
Oh.
Oops.
Afternoon, Elaine.
Ms. Blair, turning your attention to item 7-9. You analyzed 3 pieces from that, is that correct?
Go ahead.
Okay.
You know what, Mixed Layer, you can just look the whole time.
Okay. Sorry, could you repeat your question?
How many pieces were contained again within item 7-9?
3 pieces, 7-9,
Yes.
3 pieces.
And what, if any, physical matches did you find contained within that item 7-9?
There were no mechanical fits.
And with reference to 7-10, how many pieces?
Let's not talk about coffee. I haven't had any yet.
1 piece.
And with reference to item 7-11, how many pieces contained within that?
6 pieces.
And what, if any, physical matches did you find contained within 7-11?
There were none.
In 7-11, how many different colors of pieces were contained within 7-11?
There was black, red, and colorless apparent plastic.
Now, with reference to item 7-12, how many pieces were contained within that?
There were 14 pieces.
And of those pieces, again, how many different colors or how many different colors of pieces were within 7-12?
They were all colorless.
And from those, what, if any, mechanical fits did you observe or did you find within item 7-12?
Okay. So there were 3. Do you want me to say all the pieces that fit together?
Please.
Okay. So pieces B, C, D, F, and K all fit together. Pieces E and I fit together. And pieces M and N fit together.
Now, turning your attention to item 7-13, how many pieces were contained within item 7-13?
3 pieces.
And how many different colors of items were contained within 7-13?
It was red and black apparent plastic.
What, if any, physical matches did you find within item 7-13?
There were none.
Turning your attention to item 7-14, how many pieces were contained within that?
There was 1 piece.
And what color was that 1 piece?
It was colorless.
And turning your attention to item 7-15, how many pieces were contained within that?
There were 8 pieces.
And as far as those 8 pieces, how many items were of different color? What color were they?
There were red and colorless apparent plastic.
And of those 8 pieces, what, if any, mechanical fits did you find within them?
So piece F and piece H were found to fit together.
Turning your attention to item 7-16, how many pieces were contained within 7-16?
There were 7 pieces.
And of those 7 pieces, what, if any, differences in color were the 7 pieces within 7-16?
It was red and colorless apparent plastic.
And of those pieces, what, if any, mechanical fits did you find within 7-16?
So pieces A, C, and D fit together mechanically.
Now, with reference to those pieces, once you did those inspection from or analysis from the individual items, what, if anything, did you do with those individual items with reference to the taillight housing?
So before even comparing it to the taillight, I compared all of the questioned items to each other. So that's the 7-5 to 7-19 to see if any of those pieces would fit together. And amongst those, I was able to make 5 larger pieces that I called piece 1 through piece 5.
And of those larger pieces, which of those larger pieces were you able to mechanically fit together prior to comparing them to the taillight housing?
Sorry, can you?
From your analysis of those larger pieces and analyzing them together with other larger pieces, what, if any, opinions did you draw? What, if any, conclusions did you come to as far as your analysis of those pieces?
So for the larger pieces amongst like the different items that fit together mechanically, I can see that those items were once a part of the same unit.
And so I guess what I'm asking, Ms. Valier, is with reference to, say, item 7-6 or 7-5, or the items in and of themselves, which of those items were you, if any, were you able to find mechanically fit with each other?
Amongst sorry, are you asking me like which specific items made up like
Maybe.
piece 1?
Correct.
Okay, I can. Okay.
Ooh, geez, 13 degrees.
Okay, so piece 1 contained pieces from items 7-5, 7-8, 7-10, 7-11, 7-13, 7-15, and 7-16.
You could just be clear and get to the point instead
And
of
then,
like,
so based on their
dancing
mechanical
around
fit,
it.
what, if any, conclusion did you draw in reference to those several items?
That those specific pieces from all of those items were at one time together as part of a larger unit.
And then what, if any, comparison or analysis did you do of items between
oh
item
no.
7-15 and item 7-16?
Maybe 84 here today. Oh, damn.
So pieces from item 7-15 and 7-16 were part of piece 1. I could look through my notes and see if they're a part of any of the other pieces that I fit together.
With the board's permission.
Okay.
Okay, so piece 2 consisted of pieces from item 7-15 and 7-16.
And then with reference to item 7-6 and 7-11, what, if any, what, if anything, did you observe between the pieces of those?
Okay.
Jeez.
So piece 3 consisted of pieces from item 7-6 and 7-11.
I always forget you guys are
And similar to
opposite
what
us.
you had described before with 7-15 and 16, as far as them mechanically fitting together, and now I'm talking about 7-6 and 7-11. What, if any, conclusions did you draw in regard to that?
That those pieces from item item 7-6 and item 7-11 were at one time together as a larger unit.
And then as far as item 7-8, 7-9, and part of 7-16, what, if anything, were you able to do with reference to those?
You guys get like you get summer for Christmas.
Um,
It sucks.
So piece number 4 consisted of pieces from item 7-8, 7-9, and 7-16.
And as far as mechanically fitting those pieces together, again, what, if any, conclusions did you come to in reference to those items 7, 7-8, 7-9, and 7-16?
That those pieces from item 7-8, 7-9, and 7-16 were at one time together as a larger unit.
Now, lastly, with reference to this, in reference to item 7-12 and 7-14, what, if any, analysis did you do with reference to pieces from those items?
Sorry, which item?
7-12 and 7-14.
I have item 7-11 and 7-12 that fit together for piece number 5.
And Your Honor, with what's now been marked as exhibits 384 through 402, if I could ask to publish some of those to the jury.
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 2069. And Ms. Blair, do you recognize what's up on the screen as now exhibit 384?
I do.
And what are we looking at here?
Within item 7-16, those are pieces that were mechanically fit together.
Or maybe I'm thinking of Australia. Is it Australia?
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have 2096.
Is that what it is? So we're starting ours.
And Ms. Blair, do you recognize what's now been marked as exhibit 386?
I do.
And what do you recognize that to be?
So that is what I called piece 1. So the piece that is made up of apparent plastic pieces from many of the different items.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could ask you to just zoom in a little onto the middle of that photograph.
What exhibit number is this, Mr. Valley?
Yes, Your Honor, this is 386. And from sort of this zoomed in version of 386, Ms. Blair, are you able to now see some of the stickers or the evidence stickers that you would put labeling each of these pieces?
Yes.
If you could just use the way the point probably.
Yes, they do. That's what it is. Yep.
So these labels right here are the labels that I put on each piece individually when I initially examine it.
Scotland, that's right.
So all of the little white labels.
I wish we had summer for
And
Christmas.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have 2097. Ms. Blair, do you recognize what's up on the screen, what is now been marked as exhibit 387?
I do.
What do you recognize that to be?
That's still piece 1. It's just from a different angle.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have 2101. And Ms. Blair, you recognize what's up on the screen now that has been marked as exhibit 390?
I do.
What are we looking at here?
That's still piece 1 from another photo taken from another angle.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have 2103. And Ms. Blair, do you recognize what's up on the screen, which has now been marked as exhibit 392?
I do.
What are we looking at as exhibit 392?
That is another angle of piece 1.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 2107.
I need to visit you, Trisha. I'm
Ms.
dying
Blair, do you recognize what's up on the screen, which has now been marked as exhibit 395?
to visit Ireland.
I do.
And what are we looking at in exhibit 395?
May I look at my notes?
Sure.
I think, right? Let's do it.
Okay. So that is piece 2.
I think
And Ms. Gilman, if I could add 2110.
maybe the ME or Yuri. I know they're,
Ms. Gilman, if you could just zoom in a little bit on the.
not sure what the order is.
Photograph. And Ms. Blair, do you recognize what's up on the screen, which is now been marked as exhibit 398?
I do.
What do you recognize as?
That is piece 3.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 2111. And Ms. Gilman, if you could zoom into the stickers. Ms. Blair, do you recognize what's up on the screen, which has now been marked as exhibit 399?
I do.
And what do you recognize that to be?
That is piece 4.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 2113. Again, if you could zoom in just a little. And Ms. Blair, do you recognize what's up on the screen now that's been marked as exhibit 401?
I do.
What do you recognize that?
That is piece 5.
Thank you. Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
So Ms. Valier,
You.
earlier I'd put before you another 23 photographs. Do you recognize what's depicted in those 23 photographs?
I do.
What do you recognize that to be?
That's comparisons between item 3-1 and piece 1.
And item 3-1 again was the tail light, is that correct?
Correct.
Your Honor, with the court Commonwealth would seek to introduce and admit as the next exhibits.
Okay.
Could be the reconstructionist too, yeah. Well, it's definitely plausible. There's a list of people, but I don't know what order they're going to be in. So I don't. I hate my accent. I hate it. I hate my Boston accent. Whoa! What the hell is that? No, thank you. While we're like waiting for Lally to do whatever he's doing, like we're a small channel, so I only run on donations. So if you are so obliged, this is the information. It also scrolls at the bottom of the screen. I know it's small. I do have a PayPal. I also want to shout out someone who spent $10 on my PayPal. Yesterday, I think it was the end of the show, so I didn't see it. But yeah, I didn't see it. Eva, but I didn't see it until after the show was over. And also, Bree, thank you for yours. I can't stand it. This is the way you help the channel and me, and this is how we keep being able to tell the truth and stay afloat.
403, 434.
Appreciate all of you.
Thank you. Your Honor, with the court's permission, if I may publish some of these photographs for the jury.
Yes.
I'm cranky, y'all, because I have not had
Ms.
coffee.
Gilman, if I could have photograph 2156. Blair, do you recognize what's now up on the screen that's been marked as Exhibit 403?
I do.
And what do you recognize that to be?
That's one of the photos comparing item 3-1 and piece 1.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 2125.
I don't know, but I love that we're just a melting pot of differentness.
And Ms. Blair, do you recognize what's up on the screen, which has now been marked as Exhibit 411?
It's the house.
I do.
And what do you recognize that to be?
That's the contents of item 3-1.
And that's prior to you. At what stage of this analysis or comparison process is that?
So that's when I initially looked at item 3-1.
Okay. If I may have a moment?
Yes.
Yeah, the only way to do it with no car would be like the delivery service they have here in my town, and I don't got enough for all that, so shit out of luck on that one. Oh my god, I love that. I love it.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 2150. And Ms. Blair, do you recognize what's up on the screen, which has now been marked as Exhibit 431?
I do.
And what are we looking at in 431?
So on the left is item 3-1 piece A, and then on the right is piece 1.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have 2151. And Ms. Blair, do you recognize what's up on the screen, which has now been marked as Exhibit 432?
I do.
What are we looking at in 432?
That is piece 1 on top of item 3-1 in a mechanical fit.
Is that the mechanical fit that you were talking about earlier in the testimony?
Yes.
Yeah, I tried that once years ago, and yeah, their stylist wear
Thank you, Ms. Gilman, you can
thing,
take that down.
and it was way too much. Like the prices were ridiculous, so I never tried it again. After it was like probably 7 years ago now.
Understood. Thank you, ma'am.
So agreed, girl, agreed.
Ms. Blair, in reference to those items that you testified to earlier in item 3-1, the taillight housing, what, if any, conclusions regarding those items as far as the physical match? What, if any, conclusions did you come to?
That item 3-1 and the pieces that make up piece 1 were at one time together as a larger unit.
Thank you very much. I have no further questions. May we approach her?
Oh, sidebar, yeah. What is happening? Uh, 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 uh. We have one delivery place in town that does it. And we don't like it's weird because like where I get my coffee, as we know, Mary Lou's, there's no like Grubhub or like all those other Uber Eats and all that shit. They don't do Mary Lou's, which is weird. So I have to use the town delivery like place. Because stupid frickin' Uber Eats. Like, why can't I just pick whatever place I want and, like, you know, and then I can have it delivered Uber Eats? Like, you guys are effing shit up. Like, yeah, you say no short sleeves or no this or no that, and they send you exactly what you freaking asked for, or the stylist will give you what, like, no, bro. No.
Good morning.
Good morning.
You have testified that when evidence comes into the crime lab, it's given crime lab evidence or item numbers, correct?
It's given a case number, and then each piece of evidence gets its own individual item number.
Okay, and if you can just keep your voice up, because we want to make sure that the last jurors here can hear you. Consistent with that policy, the evidence that your lab received in this case was also given those item numbers, correct?
Correct.
So I'd like to ask you about one particular item number in this case,
I wouldn't mind a gray one.
7-18.18. Would you agree with me, and feel free to check your records, but would you agree with me that that was the item number given to, quote, debris from orange t-shirt and gray long sleeve shirt, end quote?
I can. Okay.
And again, it's 7-18.18.
Debris from orange t-shirt 7-17 and gray long sleeve shirt 7-18-JO.
Terrific. Item 7-18.18 did not include the orange t-shirt itself, correct?
No.
Believe that you just testified that was given a different item number, which was 7-17?
I believe so.
And 7-18-18 also did not include the gray long sleeve shirt either, correct?
I didn't look at 7-17 or 7-18. I only received the debris from.
Okay, well, yeah, that's my point. So with regard to the orange t-shirt and the gray long sleeve shirt, those were given separate item numbers, and you examined what was the debris allegedly from those shirts, right? 7-18.18, correct?
Correct.
And that debris consisted of different categories, did it not?
There were different things inside of it, yes.
Yes, different categories of things, correct?
I'm sure.
All right, so one category was dirt and debris, correct?
Yes.
You did not test the dirt and debris, correct?
Correct.
Another category was, or were, I should say, several apparent hairs.
I hate those chat.
Yes.
Nuts.
And you did not test those hairs, correct?
Correct.
Like, give me a
And another category, I believe you've already testified to, consisted of several pieces of red apparent plastic and one piece of clear apparent plastic that measured 1/8 of an inch by 1/16 of an inch. Is that accurate?
Okay, so there were several pieces of red apparent plastic and then one piece of clear apparent plastic measuring approximately 1/8 of an inch by 1/16 of an inch. Yes.
Okay. And I apologize for continually reminding you, but I'm just mindful that everybody needs to hear you. So to the best you can, if you can just keep your voice up, I'll try to do the same. So when those several pieces of apparent red plastic and one piece of apparent clear plastic came into your possession, those pieces were obviously not embedded in either shirt when you examined them, correct?
I don't know. I didn't examine the shirt.
Well, so to my question, the pieces that you saw were not embedded in a shirt when you examined them, correct?
Correct.
And again, that's because you never took possession of any shirt in this case,
Right,
correct?
they're using the mic.
Correct.
How much?
The pieces were loose and they were not embedded in anything, correct?
The pieces were, well, I examined the debris from the shirt. I don't know what the person who packaged it did to collect that.
Okay, and so it goes without saying that you never saw those pieces on either the orange shirt or the gray long sleeve shirt, correct?
I did not.
And you obviously had no control over how the evidence was handled before it came into your possession, correct?
We have a chain of custody in the laboratory, but I did not follow the evidence as it went through the chain.
Okay, and we'll talk about the chain of custody in a minute. Before this evidence came into your possession, you did not witness who seized it, correct?
Correct.
You did not witness who handled it, correct?
No one ever does.
Correct.
Before it came into
Never, in
your
any case.
possession, you don't know who had access to that evidence,
Oh my
correct?
goodness. I love it.
So all of our evidence is stored in locked facilities.
Right, but I guess let me modify that question. Before it came to your lab, you don't know who had access to that evidence, correct?
Correct.
No, nobody ever does.
You also don't know
You mean-
before it came to your lab whether the shirts in question were at all times kept separate from the red or clear plastic pieces of, pieces of plastic that were in the possession of certain members of the state police, correct?
Correct.
The chain of custody at the crime lab started with noting the state trooper who actually delivered the evidence to your lab, along with the date, correct?
Sorry, could you repeat the question?
Sure. The chain of custody at the crime lab starts with noting which state trooper delivered the evidence to your lab and the date that he or she delivered it, correct?
Or a crime scene responder, but the person who drops off the evidence to the laboratory, yes.
Okay. And in this case, which particular state trooper delivered the orange t-shirt and gray long sleeve shirt to your crime lab?
I don't know.
Well,
Yeah, they are.
which
It's ridiculous.
state trooper delivered the pieces of red and clear plastic pieces, I should say, that you just testified about?
The item 7-5 to 7-19.
Right. The several pieces of red apparent plastic and one piece of clear apparent plastic measuring 1/8 of an inch by 1/16 of an inch. That's what I'm referring to.
Wait, sorry, could you repeat the question?
Yes. You understand what I'm talking about, right? In terms of the several pieces of red apparent plastic and then the one piece of clear plastic that you have the measurements for?
You're talking about the apparent plastic that I noted in the debris of 7-18.18.
Correct. Which state trooper was it that delivered that?
Do you know?
Sorry, that's that's an odd question.
I'm sorry.
I don't know if you want her to repeat it, Ms. Giannetti. Go ahead. You have to repeat that, please.
So evidence is
No,
submitted to.
what you just said that he missed.
Oh, I said that's kind of an odd question.
Oh, not for me.
So
Do you have a record of that?
a record of what?
A record of which state trooper delivered that debris?
Why would she know
to the
that?
lab?
So it wouldn't be delivered as like debris. It would be delivered as the individual piece of clothing, which then got assigned item 7-18, I believe. And then as someone analyzes it, each offshoot of that piece of evidence gets a 7-18 point something.
Right.
So the debris collected from that shirt is 7-18.18.
Okay, all right. Listen, when those several, actually, let me strike that. Get to where I was.
Take your time, Ms. Giannetti.
Okay, so I want to confirm with you that when you were assigned to this case, you were aware that the date of the incident was January 29th of 2022, correct?
Yes,
All right. And it's your testimony that you don't know which state trooper delivered the shirts to the lab, correct?
I could look at my notes because I have a printed chain of custody.
Sure. If you would check your notes for that, please.
Okay. So. Okay. Okay, so submission 7, which is everything that's item 7 dash in this case, was submitted by Trooper Michael Proctor, I believe.
Oh, that was the answer to my question. Thank you. How long after January 29th of 2022, according to your records, did Michael Proctor deliver that clothing to the crime lab?
That's right. No, she didn't.
It was delivered on March 14th, 2022.
Okay, so about 6 weeks or so after January 29th, is that accurate?
Sure.
No,
Given that your lab
Heard that
received this evidence on March 14th of 2022, you can't testify to the chain of custody of the clothing or the pieces of plastic prior to March 14th of 2022, correct?
Correct.
And except for the tail light housing that was seized by Maureen Hartnett, except for that, your chain of custody at the lab for the 2 shirts plus the pieces of plastic in 7-18.18,
it's not.
that began on March 14th of 2022, correct?
Correct.
So between January 29th of 2022 and March 14th of 2022, you do not know what Michael Proctor did or didn't do with the orange t-shirt and gray long sleeve shirt, correct?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
I don't know.
Okay. Now, I'd like to discuss with you, if I might, Michael Proctor's submissions of the pieces of plastic that you've testified about. Your lab received from Michael Proctor several different evidence bags containing red, clear, and black pieces of plastic, correct?
Correct.
Some of those evidence bags contain relatively small
Right.
pieces of plastic in them, correct?
Correct.
And some of those evidence bags contained larger pieces, right?
Correct.
The evidence bags that you received listed the dates of recovery of those pieces of plastic, did they not?
I believe so.
And the evidence bags that you received also listed the officer who recovered the plastic pieces, right?
I believe so.
And again, when you receive those evidence bags, whatever numbers are on them, your lab assigns them your item number, correct?
Correct.
So I'd like to ask you first about item number 7-8. Do you have a record of that?
Yes.
Now, that evidence bag, item number 7-8, contained multiple pieces of red, black, and clear pieces of plastic, correct?
Okay. Okay, thanks. Okay.
She's done so many cases. How are you supposed to know without looking at her notes? She can't. Like, she literally can't. No.
Contained 14 pieces of red, black, colorless, and silver colored apparent plastic. Yes.
Okay. And the date of collection was February 3rd of 2022?
Go ahead. Okay. Okay. Item 7-8.
Yes.
February 3rd, 2022.
Okay, and that was, if you have that in front of you, that was also collected by a trooper named DeChico, correct?
Oh, yes, correct.
If I may approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
So I show you a photograph. Can you identify what that is?
Yes.
What is that?
That is the handwritten label on item 7-8.
That would have been the evidence bag that your lab received and gave item number 7-8 to it, correct?
Correct.
And that appears to be an exact, photograph.
I don't think
of the
there's an
actual bag.
objection to it, so we
Yeah,
can
that's
just put it
true.
in.
Okay. May I offer that, Your Honor?
Sure.
New character unlocked. Love it.
Exhibit 435.
May I display that for the jury, Your Honor?
Okay.
And this is that is what I just showed you on the screen, correct?
Correct.
That's where it's indicated what the date of collection was and which trooper collected it, correct?
Correct.
All right, we can turn the lights on for a minute. And you would agree with me that that date, February 3rd of 2022, was only 5 days after the January 29th blizzard, correct?
I don't recall the dates of blizzards, but
Oh, okay. Well,
I'm sorry.
let's put it the date of the incident. You had
Okay.
previously testified that was January 29th, correct?
correct.
All right. And February 3rd was 5 days after that, right?
Yes.
All right. I'd like to show exhibit 279, please, which is 3 days.
Okay.
Now, exhibit 279, which is displayed on the screen now, this is one of the photos taken of some of the contents of the item 7-8, is it not?
That's the entirety of the contents of item 7-8.
Okay. You would agree with me that those were the pieces that were inside that evidence bag, labeled February 3rd as the date of recovery, 5 days after January 29th, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And you see that there are some relatively small pieces that were allegedly found on February 3rd, correct?
Correct.
All right. Now, Your Honor, I'm continually showing photographs. We can turn the lights on and off, whatever the court's preference is.
You can just tell the court officer when you want the lights turned.
Okay, all right. So they get turned on for like a question or two, and then I turn them back off. But
However you want to do it.
that's fine. All right, so I'd like to contrast some of those pieces with some of the pieces that were found days and weeks later by Michael Proctor. And I'd like to start first with item 7-13. This is, I'd like to display exhibit 343, which Mr. Bates is item 5. Okay. You were previously asked about exhibit 343, which is now displayed on the screen.
Yes.
And that is the first evidence bag submitted by Trooper Proctor, is it not?
So in mine, sorry.
And you know what, let me rephrase that. He submitted evidence bags all at one time, correct?
Yes.
All on 314. So when I said the first evidence bag, I meant the earliest date of collection. I should have asked it that way. February 8th of 2022.
Sure. I don't know all of the dates that each item was collected on.
Okay, but in any case,
She wouldn't. It's common sense.
those, according to the evidence bag that you received, the contents of that bag, which
Yeah.
were, again, pieces of plastic, correct?
Pieces of apparent plastic.
Pieces of apparent plastic. Those were found 5 days after the pieces that you previously testified were found by the Chico, right, on February 3rd?
Correct.
All right. And February 8th was now 10 days after January 29th, correct?
Correct.
Can I have displayed Exhibit 346, which is 5A?
Morning.
Okay, looking at Exhibit 346, you will agree with me that this particular piece found on February 8th by Trooper Proctor was quite a bit larger than many of the plastic pieces that had been found by Trooper DeChico 5 days earlier on February 3rd, correct?
I mean, there were a variety of sizes of pieces on the other one, but that is what is that, approximately 4-ish inches?
Right, but my point is, Exhibit 346, what's displayed, that plastic piece,
Morning.
is quite a bit bigger than the small pieces that were contained in DeChico's collection, correct?
Then some of those pieces, yes.
Okay.
Some.
Now I'd like to move on to item 7-15, and if I could show Exhibit 352, please, which is item 8, Mr. Bates. Okay, item 7-15, the evidence bag that supports
Morning,
that lists the law enforcement officer who recovered the plastic pieces as Trooper Michael Proctor, correct?
Correct.
And the date of recovery of those pieces was February 11th of 2022, correct?
Need somewhere close.
Correct.
Desperately.
And again, hearkening back to DeChico's evidence bag from February 3rd, this is now 8 days later that these pieces are found, correct?
Correct.
And it's now almost 2 weeks that these pieces are found after January 29th, right? 13 days?
Correct.
All right, if I could show Exhibit 355, which is 8A, Mr. Bates. You would agree with me that this particular piece found by Trooper Proctor on February 11th is also quite a bit larger than those small pieces that were contained in Trooper DeChico's evidence collection,
Still
correct? On February 3rd?
in conspiracy
Correct.
where they
All right,
brought
I'd like to
bigger
move on to
pieces.
item
Master
7-16,
cracked them, you know,
which is
where he's going.
number 9, Mr. Bates.
What exhibit number is this? Mr. Chairman?
And this has not yet been introduced, so I'm about to introduce it. And in fact, why don't I do that first?
Okay.
If I can approach the witness.
Sure. And there's no objection to this, Mr. Lally?
No, Your Honor.
Okay.
I'll just have the witness identify it and then offer it. Do you recognize what that photo depicts that I've handed to you?
I do.
What is it?
The handwritten label from item 7-16.
Okay.
Me
I
too.
would offer that, Your Honor.
Okay.
Six, yeah, 'cause my daughter's 6. Yeah, exactly that, Kathy. The kids always come first, so I always have to do them.
Okay, so if I can display Exhibit 436, which is number 9.
Sure.
And again, you just identified that as the bag supporting item 7-16, correct?
Correct.
That also lists the law enforcement officer who recovered the plastic pieces as Trooper Michael Proctor, correct?
Correct.
He's
And the
getting
date
a
of
Proctor.
recovery of those plastic pieces was February
Put them there.
18th of 2022, correct?
Correct.
So
That's
Trooper Proctor is now finding these pieces over 2 weeks after the smaller pieces were found by Trooper DeChico, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
February 18th is nearly 3 weeks after January 29th, is it not?
That's again.
Correct.
All right. If I could show Exhibit 380, which is 9A.
Can't afford
Mr.
one every
Bates.
6 years. Like Kathy, I'm with you, Kath.
You would agree with me that this particular
Sounds
piece
good,
found
Tika.
by Trooper Proctor on February 18th is also quite a bit larger than those smaller plastic pieces found by Trooper DeChico on February 3rd, correct?
Correct.
This one appears to be about 11 centimeters long, approximately.
Sure.
All right.
Is it
If I could show
and because they shoveled it around.
Exhibit
probably.
376, which is 9B, Mr. Bates.
Sometimes it takes weeks for snow to melt here. That's how.
Okay.
It does weeks here. I'm not sure if it did that day, but
And you would agree with me that this particular
I
piece
suppose it's pounds
found by Trooper Proctor on February 18th
that can stay for weeks.
is also quite a bit larger than those smaller plastic pieces found by Trooper DeChico back on February 3rd, correct?
Correct.
In fact, that appears to be larger than the piece that you just identified in Exhibit 380, correct?
Basically saying, why didn't they say
The one that was just on the screen?
Right.
The big
Yes.
This one appears to be maybe about 18 centimeters
he's
long.
getting at.
Does that seem accurate?
I mean, it's longer than the ruler.
Okay, yeah. And finally, if we could show Exhibit 378, which is 9C, Mr. Bates.
Right.
You would agree with me that this particular piece found by Trooper Proctor on February 18th is even larger than the last one that we just saw, correct?
In length, yes.
Okay. This appears to be about 19 centimeters long.
I mean, longer than the ruler that's up there,
Okay.
but I have the actual measurement in my notes.
Sure. Well, and the precise measurement's not important. I'm just getting at the relative comparison. This one's certainly quite a bit larger
Basically
than
saying,
the smaller
they find
pieces
the
found
small
by
piece, but not the
Trooper
large
DeChico back on February
found
3rd,
what they
correct?
found. It's that
Correct.
simple.
This larger piece of red plastic, like the previous two that you just identified, were all found on February 18th, about 3 weeks after January 29th, correct, according to your records?
Okay, cool.
Correct.
And regarding these last three evidence bags,
He's buried in the
labeled item number 713, 715, and 716
yeah, but
in
these are
February of
on the road,
2022,
like on the
from February 8th
road, and they
to
don't
the 18th.
go all the way.
Those were all plastic pieces collected by Michael Proctor, correct?
Correct.
And in addition to collecting those pieces,
You turn the lights on, Ms.
yes,
Gianetti?
I'm sorry,
Okay. And we can take that down, please?
yes. In addition to collecting those plastic pieces on all those different days, Michael Proctor was also the person to hand deliver those last three evidence bags,
Yes.
all on March 14th of 2022, correct?
Correct.
And you do not know what Michael Proctor did or didn't do with those evidence bags of pieces of taillight prior to March 14th of 2022 when your lab received them, correct?
Objection.
I'm going to sustain it. We've already asked that.
Now, the taillight of that Lexus sits in the housing of the Lexus, the taillight housing, such that part of the taillight faces the rear of the car and part of the taillight loops around and faces the passenger's side of the car, correct?
Sure.
Right? Because it's on the corner.
Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Asphalt.
You'd agree with me that
Streets.
once you received the final pieces of taillight from Michael Proctor on March 14th, or once your lab received that, you were then able to piece together a majority of the taillight, correct?
So
Yeah,
I wasn't
sort of.
assigned this case until
Sort of.
later.
That's how they make roads here. Asphalt.
Once everything had already been submitted to the laboratory.
Right. So it was true that after Michael Proctor submitted these pieces of taillight on March 14th, it was after that that you were able to do the reconstruction that you testified about, correct?
Correct.
If I could have Exhibit 432 displayed, which is image 2151, Mr. Biggs. That is the reconstruction, the final reconstruction that you were able to do, correct? You would agree with me that there's one section of that taillight that was missing completely, correct?
Correct.
And that missing section is noticeably visible in your reconstruction, is it not?
Yeah, they make potholes here too.
Yes,
And do you still have that laser pointer there?
I do.
Would you please point to the section of taillight that's missing?
Anything that fits right now.
Okay. Appears to be a hole on the upper left side of that exhibit.
Is that a question?
Yes, it actually was. I should have said right or correct, but I didn't.
Yes.
Okay.
Say
And
correct, because it's,
you would agree with me, and if we could zoom back out, Mr. Bates,
I do too. I like
you would agree with me that the portion of taillight that you did not have was strictly on the rear side of the taillight, if I can call it that.
the what side?
I am not sure what orientation that goes on to a car.
Okay.
Right.
But in any case, to this day, you do not know where the pieces that make up that whole are or what happened to them, correct?
I do not.
I may have a moment.
Okay.
I mean, here they use the plows. They use plows here in Mass.
No further questions. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Lally.
Depends on the city too. In the town, like some of them do sidewalks, some of them don't. Like Randolph does sidewalks, but they don't do them in like Canton. Like so.
Now, Mix Valera, in reference to item 7-17 and 18, the orange t-shirt and the gray sweatshirt, fair to say you never actually physically saw those items, correct?
The clothing? No, I did not.
Now, the debris that was provided, are you familiar with how that process or who got those debris items from those clothing items?
I can look at my notes and tell you who submitted it or who transferred it to our unit.
If you could.
Right. Listen, nothing shuts down.
Your
here.
witness is ready, Mr. Lally.
I'm sorry.
We're so used to
And from your review, who was that person?
Maureen Hartnett.
Now, as far as the 1/8 of an inch by a 1/16 of an inch red and clear apparent plastic pieces that you observed within that debris, that was mixed in with other debris as far as dirt, fibers, things of that nature. Is that correct?
You get plows.
Yes.
You get sweepers, really.
And the 1/8 of an inch by 1/16 of an inch pieces that were contained within that debris, is that something that you observed visually or microscopically or both?
So visually, I take overall pictures of the debris, and then I'll look through the stereo zoom to see if there's any anything that looks different, and then I'll take a picture of that. So that is what I did. I looked through the stereo zoom.
Now, as far as the collection of evidence, fair to say you don't know who was a trooper, who was there when they were collected, how many troopers were there when it was collected, when it was collected, anything to do with that, fair to say?
Yes.
And as far as the pieces that you testified to, as far as fitting them mechanically together, all of those pieces then fit mechanically onto the taillight housing taken from the defendant's vehicle, correct?
Correct.
Nothing further.
Okay.
Nothing on that.
All right, Mr. Valaire, you are all set. Thank you very much. All right. Joe, do you want to take your morning break now? Or wait? Yeah, people are saying yes, so we'll take the morning break now.
All rise for the court, please.
Let me just mute this real quick so we can chat while they're doing this whole thing. Paul, you're a rock star, my dude. You're a rock star, Paul O'Keefe. So like people are commenting from my yesterday's, if you guys were, a lot of you were here for my yesterday's live. Officer O'Keefe is mentioned every morning by the supporters outside the courtroom. Dina on Tom CPU's respectful and kind commenting includes his family. That's not what I meant. If you watched my entire live, you would have known what I meant. Okay. What I meant was nobody ever takes the time out. Talking about him for 10 seconds on a live of people screaming for the murderer to be let free is not remembering John. Okay. What I meant is that we all talk about the circus of this case, but nobody ever takes the time out. Very rarely, I shouldn't say never, but very rarely, okay, takes the time out to talk about who John was every day in his life. who he was as a person, who he was as a funkle, who he was as a brother and a son, what he did in his everyday life, who he was in his everyday life. Like, what kind of person he was. Like, saying, oh, justice for John O'Keefe isn't talking about John or his family. And if you cared about John and his family, you wouldn't make a spectacle out of his murder trial. It's one thing to protest. Everybody should be able to protest. It's another to scream things at the family, to use pom-poms like it's a joke. It's not a joke. This is someone's life, and a family has lost a son. Children have lost a father and an uncle, a funkle. Like, so don't come like on, not a sideshow. So don't come into my comments on YouTube and say, people remember John. Like this person. No one has forgotten Officer John O'Keefe. Yes. Okay. Somebody here says the MSP did not send John's clothes for testing. They sent swabs. False. False. They sent his clothes. That's false. They sent his clothes. Like, they sent the clothing. Like, I argued with 3 people about this yesterday. They sent his clothes. What do you mean? Yes, they did. Like, what are you talking about? Like, no one has forgotten Officer O'Keefe. Did I say that he was forgotten altogether? Nope. Not what I meant. Nope. Nope. He has been forgotten in this circus. Like, so if you guys, feel the need to correct these people in the comments on yesterday's YouTube, feel free. Yeah, which is totally fine. But like these people coming, no one has forgotten about Officer O'Keefe. He has been forgotten in this circus. People talk about the case, but rarely talk about him. Like, so don't tell me, like, about his saying justice for John O'Keefe isn't, oh, we didn't forget about him. Like, that's not, no. No, they literally mean all together. They literally mean all together. His clothes were not sent for testing. That's what they mean. I argued with 3 people about this yesterday. Yes, they were. Yes, they were. No, it's not. It's just, other people like writing comments on my yesterday's live stream. Right. Like now you can write like regular comments once the thing is over. Like, he has been, I'm like, my response to this is no one has forgotten, they say, Officer John O'Keefe. He has been forgotten in the circus. People talk about the case, but really talk about his life. Like, and take the time to talk about it. Like, more than 2 seconds to say, John O'Keefe. Like, come on. Who he was as a person, like what he meant to the people around him. Like, so don't tell me he hasn't been forgotten. Like, he has been. Well, they make a mockery out of a murder trial. Like, I can't with people like that. I literally just can't. Yeah, he's there apparently. I'm gonna take the time to look because the guy doesn't even know how a court case works. Literally has no idea the law, how court cases work, what comes in, what doesn't come in. Half these people don't even realize that what witnesses say is evidence. It's evidence. I know. Me too.
Well, according to them, apparently they don't get it.
Like,
That's it.
coffee pot on the floor. I can't. Yeah. A lot. Actually, I've heard a lot of people met heels that way, funny enough. They all do. That's the problem, right? So like, I love when like a troll comes in and they're like, "You're just a grifter," and I'm like, bro. I think Brianna pointed out yesterday, like, in order to be a grifter, you have to go where the money is. Telling the truth doesn't make money here, people. I don't make shit. Because I decided that once I got the evidence that showed that this wasn't a thing, there was no conspiracy, that I was going to tell the truth. I'm sorry. Like, you can't grift if you're not going where the money is, right? Like, I could have just kept screaming free Karen Reed until the cows came home if I wanted to, and my numbers would have kept going up and the donations would have kept coming in. But I have to look at myself in a goddamn mirror every day. So there's that. Like, I lost.
I don't know where it's at. I need a roadmap.
Right?
Let's put
Like,
the pieces together.
it's so stupid. Like,
There's no money on.
so another person didn't send
Cash
his
App.
false. They sent his clothes.
Right. There's no membership. There's not an amount of money that people could give me on here to change my beliefs and my morals. I'm not for sale.
Right. Like, that's the thing. Like, it's not like, no, dude. Like, it's not a thing. Like, I don't know what world you people live in. Like, you know, like, some of these people can say whatever they want. Like, oh, the FBI is not done with their investigation. Yes, they are. Yes, they are. Like, no, they don't come out and say when they're done, which would mean that clearly I have information you don't. Large Marge. Like, people are like, you just said they're done, but you just said they don't come out and say when they're done. Which you then deduce, clearly I know something that you do not. Like, like, come on, stop it. Like, it's just funny to me. Like, they'll try to fit it anywhere. Like, it is awful.
And you know what? I am going to cover every second of Turtle Boy's trial. Oh, yes. And
Oh,
you know,
yes.
I'm not going to be nice with that piece of,
No offense, but like, you guys know me. I'm not usually a person who, like, you know, is mean to other people, and I don't wish bad things on people, but I hope that motherfucker gets hit by a goddamn train and can never walk or move his lips again a day in his life. Like, I'm sorry.
Not found guilty. I don't even need to see any more evidence that they have that we don't have, because I've seen enough. I've been following it.
Girl, there is so much.
If he's not found guilty, and they totally need to shut the justice system down.
There's no way he won't be. There's no way. There's about zero chance that'll ever happen. Like, he basically handed us all the evidence.
Mm-hmm.
Like, literally, just because he kept running his cock smooch, he handed us all the evidence, all his lies, all the his own words. Like, he screwed himself. That's why he was so upset that they had his phones, because he knew there was wiretapping in there. He knew there was making up evidence in there in other cases. Like, he knew he was in big duty. Oh, I can't. I literally can't.
Before we actually get to the trial part with him.
Oh, I can't wait.
Are they going to drag it out forever?
Probably a little bit. I mean, they're really waiting for most of this to be done before, like, they sort of jumpstart that. But
or do they think Karen's actually going to testify to help him?
No, that's not gonna happen. She won't even speak to him. She doesn't like him. Like, no, he doesn't know how life works at all. The Glare doesn't even know how the legal system works. So I don't know how he's going to sit in a courtroom and even understand what the hell is going on. Honestly, like, that's why I can't listen to his take on anything, because he literally has no idea what he's talking about. And I'm sorry, but if you bought into a conspiracy just because Turtle Boy told you so, and you didn't do any extra research behind the scenes like me and other people did, like, shame on you. Shame on you.
I haven't paid much attention to him. He's getting mad. I'm not gonna lie, he's getting mad numbers, but that's because of the Turtle Boy crap.
Right.
What's he gonna do when this is over? He's not. Yeah, he's gonna go right back to the Krama channel that he is, and he won't be getting those mad views, so he needs to be banking some of that money. But anyway,
For me, it's like, it kind of disgusts me in a way, because I know people like Will know. Like I tried to send Will a warning, those voicemails that Aiden keeps telling you he's going to let you play on his channel that are voicemails are not voicemails. They're wiretapped phone calls, sir. So I suggest that you don't play them unless you want to be wrapped up in his legal shit.
Well, plays, and then he should be charged as well because he knows.
Well, he knows now. So I sent someone else to tell him because I knew he wouldn't listen to me. So I was like, listen, I feel really bad. Like, I actually did like Will. So, like, I feel really bad that he's like wrapped up in this. Maybe he doesn't know, like, I didn't know. Like, so I'm just like, I'm hoping like you can give him a heads up and like let him know, like, you know, like he's being duped. Right. And that person then sent the message over. And that's all I can do. That's all I can do. If you choose after that point to continue on with this, knowing what you know and just ignoring what you know and acting like you didn't see it and you didn't hear it and nobody told you, like, that's not going to be plausibility when it comes to the court system, my dude. And like, I'm here to tell you that Aiden will throw everyone and anyone, including his own mother, under the bus if he has to stay out of jail. He is petrified of going back to jail. Petrified. Like, I have friends that work in that jail. I also have friends that are currently in that jail. And I'll tell you one thing. His whole story about jail was completely and utterly false, dude. He's banging on the door for the first like week, crying, banging on the door. They had to tell him to shut the fuck up, that it wasn't a Ritz, like numerous times. Like, you're not in a hotel, buddy. Like,
actually, his content, he doesn't understand what he's talking about. He really doesn't.
No, he literally doesn't. Like, he'll literally say something like legal wise, and I'm like, that's not a thing, dude. Like, he tried to tell the world that if Karen was found innocent, that his charges would just evaporate into thin air. Boom, done. All his charges would be dismissed. What? No, not how the legal system works. And if your attorney told him that, you should fire him. It's not a goddamn thing. Like, it's just freaking not. Like,
well, listen, I might be for sale, but you're probably going to have goddamn buyer's remorse. I'm probably going to revert back to my old ways. I mean, I might have thought I might have been for sale, but then when I realize it, you're going to have fucking buyer's remorse, and there's no two ways about that one.
I fucking love you. Not gonna have buyer's remorse. This comment right here, Ellen. Okay, so it just sounds like he's just like Turtle Boy, if that's the way that Will is, because this is what Turtle Boy does. I'm sorry, but if you're here to talk shit about a channel with 2,000 subs like he did with me because he was so threatened by me, number one, and number two, because people kept telling him like that they loved my channel and like he hated hearing about that. It pissed him off. Like, I know about some messages he sent people saying it pissed him off. Like,
are you talking about the gluer?
Both him and Aiden, but Aiden, like, he loves to go after small channels, especially women. So like, he went after me because I didn't lie for him to Lindsay about Lauren when she asked me a question. I also didn't know I was supposed to lie, and I thought he would have told her. So I had no idea why she was asking me that question. I assumed she was asking me because he told her. So I answered it. I answered it honestly. And I became public enemy number one because he got caught lying to multiple women. Like, sorry, not sorry, bro. That's not my fucking problem. And I'm not going to throw my morals out a window to lie for someone that's not even a friend of mine. Get the fuck out of here.
You were in trouble if he was the one lying to multiple women. How are you the fucking bad guy here?
Oh, I'm the bad guy.
Maybe the
you
bad
don't know?
guy is
He
the guy
set
who
the
was
whole story up to say, like, I did it on purpose. I went over to talk to Lindsay on purpose just to cause drama. Like, first of all, she called me over, number one.
Yeah,
number two, right, number two.
So what? It's a bitch's choice whether it's a woman's prerogative whether we participate in drama or not.
But I wasn't. That's the funny part. Like, I had no idea. Like, she literally just asked me, like, oh, hey, where's Lauren? Like, I want to talk to her. And I thought, because Lauren had called me before the party, I was at the hotel getting ready to go to the party. And she called me and she's bawling. And I'm like, what's the matter? What happened? Like, she tells me Aiden just called her and told her that basically Lindsay existed and he's bringing another girl to this party. And so she just found out about Lindsay that day. And so apparently Lindsay was then told that Lauren was just somebody who was obsessed with him. She's just a friend.
Oh, Jesus Christ, this guy's a true fucking player.
Right. So like when Lindsay was like, she thought that she was just like a friend. She wanted to make her comfortable. She wanted like her to know, like, I'm like, I know I'm the new girlfriend, but like, you know what I mean? Like, she was trying to be nice. Lindsay was trying to be nice. And she was like, hey, like, where's Lauren? I was hoping to like talk to her. And I'm like, Lindsay, why would Lauren come when she just found out you existed today, dude? Like, what do you mean? And Lindsay's like, wait, what do you mean? And I'm like, oh, for fuck's sake, dude. Like, what do you mean? What do I
sorry.
mean? Like,
Yeah, what do you mean? What do I mean?
What
What
do
do
you
you mean?
right. What do you mean? What do I mean? So literally after that, he was like dog whistling, like putting little comments on things like, oh, don't put my sayings on your merch. It's not your saying. Someone said it in court that wasn't you. Like, you don't own it, bro. Okay. So he was using little things to try to like find something to like use as an excuse to like come after me full fledged. And then came the pictures of Lindsay that someone took at the party. Well, guess what? He blamed me for those. And that's where he went nuts on me. And I became public enemy number one. I'm a scammer. I'm a grifter. I'm riding his coattails. Like all the same things he says about every person he goes after, right? Every person he goes after, he does the same
I've been around here.
fucking
This
thing.
is what, day
Right.
22 of this. I've been around for approximately 22 days. And in not an ounce of that have I heard you e-beg, try to grift. You didn't ask anybody to pay for your things. You're not asking people to buy you things. You're not like none of the things are
No,
you
I have
doing
a place where you
that-
can donate. It's this thing right here. So like you
Right.
all know how to do it. It pops up on the screen like this, and that's that. Like just like every other channel on planet Earth.
Well,
Like
we used my damn PayPal so we could put it to your Cash App
yes,
because
yep,
somebody
that's
didn't have PayPal or didn't have Cash App, but they had PayPal.
Yep,
I
that's
mean,
right.
and I didn't even take a cut of it.
Right,
Like,
which was
what the
super
fuck
nice
is
of
wrong
you.
with these people? We
They're
are
nuts.
not grifters. I'm sorry that you exist on social media welfare. I'm sorry that I make a little bit of money at my
Right.
hobby
Like
to keep me
God.
rolling the next month.
Like fuck, dude. Like
You
it's just
Aiden. Fuck
insane.
you. And
Like
Will likes to fuck women in a bed that smells like cat piss. So
ew.
like that's out of gas as well.
Right.
Ooh,
Ew. What do you mean, dude?
There's a gal on the platform, the same one that went and hung out with that Lycan dude. But before that, years ago, she had fucked Will and talked about how bad his bed smelled like cat piss. So and there's like a cat piss spot on the bed. So I mean, there's all the stuff and all the things. If they really want to go there, I'll go open up my suitcase and
Well, for
start
me,
pulling shit
it's like,
out.
bro, I become public enemy number one after all this. That he's telling people to boycott me, to fucking, I'm a terrible person. And then this girl who I haven't seen since I was like 19 is literally calling people who watch me, who are like sticking up for me, calling my mods, messaging people, emailing people, telling them she's known me for 20 years and I'm a terrible person. Mind you, in reality, she doesn't even know all my children's names or where I fucking live or what I do. Like, she knows nothing about my life, and I haven't seen her since I was 19.
Well,
Wow.
bitch, if you want a life lesson real quick, just a real quick life lesson. Here's what I'm going to tell you, ladies. You know, it's the summertime and we're coming into, some of us that are in our late 40s, we're coming into like our 30-year class reunion. Well, let me tell you something, ladies. If suddenly somebody that you went to high school with shows up on your doorstep or suddenly reaches out to you, please trust in your gut judgment. If your gut says, ooh, I really didn't like that person back then, trust me, ladies, you're not going to like them now. And if you don't draw a line, you are going to go on an adventure that is going to probably get you arrested. There is a reason.
I didn't even go to high school with this girl. She was literally an acquaintance. My boyfriend, her kid's father and boyfriend, was the foster brother of my boyfriend when he was smaller.
Oh, Jesus, good God. So bitch, you're going to be like this is going to be like my fucking adventure that I just went on that was like shirt tail family cousin related because
like,
she's a cousin of my cousin. No, bitch, it don't work that way. So, right, yours is a shirt tail relation, the foster sister of my foster brother, twice removed.
We saw each other when like our boyfriends were together, and that was pretty much it. Like, what? Like, you stole a bunch of my shit and put it in your new apartment from my old apartment. Like, you took over someone else's life and was answering their phone and driving their car while they were in a hospital. Like, what the? You are like crazy single white female nut job, McGee, and you should probably get some meds. Like, what the? Like, bro, We're talking about the craziest of crazy people, dude. And this is like where it blows up because on one side, Aiden has crazy Courtney, the one I'm just talking about, who's the fake paralegal. She's never done a legal thing in her goddamn life, and she's must have lied to Bradle of some sort because all she was a homemaker. She couldn't even hack it with a regular job. And then you have Cuckoo Meredith over here that likes to call her boyfriend at the time's job and send them crazy videos so that he loses the job offer that he has in Australia. To the point where he has to go to the court. Like,
she didn't want to leave the country. Oh my God, that is fucking wild.
So you have these two idiots, and now these two idiots are battling. They're fighting each other. Meredith is fighting Courtney. Courtney is clapping back at Meredith, and in the middle is Aiden's dumbass. Like, hey, dum-dum, I could have told you both of those bitches were nuts. That's on you, sir. Like,
I bet she hasn't seen you in years and years. So people are not the same as when they.
Since what I was using, since I was still getting high. I got sober when I was 21. I'm 37.
Yeah, some people change for the better, some people don't. But thing is, how can you take someone's word for somebody that they don't even have contact with?
Right.
Well, but see, that's the thing. That's, dude, it works like that all the time in a small town. Out here, oh Jesus! Like, listen,
in a small town though, she's like lives in Hanover and is from Rockland, and everybody from Rockland knows she's batshit fucking crazy, dude. We never even live in the same town.
She grew up in a small town. I mean, you obviously grew up
in
a small area.
I grew up in a city.
You know, she knows you from years back. Listen, if you knew me years ago, and you don't know me today, you don't fucking know
You don't know me. Right? You don't know me. That's two different people, dude. Especially from the time of 19 to 37. I'm sorry, but you haven't grown.
19, I didn't even know who the fuck I was.
Exactly. Who does at 19? Just saying.
I somewhat knew what I stood for, and it's the very basic values that are like a non-negotiable. But even back at 19, my basic values were negotiable.
Right.
Does that make sense?
You're
like,
19. You're 19. You're still a baby, dude. Like,
I didn't know how to hold those boundaries.
No, absolutely not. Not at 19, dude. And I'm sorry, but if you haven't grown from the age of 19 or even 21 until now, like, I'd be concerned. Like,
well, don't come walking through my town next weekend. Then if that's what you're looking for is growth from 19 to 48, bitch, they nothing but a bunch of recycled teenagers where I come from.
Oh man, that's sad. Like, listen, nobody's perfect, right? Like, there's no such fucking thing as perfect. But to try to call somebody a bad person that literally has spent the last 18 years doing unpaid advocacy work, like, you're barking up the wrong fucking tree, sweetie. Like, you're literally barking up the wrong fucking tree. Like, when I die, I know how many people I helped. And I know that I made an impact on this earth and that I showed my children how to do the same. And I hope and I pray that anyone I reached a hand out to help, then in turn reached their hand out to help someone else and created just a little domino effect to make this world a better fucking place. I know that when I die, I made a difference somewhere, somehow in my life. Can you fucking say the same? No, you cannot. I can sleep
when Aiden gets to the top of the ladder, instead of turning back around and helping the next one in line, he fucking kicks that person and knocks everybody else off the ladder, and then he runs away going, I'm the king.
Yeah.
Okay, I gotta ask you ladies this. What am I missing here? Why are women so drawn to a man that calls himself a turtle boy and looks like a turtle?
Well, listen, the only thing I can think is that he has a 12-inch tongue and can breathe through them big old fucking ears that are on the side of his head.
Maybe.
That's only good for, I mean, once the light
heard differently. But
listen, all you need is one, right? All you need is one, and it can be like pizza. It's bad, but it's still good.
But it's still good.
I don't understand the draw to these men. Like,
I don't either.
Oh, his brother's gotten some sun. Oh, he looks so good.
He does.
He's definitely gotten some sun.
All right, Mr. Lally, your next witness, please.
Yes, Your Honor, the Commonwealth called Ms. Christina Hanley to the stand.
Oh. Okay.
Oh, the man operating the machine looks all happy.
Step right up there. Just watch your step for me.
Why do I like bald men?
I don't know. I like bald men too. I like bald men too.
On the lower setting.
Who's whispering? We can hear you, dumbass.
I really need you to keep your
Wait a
voice
second.
up.
Okay.
Trying to fix it so that doesn't pop up after the comment goes. Okay, I think I fixed it. I fixed it. Yes, exactly. Pocket size man. A 5'2" man.
Whenever you're ready, Mr. Llewellyn.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name for the jury?
Sure. It's Christina Hanley. Hanley is spelled Hanley.
And what do you do for work, ma'am?
I am a forensic scientist at the Massachusetts State Police Crime Laboratory.
And how long have you been at the Massachusetts State Police Crime Laboratory?
I have been there for approximately 16 years.
Now, ma'am, if I could ask you just a little bit about your educational background, starting with where did you go and what, if any, degree did you receive regard to your undergraduate?
Sure. I have a Bachelor of Science in Chemistry with a concentration in Forensics from Merrimack College.
And then after receiving those degrees from Merrimack, where did you go from?
I began working at the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab in 2008.
And from your work there in 2008, what did you do next?
So I began as a chemist 1 in the drug identification unit. Once I completed my training in there, I was promoted to a chemist 2. In 2009, I transferred into the trace unit as a chemist 2, which is the equivalent of a forensic scientist 2 currently. And in 2017, I was promoted to a forensic scientist 3 in the trace arson and explosives unit.
And if you could describe for the jury sort of the difference between a forensic scientist or a chemist 1, forensic scientist 2, forensic scientist 3 within your lab.
Sure. So forensic scientist 2 is considered like a bench analyst working on casework.
Hey, Ms. Hanley, I'm going to ask you to keep your voice up really loud, okay?
A forensic scientist 3 is a unit supervisor, and I also perform casework.
And how long is it you've been a forensic scientist 3 or a supervisor within the trace unit?
I have been a supervisor since 2017 for approximately 7 years.
Keep your voice up, please.
Now, Ms. Hanley, with reference to starting in general terms with trace unit, if you could describe to the jury what is the trace unit and what type of analyses are done within that unit.
Sure. So the type of examination that we do in the trace arson and explosives unit, I examine and compare trace evidence such as paint, fibers, hair, glass, tape, miscellaneous items, and I also do physical match examinations as well as serial number restorations on firearms.
What type of training did you receive at the lab?
So I received in-house training as well as some external training. The in-house training consisted of required readings, exercises, observing other analysts working on casework in the lab. I was required to successfully complete a written exam, a competency test, and a mock trial.
And if you could describe to the juries for what your duties and responsibilities are with your current position at the lab.
Sure. So I'm responsible for the daily operations in the unit, training other new analysts in the unit. I perform technical and administrative reviews of case files. I also work on casework, like I had mentioned, examining trace evidence such as paint, fibers, hairs, glass, tape, miscellaneous items, and physical match examinations and serial number restorations on firearms.
And was your lab, the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab, is that accredited somehow?
Yes, it is.
And can you describe to the jury what that accreditation means, essentially?
Sure. So an accreditation, it's a formal recognition that the lab is in compliance with certain accreditation requirements.
And is the lab that you work for, is that currently up to code or up to speed with regard to accreditation?
Yes.
Now, as far as you mentioned that you work as a supervisor and review other people's casework, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Now, when it comes to this specific area, as far as trace analysis or comparison of items, who, if anyone, reviews your work?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the end of that.
When it comes to this type of analysis, as far as comparison of items, who is it that reviews your work?
So depending on the type of case, currently we do have an external technical reviewer who is authorized to perform that technical review.
And is that external review, is that essentially as a result of there's no one else at the lab that can do what you do?
With some of the disciplines that I perform casework in, I am the only one. So when I do those types of cases, we utilize an external technical reviewer.
Are you familiar with a proficiency test?
Yes.
And can you explain to the jury what that is and how that plays into either your work at the lab or the accreditation process that the lab goes through?
Sure. So a proficiency test monitors an analyst's performance. It's a quality assurance process, and I am required to complete at least one external PT annually. Due to the multiple subdisciplines in trace, I do typically perform or complete more than one proficiency test per year.
And are the proficiency tests that you take, are they required by the accrediting body, ANAP?
Yes.
And have you passed each of those proficiency tests that you've undertaken over the years?
I have successfully completed my proficiency tests.
Now, turning your attention to this case, at some point, did you become involved in an analysis in reference to a lab case number 22-02184?
Yes.
And the name of the suspect on that is Karen Reed, is that correct?
Correct.
And if you could describe to the
Nick, ask Karen.
jury again, just in a general sense, in any sort of case, when items come into your possession at the lab, how is that done, and sort of what do you do with those items when you first receive them?
Sure. So evidence is submitted to the lab through the evidence unit. It's assigned a unique lab number and barcode. The information for the case is input into our LIMS system, which stands for Laboratory Information Management System. And a chain of custody of the items is tracked in that LIMS system. When I take an item into my custody, I then document it with photos and notes. And then I
totally agree, Dan.
proceed with sampling and microscopic examination and instrumental analysis.
Now, specifically when it comes to you mentioned you have a variety of sort of sub-disciplines or different types of testing or casework that you do, is that correct?
Yes.
Specifically as it applies to an analysis or an examination of items of glass. What, if any, experience or what types of cases would it be that you've looked at those types of items in the past?
So I have examined glass numerous times from a variety of different types of cases. For example, a hit and run or a B&E.
And as far as the types of, are there different types of glass that you've performed examinations on in the past as well?
Yes, I mean, there could be a variety of type of glass that I could come across for examination.
And with respect to examination of glass, what are some of the steps or what is the process or what, if any, instrumentality are you using to conduct your examination?
Sure. So when I examine an item that is glass, I document it with photos and notes, making general observations of appearance, color. I examine a portion microscopically and observe certain optical properties. And then I will also check to see if it fluoresces under UV light. And I also will sample it for analytical analysis using a GRIM, which stands for Glass Refractive Index Measurement.
If you could explain to the jury the GRIM device, how does that work?
Sure. So it measures the refractive index. Your refractive index. Your sample is placed into an oil of a known refractive index, and that then gets placed onto a hot stage of the microscope of the GRIM instrument. And it goes through a process of cooling and heating, and it looks for the match point temperature. And from that match point temperature, we're able to determine the refractive index of the glass sample.
Now, as far as that determination of the refractive index of a glass sample, how is that? Is that something that you're viewing, and how are you viewing it? What are you viewing?
It's viewed through the software that the GRIM instrument uses.
And how does that appear as far as visually when you're looking at it?
So it essentially, you watch the cooling and heating process of this sample, like I had mentioned, and it determines the match point temperatures, and it takes an average, and it then calculates the refractive index for the sample.
Now, is there another device that you utilize in the lab called an FTIR?
Yes.
And can you explain, first of all, what that term stands for?
Sure. It stands for Fourier Transform Infrared Spectrometer. Sorry.
And what is that device, and how is that used in your examination?
So it's an analytical technique that's used for certain types of analysis. Basically, your sample is exposed to infrared light, and it reacts in a certain way. And what's produced is what we call a spectrum or a graph. And it's just a series of peaks and valleys that are representative of the sample.
Now, turning your attention back to this case, 22-02184, Starting with, were there some glass pieces that you examined in reference to that case?
Yes.
And what were the item numbers associated with the glass pieces that you examined in this case?
Sure. So the item numbers it was item 3-2, 3-3, 7-12, and 7-14.
And if you recall, as far as starting with item 3-2, was there any other sort of label associated with that beyond just item 3-2?
3-2 was a clear, apparent drinking glass.
And item 3-3?
Item 3-3, I believe, was the clear, apparent glass pieces recovered from the bumper of the vehicle.
And then item 7-12?
That was some clear, apparent glass that was recovered. It was recovered from the ground.
In the ground at 34 Fairview Road, is that correct?
Yes.
And lastly, item 7-14?
7-14 was also a clear, apparent piece of glass that was recovered from the road.
Now, with reference to item 3-2, the drinking glass, what, if any, observations did you make or did you note during the course of your examination of that?
Sure. So it appeared to have broken, irregular edges. And that was all I had noted at that point.
Did you take measurements as far as height and width?
I did.
Do you recall what those were?
I would need to refer to my notes for that.
Yes, you can use your notes.
So the diameter of the bottom of the drinking glass was 2 3/4 inches. Approximately 2 3/4 inches, and it measured approximately 2.5 inches in height.
In addition to the measurements that you took, what, if anything else, did you note as far as the interior and the exterior of that glass cup?
That there was some dirt debris material noted on the exterior and interior of that item.
Now, as far as item 3-3, the apparent glass on the rear bumper of the vehicle, what, if any, observations or measurements did you take in reference to that, or how many pieces were there?
Sure. So it consisted of 5 clear pieces of apparent glass, with broken irregular edges. The largest piece measured approximately 7/8 of an inch by 5/16 of an inch, and the smallest piece measured approximately 3/16 of an inch by 1/8 of an inch.
Now, within those 5 pieces in items 3-3, were they then given each of those pieces respectively an additional label or marker?
Yes.
And was that an alphabetical one, essentially A through E?
Yes, I labeled them A through E.
Now, with regard to piece E from item 3-3, what, if anything, in addition, did you do with regard to that piece?
So what I labeled as piece E, I also used the Grimm instrument for analytical instrumentation.
Now, with regard to item 7-12, or the 14 pieces of glass and clear plastic, what, if anything, did you observe in your initial observations or initial examination of those pieces individually?
So in item 7-12, it consisted of 5 pieces of clear apparent plastic and 9 pieces of clear apparent glass, all with broken irregular edges.
Now, specific to the 9 pieces of broken glass, what, if any, examination did you do of them initially?
So the 9 pieces of apparent glass were examined microscopically.
Now, lastly, with regard to item 7-14, the pieces of glass recovered from 34 Fairview Road, what, if any, thing did you note during your initial examination of them and observations did you make in regard to them?
Sure. So item 7-14 consisted of 1 clear piece of apparent glass with broken irregular edges.
Now, as far as the microscopic appearance, so when you're putting something under the microscope and you're looking at, what kind of things are you looking for? What kind of characteristics are you looking for when you're examining something microscopic?
So I look at several things. So initially, I look at the color, whether there are like flat, smooth surfaces to the glass, whether it's flat or curvature. And then I may sample some more to examine under a polarized light microscope and check to see if there are certain optical properties under a polarized light microscope that are characteristic of glass.
And in addition to looking at each of these items individually, then what, if any, comparison did you do between those various items 3-2, 3-3, 7-12, and 7-14?
So between those items, I first examined them to see if there was a physical match between item 3-2 and item 7-12 and 7-14. And then I also did a comparison of 3-2 to item 3-3. And then I also compared item 3-3 to 7-14 for possible physical match. And in addition, I also sampled some pieces for use for examination on the GRIM instrument.
Let me ask you, just as far as classification goes, are you familiar with terms as far as a class characteristic versus an individual characteristic?
Yes.
Can you explain what those terms mean and how they relate to each other within your specific forensic field?
Sure. So a class characteristic is when a material can be associated with a group of items that share characteristics. Like for example, fibers or tape. An individual characteristic is when a material can be associated with a single source, for example, a physical match.
Now, with reference to your analysis between items 3-2 and 7-12, what, if any, conclusions were you able to draw from your examination or comparison of those items?
Sure. So Right, there are several items that I'll just have to refer to my conclusion, if that's okay, my report.
Yes, you can go ahead and look at your notes.
Yes. So item 3-2 was found to have a physical match with 6 of the pieces of clear apparent glass from 7-12. But there was no physical match with the 3 other pieces from 7-12.
Based on that physical match that you determined, what, if any, conclusions can you come to with regard to those items that were physical?
Sure. So item 3-2 and the 6 pieces from 7-12 were at one time together as one unit. So then item 3-2 and all 9 pieces from item 7-12 were examined microscopically. However, there was no physical match found with the piece of clear glass from 7-14. Item 3-2 and all 9 pieces of clear apparent glass from 7-12
I'm gonna have to figure that
were
out.
examined microscopically, but no physical match was found with 2 of the pieces from the clear apparent glass
I'll
from
definitely
item
do it.
3-3.
I just gotta figure out how to do it.
Now, with reference to item 3-3 and item 7-14, what, if any, comparison examination were you able to do in reference to that?
Sure. So item 3 so 2 of the clear glass pieces from 3-3 were examined microscopically. No physical match was found with the piece of clear glass from item 7-14. One of the pieces that I had labeled as piece E from item 3-3 was found to be consistent in physical and instrumental properties with examined portions of the piece of clear glass from item 7-14. So accordingly, the examined portion of the piece of clear glass that I labeled as E from item 3-3 could have originated from the examined portion of the piece of clear glass from item 7-14 or from another source with the same characteristics.
Now, Ms. Hanley, you used the term in there as far as instrumental properties. Can you explain to the jury what that term means and how it relates to your examination in this case?
So the instrumental properties, that's referring to the Grimm analysis that I did. So in comparing the refractive index from 3-3 versus 7-14.
So the clear apparent glass from item 3-2 that was recovered from the scene was a physical match for 6 pieces from 7-12, which were additional glass pieces found from the scene, correct?
I'm sorry, say that again?
Sure. So the the drinking glass from item 3-2 was a physical match for 6 of the pieces from item 7-12, which was glass recovered from the scene, correct?
Correct.
And then the 2 of the pieces from item 3-3, or one of the pieces, excuse me, piece E from 3-3, which was from the bumper of the defendant's vehicle, was consistent with a piece of clear glass from 7-14, which was found on the ground, correct?
Correct.
Now, Ms. Hanley, in addition to that trace analysis that you performed with regard to the glass pieces, what, if any, other, excuse me, additional examination did you do with regard to items of debris?
Sure. So I also examined item 3-1 and 7-18.18.
Now, starting with item 7-18.18, what, if any, other description did you have as far as what that item was or where it came from?
When we give our bourbon to the most powerful force on Earth, it changes. When you give it to a friend, it makes this whole voyage worth it. Jefferson's Ocean, aged at the mercy of the sea.
T-shirt and a gray long sleeve shirt, is that correct?
Correct.
And those particular items, as far as the debris, that was provided to your unit within the lab by whom?
I believe it was Maureen that did the scraping of the clothing and had those scrapings transferred to our unit for further examination.
And that would be Maureen Hartnett, is that correct?
Yes.
And then as far as what, if any, items, the other item was 3-1, is that correct?
Correct.
That was the actual sort of taillight housing from the vehicle, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And according to your notes, who, if anyone, provided that piece of evidence to your unit or to your lab for that comparison purpose?
I would have to double check who, I believe it was Maureen, but I'm not, I would have to double check in my.
Go ahead, you can go ahead.
Okay. Oh, okay. I'm sorry. It was Trooper Christopher Moore that had that item delivered to the lab.
Now, with reference to item 3-1, the passenger side taillight of the vehicle, what, if any,
Well, you might want to hit the mute button on her.
things did you note in regard to your sort of initial examination of the taillight?
So I did notice that there were portions of the taillight and red that had broken irregular edges. It appeared to be that there was damage to it.
Now, with reference to your examination just of the taillight now, what, if any, instruments did you utilize in the course of your examination of the taillight?
Sure. So during my examination, I used a stereo zoom microscope, a polarized light microscope, a comparison microscope, as well as a FTIR with a microscope attachment and a microspectrophotometer, also known as a microspec.
Now, the Graham and the FTIR, I believe you've already discussed in your testimony. As far as the microspec is concerned, can you explain to the jury sort of what that instrument is and how it's used and how you used it in this examination specifically?
Sure. So a microspec is used to examine items that have color. So essentially, your sample is exposed to visible light, reacts in a certain way. Some of the light gets absorbed, some of it gets transmitted, and we get a spectrum, and it's representative of the dye or pigment in the sample.
Now, with reference to item 7-18.18, that being the debris from the victim's clothing, what, if any, observations or measurements did you take in reference to that particular item?
Sure. So I noted that there was some clear plastic material, as well as some red plastic material. And I would have to refer to my report for exact measurements of those items.
You can go ahead and do that.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Oh my God, I want coffee so bad, and I just realized I'm out.
Yeah, welcome to the club, my dear.
So the piece of clear plastic measured approximately 1/8 of an inch by 1/16 of an inch.
And the largest piece of one of the red plastic pieces measured approximately 1/16 of an inch by less than 1/16 of an inch. And the smallest piece from that measured approximately less than 1/16 of an inch by less than 1/16 of an inch.
As far as measurements go, as far as your examination, as far as the lab is concerned, is 1/16 of an inch sort of the bottom row as far as measurements go?
Yes.
So if something is less than that, it's just sort of noted as less than 1/16 of an inch. Is that correct?
Yes.
And with regard to that debris, the clear and red plastic from the debris, what, if any, examination or what, if any, instruments did you use to conduct your examination just for those pieces?
So I examined a portion of the clear plastic as well as one of the pieces of the red plastic. I examined them microscopically, and I analyzed portions instrumentally using an FTIR and a microspec.
And based on those examinations, starting with the clear plastic material that you observed, what, if any, conclusions did you come to with reference to comparison of the clear plastic material to the taillight housing?
So the clear plastic from item 7-18.18 was found to be consistent in color and instrumental properties with the examined portion of the clear plastic from the taillight. So accordingly, the clear plastic from 7-18.18 could have originated from the clear plastic from item 3-1 taillight or from another source with the same characteristics.
Now, similarly, with from your examination of the red pieces of plastic in the taillight versus the red pieces of plastic contained within the debris, what, if any, conclusion were you come from your examination of comparison of those items?
Sure. So the examined portions of the red plastic from item 7-18.18 was found to be consistent in color, microscopic appearance, instrumental properties with the examined portions of the red plastic from the taillight, item 3-1. So accordingly, the red plastic from 7-18.18 could have originated from the red plastic from item 3-1, the taillight, or from another source with the same characteristics.
Thank you. May I have one moment, Charlie?
Yes.
Thank you very much, ma'am. I have no further questions.
Right. Actually, Mr. Jackson, before you begin, why don't I see you look at the sidebar vote?
I got something for this sidebar. I got something for this sidebar. I got it. I got it. I got it.
I think we got a super chat. I think we got a super chat.
I'm sorry. I had to.
Why does Swill look like a combination of Dr. Evil and Draco Malfoy's father?
Dr. Evil.
Voice.
All right,
I can't.
Like,
Oh,
I
she
just
got that resting itch face look again.
I just saw the picture from Dietz's community tab, and I'm like, Why does he look like Draco Malfoy's father and Dr. Evil if they had a baby?
Because maybe they did. He's it too. Oh my gosh.
I would play it. I know it's supposed to be for like super chats, but like I had to. I promised. You can't send a super chat right now because my monetization is paused because the turtle idiots. It's getting fixed, but it takes YouTube time. But you can do Cash App or Venmo or PayPal. You could do those things to help this very small, tiny channel, and we more than appreciate it. So here comes not in action Jackson.
Which one?
Victor.
Oh my God, their background noise is awful.
I know.
May I inquire?
Yes.
Thank you.
Aiden can't
Good
stay off
morning,
the
Miss-
internet
that-
even right now.
Well, almost afternoon, Miss Hamlin.
Oh, look, there's Swill. There's Swill. There's
I'd
Dr.
like to
Evil
show
right there.
you a document.
Oh,
right behind
wow.
In our
See
No
him?
wonder he wears a hat.
conversation
Look at all that
starting,
gray,
if I
bro.
may.
Holy
Yes,
shit, I thought
this
I
has
had
been
bad gray.
previously identified. As
You know, I think he colors his hair to look like that.
Victor.
I would
And I'd
hope.
like to ask you, first of all, to take a look at that and tell me if you generally recognize what that document is.
Yes. Like a chip bag. Probably.
Do you see him lean forward when Jackson got up there? He was like, "Oh wow, my hero!"
Right?
Yes,
don't know, it's a damn
it
good
appears to be a chain of custody of several items.
Okay, and is that a chain of custody document reflective of the crime lab's case number in this case?
Yeah, I love you guys.
Sort of a clumsy question. Do you understand what my question is?
It is the
No, none of us
chain
do.
of custody for
Right.
22-02184.
And is that the case number that the Massachusetts State Crime Lab, Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab is still assigned to this case that you're testifying about today?
Yes, that's correct.
And you've seen reports like this before, correct?
Nope, never not
yes.
once.
They're routinely used in the crime lab to track evidence and maintain chain of custody, at least at the crime lab. Is that right?
That's correct.
And the information contained in the report is entered at or near the time of the event that's memorialized.
Yes.
Okay. And it's relied on generally by the crime lab as a business record, correct? As a record of the event memorialized.
Yes, it's a record of the chain of custody of items within the lab.
Okay, and my question is it relied on by the lab for truth and accuracy, as best you can maintain it, to track items of evidence within the lab?
Yes, it does track items.
And the information contained in the report is presumed by you and other supervisors at the lab to be accurate. Is that right?
Yes.
Your Honor, I would move for the admission of VB as an exhibit.
Objection.
Yeah, no, absolutely not.
We'll see you at the side.
Oh, a sidebar? Wait, there's a sidebar? Oh,
I think we got a super chat. I think we got a super chat.
I can't. I literally can't. Okay, so I'll explain this, right? Because they know that they have not built this third-party defense. They were only allowed to try to do it with the witnesses for the Commonwealth. They have not gotten any evidence out of that there was any damn conspiracy and that they can use this third-party culprit. So they know the judge is probably not allowing them to use third-party culprit, which means Bowden defense is the only thing they can use, which is picking apart the investigation. That's the only other thing they have here because they have a whole lot of nothingness. So that is what they're going to keep doing, is picking apart little pieces of the investigation. Unfortunately for them, all the evidence that adds up to her guilt is way more than anything you can nitpick about an investigation. Like, so that's the explanation for that. I know. It's it's also funny because
are unmuted.
The one
And
on
I'm sorry, my request is sidebar was
out by
reserved.
me.
Yes,
Thank you. May I inquire?
yes.
Ms. Hanley, I want to draw your attention specifically to the glass pieces that Mr. Lally asked you about. Would you agree that there's a lot of numbers that were discussed, correct?
A lot of,
I compared 3-2 to 7-12 and sub A, B, C, and D of 712 were compared with 3-2 and 3-3. A lot of numbers, right?
yes, there are a lot of numbers, items.
Okay, I want to try if I can, see how well it goes, to clear that up and categorize those.
Sure.
Perhaps, would you agree that we could put the items that you compared and examined in your analysis in 4 categories: 3-2, the cup or the glass; 3-3, the bumper.
Who bought him that suit?
Glass.
Who bought him that
7-12,
suit? All of his other clothes are 2 sizes
the
too
9
small.
pieces of glass recovered by a trooper named Buchnick at the scene, and 7-14, a single piece of glass recovered by a trooper named Proctor at the scene.
I better
Would you agree that those 4 categories are basically what you analyzed between and among each other?
Yes, there's 4 total items.
Okay. And within those items, there were some subcategories of items in some of those, correct?
Yes, because some of the items just had multiple pieces, so they were labeled just to keep track of the pieces.
Okay.
You will though.
So if I could ask you to take those one at a time, pardon me, 3-2,
They're not.
under that column visually, that would be a single item, just the cup, correct?
Correct.
3-3, under that single item, the bumper, there would be 5 sub-items, A, B, C, and D, and E.
Yes, that's correct.
Public school education. Under 7-12, the third column, there's 9 pieces, correct? A, B, C, D, E, F as in Frank, I, K, and L are the 9 glass pieces, correct?
Correct.
They're close to being alphabetical, not quite toward the end, right?
Correct. I would have to look at my report for the exact letters, but
Sure, go ahead and look at your report.
so the 9 pieces of clear apparent glass were labeled as A, B, C, D, E, F, I,
G, H,
K, and L.
Okay. And then, of course, the last category would be 7-14. That's a single piece of glass that was recovered at the scene by Trooper Proctor, correct?
Correct.
All right.
Objection, Your Honor, just.
So I'm going to see counsel at sidebar for just a minute on this.
Oh, there's a sidebar? Oh, she said sidebar? She said.
I think we got a super chat. I think we got a super chat.
Fucking goons. Like. Salad bar, sidebar, goon bar. Goon bar with the goombas. I freaking can't. Nah, I have no. I don't think that's it, Ann. I think they're just hoping and wishing and praying and hoping. And like saying to them any good.
You are unmuted.
May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
All right. So the last category we were talking about, 7-14, that was a single piece of glass, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. First of all, I'm going to ask you to take your comparisons one at a time, if I can. You compared the cup in 3-2 to the 9 pieces recovered at the scene. A, B, C, D, E, F, I, K, and L, correct?
Makes me want to sing the ABCs, I'm just saying.
Is that 7-12 you're talking about?
7-12. Thank you.
Sorry, can you say the letters again? I just don't know if I heard all of them.
A, B, C, D, E, F, I, K, L.
Yes, that's correct.
Of those pieces that I just mentioned, the cup was a match to A, B, C, D, F,
I can't answer it.
and K, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Pieces E and I were compared to each other, and you matched them, correct?
So I believe I'd have to look further in my notes, but I believe E and I were found to fit together by
properties, meaning mechanical properties.
yes, but I would have to check my notes, but I believe it was the previous analyst that looked at 7-12 that found the physical match between E and I.
But that wasn't you?
Is it okay if I look at my notes?
Sure, I don't want to get bogged down, but yes, please.
He just doesn't want her to answer it correctly. No, he wants her to answer it the way he wants her to answer it. So he's like, yeah, you can look at your notes, but we don't want to get bogged down, i.e. hurry up,
You
don't
want
look at
the
your
truth
notes.
and the answer, but you don't want her to go back and look at the notes.
Right. And he has to say, of course, sure, because the judge is looking right at him and already had said yes, because yes, you can refer to your notes because she does a lot of cases. She writes a lot of shit down. She's not going to remember. Like, oh, is she a liar too because she has to look at notes? Like, no, the witnesses are all
that's
liars. They have to look at notes. Like, no, they have to look at notes.
I thought
So
that was kind of the part he was headed for, because he was going to get her to say something about like the way the crime lab processes or the chain of custody or something, therefore nulling and voiding and discounting what somebody else has already testified to, because he may ask this woman to make an assumption.
That's right.
You know?
He wants an aha moment, except he's not going to get one. It's a fucking paper, it's right.
Lean on in.
What?
What the hell was that?
What is that?
I'm gonna have to replay that later and catch what the fuck someone said. Now you banned and kicked out, whoever that is.
Okay, so item 7-12 was previously examined by another analyst in the trace unit. Specifically, E and I received, when I opened this item for examination, E and I were taped together.
Introducing
Oh, come
Sunny
on.
D Vodka Seltzer with zero
Worst
sugar.
motherfucking
Take my
time.
money.
Although those
Sample
are delicious.
time. You get a D.
Those are actually delicious and don't
In
taste
3-2, correct?
That's correct.
All right. You also compared the cup in 3-2 to the 5 items recovered on the bumper in 3-3, correct?
They're delicious. And I don't like the stupid, like,
I'm sorry, say that again?
You also analyzed the cup in 3-2 against the 5 items, A, B, C, D, and E in 3-3. the bumper glass.
Like White Claw,
correct?
it's like that soda water stuff. Like I don't like that, but the Sunny one is the only one that doesn't taste like that. Oh yeah, she's definitely antsy. She's always antsy. We got antsies in her panties.
I did examine I compared item 3-2 to two of the pieces marked as A and B from item 3-3.
And those
which
were
was
deemed not to match the cup, correct?
correct.
And you did not analyze C and D, correct? I'm assuming that's because of size.
So the rest of the items were not used for physical match examination due to size and condition.
So as you sit here,
Too small.
none of the items
Good condition.
on the bumper were deemed to match the cup, correct?
What?
Correct.
All right. So you did end up analyzing
Yeah. Agreed there.
one of the items on the bumper, item E as an echo, and you analyze that against the single piece of glass found at the scene in 7-14, correct?
Correct.
And you used both, well, you used a variety, it sounds like, of analyses, including microscopy, UV light, the glass refractive index, GRIM process, correct?
That's correct.
You also use the FTIR, is that right? Infrared spectrometry?
That's incorrect.
Okay, you did not use FTIR in this analysis.
I did not.
Okay, but in the analysis that you did use, you found that there was a match between item E on the bumper and the single piece of glass in 714, correct?
They were found to be consistent.
I get it.
Sorry, they were found to be consistent in physical and instrumental properties.
Okay, so importantly, you also compared the single piece of glass in our sort of visual column 4, 714, that single piece of glass to the cup. You found that it didn't match, correct?
Correct.
All right. So lastly, you tested the single piece of glass found in the fourth column, 714, against the 9 pieces of glass found in 712, A, B, C, D, E, F, I, K, and L, correct?
I did compare item 714 to item 3-2 and the 9 pieces in item 7-12.
So another way to put that would be you analyze column 4 against column 3 now, correct?
I examined them for a possible physical match.
And they did not match, correct?
No, an hour, just 1 hour. Till
There was no physical match to item 714.
Okay. Your Honor, may I approach briefly?
Okay.
Listen, I haven't had coffee yet. DoorDash doesn't do it here, all right? There's only one delivery
Want to
service
show Mr. Lally?
here for that.
Sure.
Hey, when is break? How far out are we from their lunch?
I don't have it.
45.
May I approach?
You want to run and go get yourself coffee? We'll hold it down.
I can't. I don't have a vehicle.
No, I do.
Oh,
I'm just stuck shit out of luck,
Can I
dude.
borrow that from the court?
There's only one delivery service here in town that
I'd
does
like you to take a look at that document.
Mary Lou's, and I'm a little
Just glance
shit
it
on
over
being
for
able
a
to
second.
afford that.
And let me know when you've had an opportunity to study
Well,
that.
I'm gonna mute and I'm gonna run and get coffee.
You go,
I'll
girl.
be right
You
back.
go. Mm-hmm. You go.
If you need to remove me from panel, I understand.
No,
but
dude,
I am
they're
gonna.
fine.
Girl, it only takes.
Okay.
It's a
You've
small
taken a
town.
look
It'll
at that
take me
single
like
page
8
document?
minutes and I'll be back.
Yes.
You're
Does
good.
that
You're good.
appear to
right, I'll be
accurately
back.
reflect in sort of a visual manner what you just testified to about your analysis of each of these pieces, irrespective of the text on the item, just the analysis of the items specified in that document?
Yeah, he does. Drives me nuts. Like, Lally, get your shit together. I always brought her.
I'm not quite sure what.
Always.
I've never seen this before. I'm not quite sure what.
ABQRST, yada yada.
I think you have to move along, Mr. Jackson, for all the reasons we talked about at sidebar.
I understand.
Yep. Sidebar.
My question is a relatively simple one. Is this and if you don't understand something on the document, just say so. Is this a visual representation, an accurate visual representation of what you just testified to in terms of what matched and what didn't match? What the green matches, the circle with the red through it doesn't match.
I would need to go through my conclusion and compare to confirm.
Fair enough. It is accurate to say, use a cheat sheet for a second. It is accurate to say that the cup was not found to match any items that were found on the bumper. That's correct, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. Also, it's fair to say that the piece recovered under 714, a single piece of glass recovered under 714, does not match either the cup, nor does that piece match any of the 9 pieces in 712, correct?
And you can look at your notes if that's easier for you. We just want the right answer, Mr. Jackson, right?
Of course.
So take your time with your notes if that's easier for you.
Yeah. Exactly. The judge is basically saying, like, don't just give a fucking answer because he wants it. Give what's actually there. Like, yeah, but that's the problem. She can't pressure him to keep the redirect short.
So, I'm sorry. Can you just repeat the last question that you asked for?
The single piece of glass under 714 neither matches the cup, nor does it match any of the 9 pieces found in 712. In other words, it stands alone.
Yes.
So that's correct. So
okay.
714, there was no physical match between 714 and 3-2 or any of the pieces in 7-12.
Thank you, Scott. And then my final question is, the only piece of material, glass material, that was recovered from the bumper, item E, the only thing that any piece on that bumper matched was the single piece of glass found in 714. Correct?
So piece E from item 3-3
was the piece that I examined microscopically and instrumentally. It was found to be consistent in physical and instrumental properties with 7-14.
So it did match.
And that's the only piece of material on that bumper in that section. In other words, in 3-3, that matched anything else in your analysis. The piece that was found singularly
She has
at, under 714, correct? The
No.
only one.
Yes, it was found to be consistent.
Thanks. That's all I have. Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay. Lally?
Briefly, Your Honor. Ms. Hanley, within item 7-12, there were 9 pieces of glass and 5 pieces of plastic, correct?
Correct.
And as far as the comparison analysis that you're conducting is concerned, why is it, as far as the pieces of plastic are concerned, why is that not part of the comparative analysis?
I did not examine the plastic pieces for physical match because there were no other plastic pieces for comparison for physical match. So I examined the glass pieces for possible physical match.
What are some of the differences between, from an elemental standpoint, as far as plastic versus glass?
Plastic is it's a type of polymer. A different type of analysis would be conducted if I was examining plastic versus glass. Something like a plastic, something that we refer to as anisotropic, or glass is isotropic. So they are different types of material.
You didn't really prove anything, really.
Now, as far as characteristically speaking, from plastic and or glass, what are some of the commonalities of those items as they're found in general?
Objection.
I know.
Beyond the scope?
Yes.
Sustained.
Now, again, from the drinking glass that was recovered on scene, that was a match for 6 of the pieces of glass that were found on the roadway or on the ground at 34 Fairview Road, correct?
I believe it was 6. I just would have to confirm in my report.
You can go ahead and look at your notes.
Yes, it was 6 pieces from 7-12.
And then it was piece E from item 3-3 from the bumper of the defendant's vehicle that was found to be consistent with clear glass that was found on the ground at 34 Fairview Road, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Nothing further.
Anything?
Nothing further, Your Honor.
All right, thank you very much, Ms. Hanley. You are all set. Nope, that can be. Jim, the one with all the Post-its on it, can you give me that? Yeah, that's good. Thank you.
Yeah, I know.
Your next witness, Mr. Lally?
Your Honor, may we approach?
Okay.
Oh, boy. They need to approach. I think this is technically sort of like a...
I think we got a super chat. I think we got a super chat.
There you have it, ladies and gentlemen, the Goof Troop. The goddamn Goof Troop. Apollo Keefster, you are a rock star, as usual. Up, 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 up. Court officers are talking to each other. Gee, I wonder what that could possibly be about. Could it be because the turtle might have been taking pictures or video of the jury? I wonder. Spin the camera around, Mr. Cameraman. Bad turtle. There you go. Hide back in that shell of yours, sir. I think he thinks that the judge wants him to hurry up. The judge does want him to hurry up, but you still need to.
Yes, Your Honor, the Commonwealth calls Sergeant Yuri Mechanic to the stand.
I knew it.
Okay.
Yuri. I told you guys this morning. The Yuri.
And I do
You are
have that
unmuted.
envelope, Mr. Lally. I have that.
Called it again. I knew he was on the list, so I knew it was either going to be today or tomorrow.
Step for me.
So here we go, y'all. Here we go.
You solemnly swear
Yes.
the court and jury in the case out here should the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. I did.
It is.
Whenever you're ready, Mr. Lally.
Thank you. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Would you please state your name and spell your last name for the jury?
Yes, sir. My name is Yuri Buchanek, spelled Y-U-R-I-Y, last of B-U-K-H-E-N-I-K.
And how are you employed, sir?
I'm employed by the Massachusetts State Police.
Well, he's in for
And
this.
how long have you been a trooper with the state police?
I've been a trooper since 2012.
And prior to being employed as a trooper with the state police,
Yep.
excuse me, what, if any, other employment or background do you have as far as law enforcement is concerned?
My law enforcement career began in 2003 when I graduated from the military police school in Fort Leonard, Missouri, while I was enlisted in the United States Marine Corps. From there, I was stationed at Quantico, Virginia, with the Marine Corps Presidential Helicopter Squadron. I provided security for the presidential helicopter and assets, attaining a top secret Yankee White clearance.
He does.
I was promoted meritoriously to corporal and sergeant and had a platoon of 44 Marines. From there, I was stationed in Camp Pendleton, California, where I was a patrol supervisor on base as a military police officer.
No.
Once my enlistment ended, I decided to come home and pursue a law enforcement career here in Massachusetts in the communities that I grew up in. I first worked for the VA Hospital Police, where I attained a secret clearance, which was a requirement of the employment. After that, I worked at the Attleboro Police Department in uniform patrol, as well as the SWAT team with Attleboro, Massachusetts Police Department. In 2011, I applied for the Massachusetts State Police.
He's done a lot.
Graduated and worked
Great
at the
officer.
Sturbridge Barracks, Millbury Barracks, and Foxborough Barracks.
Conspiracy.
In 2015, I was selected to come to the Norfolk District Attorney's Office with the detective unit and worked homicide cases as a trooper. 2021, December, I was promoted and took on a supervisory role within the unit.
Damn,
Now,
this
with
man just
respect to your work within the unit of the detective unit at the Norfolk District Attorney's Office, what, if any, specialized training did you receive in regards to your work there?
I've attended numerous homicide conferences, training in various aspects of digital device analysis and investigations in
Taking a try.
major crimes, homicides, drug investigations, and so forth.
Definitely not.
Now, were you working in that capacity with the State Police Detective Unit on January 29th, 2022?
I was.
And were you on call that day?
Oh, I love that.
I was on call as a supervisor.
Now, can you explain to the jury as far as the on-call system within the detective units? Well, let me ask you this first. What, if any, duties or responsibilities do you have as a sergeant or as a supervisor with reference to on-call duty and sort of how that works?
As a supervisor on call, responsibilities include answering the detective that's on call any questions that might arise. Obviously, we don't all have the same experience, so we put our heads together, and if it's a situation or case, a scene that they have not been exposed to before, they call the supervisor for guidance, suggestion, or bounce questions off of them in order to help them navigate that case.
And who was the on-call detective on this particular date of January 29th?
January 29th, the morning hours up until 7 a.m., it was Trooper Michael Proctor.
And do you know Trooper Proctor?
I do.
And how long have you known Trooper Proctor?
Since he came into the office in 2019, I believe it was September, October 2019.
And have you supervised Trooper Proctor sort of throughout his work within the office?
I have supervised him throughout my supervisory position. So his entire time in the office, while I was a supervisor, I've supervised him directly, yes.
And as far as that on-call system or that on-call rotation is concerned, how is that determined, or how does that sort of come into existence?
The on-call system is formulated, it's compiled the month prior. So for example, if it was December, beginning of December, the troopers in the office would submit their days requesting not to be on call due to trials, training, personal reasons, or vacations they had planned. Those days are submitted in the beginning of the month, and then if it's in the beginning of December, for example, the on-call schedule for January is then compiled a month in advance, really.
So these are generated well in advance of whatever specific date a trooper is on call, correct?
That's correct.
And as far as the detective unit within the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office, who, if anyone, is your supervisor?
Currently, my supervisor is Lieutenant Fanning, and the unit commander is Detective Lieutenant Brian Tully.
In that sort of pecking order, if you will, was that the way that it was set up in January of 2022 as well?
Yes, it was.
Now, on this morning of January 29th, 2022, at some point, do you get a call in the morning, and from whom do you initially get a call?
I received a call approximately 6:44 in the morning or so from the H Troop headquarters, which is the field headquarters for the Metro Boston area, which also covers our county. And they advised me that there was a body in the snowbank in Canton. I asked for further details and advised them that I was not on call, but I would call the on-call trooper and let them know that there was a call out requesting their assistance. So that's what I did. I called Trooper Proctor and advised them to contact Canton Police.
And following that initial contact that you had from the H Troop and then your call to Trooper Proctor, what happened then?
Trooper Proctor began making phone calls, gathering information.
Sustained. Next question.
What was the next thing that happened as far as your involvement was concerned?
I was advised of the circumstances under which the body was located and what was transpiring. And I told Trooper Proctor that I would start shoveling out during the blizzard and then proceed to meet him in Canton to begin our investigation.
And where was it that you and Trooper Proctor first met up on that particular morning?
We met at the Canton Police Department.
And do you recall approximately what time it was that you arrived at the Canton Police Department?
It was approximately 9:15. Due to the amount of snow that was on the ground, the time that it took me to shovel out the main roads, actually no roads were plowed at the time during my track. So I decided to drive my personal truck to Canton Police Department because it was a four-wheel drive, and meet Trooper Proctor there.
Now, as far as your personal truck versus you have a work vehicle as well,
That's correct.
and you mentioned that the truck is four-wheel drive. What is the difference between your personal truck and its capabilities in weather versus the work vehicle?
Well, at the time, there was approximately 10, 15 inches of snow that had accumulated already. My work vehicle is a sedan, low to the ground, low clearance, front wheel drive. It would not be able to navigate the road conditions at the time. My four-wheel drive vehicle is higher clearance from the roadway and was able to navigate the conditions at the time.
And sir, when you arrived, so at approximately 8:22 in the morning or so, where is it that you were at that point in time, if you know?
At 8:22, I would say I was still blowing the snow out of my driveway, clearing the path for my truck to leave the driveway.
And when you arrived at the Canton Police Station, you mentioned that you met Trooper Proctor there. Do you recall who arrived first?
Trooper Proctor was in the parking lot in his vehicle, and I pulled in, backed in next to his, and we walked in together into the police department, I believe.
And when you walked into the Canton Police Station on that morning, sometime after 9 a.m., where is it that you went? Who, if anyone, did you talk to when you first got there?
We walked into the police department, were guided to the detective department division of the PD, and we met with the detectives from Canton and Sergeant Good, who was the uniform patrol sergeant and having been the first responder to the scene as well.
Now, without reference to anything that was communicated between the two of you, at some point prior to getting to the Canton Police Station, did you have conversations with Trooper Proctor?
Yes, I did.
And did Trooper Proctor make you aware of conversations that he had with other people prior to getting to the Canton Police Station?
Objection.
No, I'll allow that. It's a yes or no.
Yes.
And so you get to the Canton Police Station, you and Trooper Proctor then proceed to talk to Sergeant Good, is that correct?
That's correct.
And again, without any reference to what was said to you by Sergeant Good, he relayed some information to you as well?
That's correct.
No, I'll allow that.
That's correct.
And if you know about how long was the period of the conversation that you had with Sergeant Good at the Canton Police Station?
The conversation with Sergeant Good was probably 25 to 30 minutes. He walked us through his...
Next question, please, Mr. Riley. I'm going to stop you from answering that, Sergeant.
Yes, Your Honor.
So, Sergeant Mechanic, in reference to, at some point, did you learn the name of the body or the person that was found on the lawn on Fairview Road?
Yes, I did.
Who did you learn him to be?
Mr. John O'Keefe.
And in reference to where Mr. O'Keefe's body was at that point, what, if any, information did you receive about that?
Objection.
I'll allow that.
We learned that Mr. O'Keefe's body was transported to the hospital, Good Samaritan Hospital in Brockton.
And in reference to the Good Samaritan Hospital in Brockton, who, if anyone else, were you told had been taken to that facility as well in relation to your response that morning?
Objection.
I'll allow that.
The defendant.
And just to be clear, at some points over the course of your investigation, have you had interactions with Karen Reed?
Yes, I have.
And to be clear, when we say, as far as Karen Reed, the defendant, you see her in the courtroom today?
Yes, I do.
Can you identify just as to where she's seated or an article of clothing that she's wearing?
She's seated between her legal defense team wearing the white blouse.
Your Honor, does the record reflect identification of the defendant?
Yes.
So upon having that conversation with Sergeant Good at the Canton Police Station, where is it that you and Trooper Proctor went next?
From the Canton Police Department, we proceeded to the McCabe residence.
And that was over on Country Lane, is that correct?
That's correct, number 12, Country Lane.
And when you arrived there, as far as transportation to that, is it you and Trooper Proctor in the same vehicle?
Yes, I made the decision to drive us. That way we only take one vehicle. In addition to Trooper Proctor being able to make phone calls and facilitate other logistics as necessary, allowed him that freedom to do so while I operated the vehicle in the dangerous snow conditions.
And the snow conditions that you were talking about as far as clearing out your driveway, the drive to the Canton Police Station, did those conditions persist throughout the day of the 29th?
Yes, they did.
And so you make your way over to the McCabe residence, again, without anything that was said. Who, if anyone, did you speak with at the McCabe residence that morning?
We first spoke with Miss Jennifer McCabe. We then spoke with Mr. Matt McCabe. And then we spoke with Mr. Brian Albert.
And with reference to each of those conversations, were they done collectively or separately, or how were those interviews conducted?
Each interview was conducted separately. We first interviewed Miss Jennifer McCabe with request of Mr. McCabe to give us privacy. He proceeded upstairs. Once we were done with that interview, Mr. McCabe came downstairs, and Miss McCabe gave us the same courtesy. And once that interview was over, Mr. Brian Albert had arrived, and we interviewed him briefly.
Is that sort of the typical process of how at least your unit conducts interviews with respect to civilians?
Yes, with cooperating civilians, we typically advise them they were going to be, we schedule an interview, we proceed to their location of convenience and separate them and get their version of recollection of events that we are inquiring about.
Now, after you spoke with those three individuals, yourself and Trooper Proctor at the McCabe residence, where is it that you and Trooper Proctor went next?
We proceeded to the Good Samaritan Hospital in Brockton.
And where within the Good Samaritan Hospital did you go?
We went to the emergency department.
And within the emergency department, were you led to a specific room?
Yes, we were.
And what, if anything, did you observe when you were in that room?
Once in the room, we observed Mr. O'Keefe's body on the medical bed or gurney, and his clothing, which had been cut off of him, were on the floor at the foot of the bed, a couple of feet away at the foot of the bed.
Now, first, with regard to the clothing, what, if anything, did you do with regard to that?
After viewing Mr. O'Keefe's body, we proceeded to identify the clothing items and bag them into evidence bags, notating which item and a brief description about each item of clothing.
So let me ask you just a little bit about that as far as that process is concerned. So when an item of evidence is collected by you or by your units during the course of an investigation, is there sort of a policy or a protocol, or how are things, what do you do with things when you collect them and take them into custody and evidence?
If we deem an item to be of evidentiary value, we identify the item, we take a brief description of it, and we label the evidence bag with that description. We notate who's taking the item into custody, typically who located the item, the time that it's located, and the location from which it was seized or taken or collected.
And with regard to items of clothing, is that something that would be placed in just one big bag of clothes, or like how would those be packaged in evidence bag?
Mr. O'Keefe's clothing, which was already in one big pile on the floor, we packaged all.
Okay, jurors, feel free to stand up and stretch.
Oh, I think that was a sidebar, they said. A sidebar, they say? Oh, a sidebar.
I think we got a super chat. I think we got a super chat.
Peg O'Keefe is a rock star, since she just popped up on my screen. I'm gonna have someone change that to someone reminded me that they could probably have someone else change it too. I think we have a sidebar chat, so I'm hoping that they can fix that for me. Since it's not for super chat here, it's for sidebar chats. Like, oh, poor Peg. I just want to hug her.
She is so distraught.
Just want to hug her, dude. I just want to hug her.
Who is the girl with her arm wrapped around her?
Not sure actually. That's not
It's not the niece and nephew.
No.
It's got to be horrible to have to sit through this, you know? It's really got to be.
The children don't usually attend. They're still minors. So they were just there the one day to testify, and that was it.
Oh, that's right. They did testify. But do you think they're going to release it in the transcripts or?
I haven't seen the transcripts yet. One station aired the nephew's entire testimony, I hear, and I mean they knew they weren't supposed to, so I don't know what's going to happen with them. But the niece, they did not. Some parts of things were leaked out, but I don't know. I'm trying to get the regular just transcripts of it. The O'Keefe cousins, okay, that makes sense. Because I know they're not immediate, like mother, father, sister, brother. I know Paul, his wife, Erin O'Keefe, and a Peg. Yeah, they can. Cousin, yeah.
And so I'm sorry, Sergeant Mechanic, when you come into the hospital room where Mr. O'Keefe's body was, there's clothing items that are on the floor, is that correct?
That's correct.
And do you recall how those clothing items were in relation to each other, in relation to the floor?
They were positioned on the floor in a pile stacked on top of each other, and they were in a condition of being soaking wet.
And with respect to those clothing items, do you recall what those clothing items were individually?
Yes, sir.
And what were
they? Were a plaid pair of boxer underwear. It was a orange colored design print t-shirt. It was a blue pair of Lucky brand jeans, a belt, two-tone gray, light, thin hooded sweatshirt, and a right sneaker, black in color with white design and a Nike brand.
Such a
and how many sneakers were there contained within that property?
One right sneaker.
And what, if any, observations did you make of the condition beyond them being soaking wet?
I also recognized, due to the aroma and visual observations, traces of vomit on the clothing.
And with regard to those items that you observed on the floor, what, if anything, did you and or Trooper Proctor do with reference to those clothing items? Objection.
I'll allow that.
Once we went through the clothing, we collected each item and put it into a large evidence bag. We double bagged it due to the wetness of the clothing, so it would not seep through. We also identified the fact that there was only one sneaker. So I requested that Trooper Proctor contact the paramedics that transported Mr. O'Keefe from 34 Fairview to the hospital and have them once again check their ambulance to see if there was another sneaker inadvertently left behind in the ambulance vehicle.
Now, prior to sort of physically touching this or any other piece of evidence, what, if any, other sort of precautions do you take prior to handling, tactile handling any piece of evidence?
Anytime we handle evidence, which obviously we take great caution not to destroy, alter, or discard any evidence, we also put on gloves in order to help preserve that item.
And in reference to these items or items of anything of evidentiary value that you seize as evidence, once you take it and secure it into an evidence bag, what happens to it from there?
Once it's secured in the evidence bag, it is sealed and logged into our evidence storage facility at the office. And then as necessary, it is signed out, shipped off for processing, review, or court proceedings.
And as far as that sealing is concerned, how are bags or boxes of items of evidentiary value, how are they sealed?
Once the bag is,
I'll allow it. I'll allow it.
thank you, Your Honor. Once the bag is sealed, we utilize tape, typically red or yellow tape. Once it's secured, we initial and date the tape on the edge. And that procedure helps identify the time and date it was sealed and by who with the initials.
And then once that bag or box is sealed, if that bag or box is subsequently opened at a later time, what if any notation or what if any recordation of that is made?
Anytime a piece of evidence is signed out for review, it's logged in the tracking system. In addition, anytime a piece of evidence is open, with a container being a bag or a box is open and the tape is cut, it is then resealed, reinitialed, and dated by the trooper or an individual who's signing that evidence out and then returning it.
As far as the evidence bag or box is concerned, when it's been opened, is that something that is noticeable based on the sealing and resealing of that particular receptacle?
Yes, sir. It is definitely noticeable, and it's noted in the systems.
Now, with regard to, you mentioned or made some mention earlier in the testimony in regard to evidence storage facilities at your office.
Yes.
Can you describe what those are and who, if anyone, has access to those evidence storage areas?
Within our office, we have 2 troopers that are designated as evidence officers. Those individuals have access to the secure rooms designated strictly for evidence storage. Those rooms are inventoried and kept under not just lock and key, but also digital access control and alarm systems. They are the only ones that have access to those facilities, in addition to our unit commander. But I'll tell you that our unit commander does not access that room without the evidence officers. I myself, even as a supervisor, do not have access to that room.
You don't have access to that evidence room, is that correct?
That's correct.
Trooper Proctor, is he one of those evidence officers? Does he have access to that room?
He does not.
As far as at the time in January of 2022, who were the troopers within your office who did have access to that?
In January 2022, that would be Trooper Jeff Kakowski and Trooper David DeChico.
And that would be in addition to Lieutenant Tully, is that correct?
Detective Lieutenant Tully, I believe, has access to it, but I cannot speak to that. I just believe that he does as a unit commander to facilitate any next assignment.
Now, with reference to any items that you were physically present for that were taken into custody or taken into evidence, including that clothing from the hospital on January 29th and any other items throughout the course of this investigation, when they were taped and sealed, what happened with each of those items once they were taken back to your office?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
Each item that was sealed, it was processed in, it was logged in, and then it was stored after processing. It was stored in the evidence room.
Now, returning back to the Good Samaritan Hospital, within that hospital room, you made mention that you secured items and that you made observations of Mr. O'Keefe. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And can you describe for the jury, as far as Mr. O'Keefe's body, what were those observations that you made?
Mr. O'Keefe's body was laying on his back. The observations I made were of bruising to the eyelids of his face. Based on my experience and having cases with head trauma, I can tell you that during subdural hematoma,
Yeah, I'll sustain the objection. You can build a foundation if you can, Mr. Lally.
Over the course of your work with this unit in particular, if you know about how many homicide or let me step into it this way. As far as your work within this unit, as far as it's concerned, what, if any, jurisdiction does the State Police Detective Unit of the District Attorney's Office have with reference to not only homicide, but death investigations within Norfolk County?
by statute, Chapter 38, Section 4, each county, the District Attorney's Office is provided jurisdiction over all death investigations. As a result, the law enforcement entities that are assigned to that Norfolk or that district attorney perform the investigations. In Norfolk County, those individuals are members of the Massachusetts State Police assigned to the State Police Detective Unit within our office.
And so as far as death investigations, what exactly or what type of investigations would that encompass?
Death investigations that we have jurisdiction over are all unattended deaths. Unattended death means that a physician, a doctor, is not overseeing the individual that passes. Those deaths would be suicides, homicides, overdose type deaths, natural deaths, accidental deaths, and so forth. Any type of death that is not overseen by a doctor at a medical facility or
Hood is the cottage cheese lovers love. Why? Our country style has more protein than hummus and less sugar than yogurt. And our expertly
Oh,
blended
that's so
flavors are a
annoying.
taste combination you can't recreate at home. Now that's cottage cheese. Hood cottage cheese.
There is no war so hateful as a war between kin.
over the last 9 years, I would venture to say it's over 500 death investigations that I was a part of.
And Sergeant, over the course of your involvement within those investigations, if you know, how many of those investigations involved some indication or some type of head trauma?
Scores of investigations that involve some sort of head trauma.
And through the course of your investigations, in those cases that have involved scores of head trauma, have you been privy to information as far as medical findings, autopsy reports, things of that nature in relation to those prior investigations?
Yes, sir, I have been.
Now, with regard to your observations of Mr. O'Keefe, with regard to his eyelids, what if any observations did you make, and what if any? Well, let me start just with physical observations. What if any physical observations did you make of Mr. O'Keefe's face and body in general?
His face, I observed the swelling and the discoloration being produced through the blood pooling in the eyelids.
Yep, so just your observation, so the swelling and discoloration.
Move to strike.
I'll strike the remainder of what you've said.
I also observed a cut to his nostril and an eyelid, which was very small in size, which would have been produced by a...
Objection.
Yeah, so we'll leave it at that. Next question, Mr. Lally.
Based on your training and experience, what if any conclusions or what if any opinions that you have in regards to the swelling around the eyes?
Objection.
Yeah, I'll see you at sidebar here.
Sidebar? They say sidebar, did they? Sidebar.
I think we got a super chat. I think we got a super chat.
The Goon Squad, everyone, and the Goof Troop. dead. So dead. I know. I'm hungry. I don't have coffee. I'm trying to chill hot cocoa. I'm having a good day. Like, y'all make me hungry with all food talk.
Hey, John.
Yes.
So Sergeant Mechanic, with reference to your prior death investigations, have you had occasion to make observations of bodies that there was a later
No, I
determination
didn't.
of some sort of subdural hemorrhage?
Yes.
I'll allow that. Have you made those observations? Have you been part of those investigations?
Yes, Your Honor. Yes.
And what you observed in regard to Mr. O'Keefe, was that consistent or inconsistent with what you had observed on those prior investigations?
Objection.
That I'll allow.
It was consistent.
Now, in addition to the injuries that you observed to Mr. O'Keefe's face, what, if any, injuries did you observe to his extremities?
His extremities produced abrasions to his upper forearm and lower bicep area on his right arm.
And just as you use that term, I'm not asking for any sort of medical definition, but as far as you use that term abrasions, what do you understand that term?
I understand that term to be a injury sustained through blunt force trauma or friction to the epidermis of the skin, where a crushing of the vascular system occurs and produces that type of
Exactly. Wow, that was pretty good.
sign
Yes,
on the skin.
Natalie. Yes,
And
Yuri,
from your
yeah.
observation of the injuries to Mr. O'Keefe's arm, which arm was this again?
It was his right arm.
Sure is.
And as far as your observation of those injuries to his right arm, what, if any, as far as the consistency of those injuries, what, if anything, did you note or observe in reference to those?
Objection.
Consistency with what? With the,
Let me rephrase this.
Yeah.
How were the abrasions that you're describing positioned in relation to each other?
Each abrasion appeared to me to be linear and concentrated in a specific location on the arm. It didn't go any further north of a point and did not go any further south of a point. So it was concentrated in the elbow, a few inches below the elbow, a few inches above the elbow on the right arm.
Now, while you were at the Good Samaritan Hospital, did you endeavor to speak with Ms. Reed?
We did attempt to, yes.
And was she present at the hospital at that time?
No, she was not.
And at some point subsequent to that, did you receive, or what, if any, information did you receive as to her whereabouts?
We were made aware that she was located at 345 Country Hill Drive in Dayton at her parents' home.
And where did you go from the Good Samaritan Hospital once you left from there?
We proceeded to that location.
Now, sir, with reference to the items of clothing that you recovered from the Good Samaritan of Mr. O'Keefe's, do you have those items of clothing with you here today in court?
Yes, I do.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, I would ask that the witness be allowed to retrieve those items and display those items.
okay, are they in the courtroom?
I believe so, yes.
Okay, yes,
May I approach?
yes. How many items are we talking about? Okay. Jurors, if we go a little past one, my intention would be to still just take a half-hour lunch today and come back. So I'd rather just go through this if we could.
Sergeant,
Yes.
presenting you with this item, do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize that to be?
The sweatshirt from the hospital room where Mr. O'Keefe was located.
And, Your Honor, the call will seek to introduce and admit that as the next exhibit.
Okay, any objection, Mr. Jackson?
Sort of need to see what's in the bag before I can object, but on principle, no.
Okay, all right, so you've received photos of all of this, right?
I assume what's in the bag is what's been photographed, but until I see it, I won't know.
All right, so let's go ahead and open it.
With the court's permission.
Yes.
John's shirt. So we're looking at here. Yes, John's shirt. The EMTs cut it up the sides and on the sleeves to get it off of him. Yeah, break flinch after the 4 pieces, I'm guessing.
No objection.
So Lally, why don't you come take the bag?
And the shirt. What the hell?
Yes.
Put it back in the bag.
It's in evidence, and we'll put that back in the bag.
437.
Okay.
Yeah, it does. That's exactly why.
I need you another item, sir. You recognize that item?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize that to be?
Phosphorus.
Says it's a one orange T-shirt.
And Your Honor, with the court's permission, if the witness could remove that item and display for the jury as well.
Yes.
Too impatient. Seems to calm that down. You can't hurry a trial, dude. Like if they have to have a fair trial. You can't hurry it because you don't want to do a 6-day trial. Then maybe you want to assign yourself to it. Just saying. That's the problem I have with it. Is you find yourself to it. Oh God, this is the shirt John was wearing, and where the EMTs cut it to get it off of him. So no, that's not damage from the car. That's where they cut it to get it off of him. You know, they're going to be like, well, how did the car do that? Nope, the EMTs cut it off of him to save his, try to save his life.
It's 438.
Yeah, you can't do that, dude. Like, you just can't. She could get in trouble for that. Like, she needs to calm down, dude. But she can't do it to either side. And that's what pisses me off.
Yes.
Another item, sir. You recognize that?
Agreed. Agreed, Bree.
Yes, it's the right sneaker recovered from
I've
the
done it
hospital
twice.
room.
I've also done it twice.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, if the witness could remove that item from
Yes.
the bag.
Yeah, she's like just over talking even. Like, yep, remove it. Go ahead. Hurry up. Like, come on, dude.
Okay.
Oh, they're approaching? Oh, because he's upset? He's upset they're showing it. That's why, because it makes his client look bad and it has an impact on the jury. Well, sidebar.
I think we got a super chat. I think we got a super chat.
There was no reason to have another sidebar.
I'm freaking dead. I can't. You could take a break if you have to, dude. Take a break. Definitely take a break, Mary. It is very triggering. It is. think Karen was just getting really antsy that they were showing John's clothes. So of course she said something to her attorney and the sidebar. Do we really need to show all this, Your Honor? I'm like, that's what they're going to argue right now. Like, we've seen the pictures. Do we have to show them? Yes, the physical evidence has an impact. Oh God, poor Paul.
Yeah, he can't even look up. That's sad.
No, he's just trying to keep himself from being upset. And I don't blame him. Poor guy. I know. I want to dance too when I hear it. Like, I danced for a long time. 10 years I danced for. Right? For real. Like, for real. Also, I find it funny that, the one person on the left of the screen is someone who tried to get tough with me at the courthouse. It's like seek out a problem. You're going to seek out a problem, you sure as hell going to find one. You better be able to end what you started, though, because if you start some shit over here, I'm going to end it. Like,
Wonder if Karen's getting her affairs in order. Because
oh, no, definitely not. Her lawyers have definitely, like, gaslighted her into thinking somehow, some way she will pull this out. Yeah, they will. Access to it. So I don't know why, like, oh, yeah, that was pure hatred. And pure hatred and anger, upset. And she knows he's staring at the side of her face. That's why she's so uncomfortable. Look at her. She's got to lean in. She wants to hear what they're saying. This is the part of her that's so controlling, and the part of her that, my first red flag was you're sending, Attorney Altman to message me saying that I shouldn't be talking about something because you, Karen Reed, didn't want me talking about it. Well, guess what? Too fucking bad. You don't run my show. Maybe you ran Aiden's show. Cool, great, wonderful. You don't fucking run my show. Nobody runs my show but me. I talk about what I want to talk about when I want to talk about it. And I'm certainly not going to sit there and lie to my audience just because you don't think it looks good for you, or it's not supposed to be talked about, or I don't give a actual fuck. Like,
can you, Sergeant?
You are unmuted.
yeah, exactly. It makes her look guilty. There's the shoe. Poor John. Oh, yeah. She definitely has to be feeling.
All right, Mr. Lally.
Yes, thank you, sir. If you could return that to the back, please. Introduce in minutes.
Yes, I'm going to. Thank you.
Aiden's ass right down out of
May I approach one last time?
so far up his ass.
My apologies.
He can spit her out. Like, yeah.
Okay.
No, I guess I should have said no objection with what we discussed.
I understand.
Thank you.
You're on there, approach the witness again.
Yes.
Then you was, from that set, you recognize that?
Yes, it's a bag containing a blue jeans, black belt, and plaid boxer shorts.
Oh my God, the belt that I
And,
have.
Your Honor, with the court's
Dang.
permission,
not
may the
missing.
witness remove just the jeans and the belt from the back.
Yes.
The belt and the other shoe that I also have been saying is not missing for months. Let's just remind everyone who's been saying that the belt and the shoe is not missing. Oh, that was me. That was me. Like, that's right. I had to cut those jeans off of his body.
Oh, let me say, we're not nice about it when we do it because we don't have much. We don't got but seconds, so we just demolish them.
Yeah. Yeah, she always clenches her jaw when she's mad. I know, like, and it's almost constant with her. Oh, wow. Well, you know what? That's life. You're in a fucking trial as a jury member. So, like, I don't know. The judge oftentimes acts like that. That's the belt.
You can return that to the back, sir.
Yep, the belt.
Your Honor, the
that I've
Commonwealth
been
seeks to
saying.
introduce in minutes the next exhibit.
Okay.
Okay.
No
Please
objection.
do.
Thank you. So are you not displaying the third item, but it's going into evidence? Or is it just the jeans and the belt going into evidence?
Using the belt into evidence, Your Honor, with the court's permission.
So we can mark the bag and we'll remove the third item during a break.
Third item.
Thank you.
I think it was the other shoe.
Oh,
All right, so Sergeant, you'll be with us this afternoon. Why don't we take our lunch and recess? It's only going to be about a half
No, it
hour.
was never.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, so folks, we'll see you back here, let's say no later than 1:40, okay?
Court, all right, jury.
Yep, that fucking face. Look at, see that face, everyone.
happy.
Upset. He's upset that they showed it. Look at her face.
You are muted.
That's funny to you? Oh, man. I'm sorry, but I've never seen a defendant look and act the way that she does. Not with their attorneys, not ever.
Nope.
There's Erin O'Keefe next to Paul's wife.
I'm gonna jump down and get my kids fed some lunch. I will be back this afternoon. Hopefully they'll cooperate, and
Yes, ma'am.
they just got so much energy. It's unbelievable.
Oh, I bet. I want to like bottle up just a quarter of the energy that kids have, like for realsies though. Like
I get so much accomplished. Yesterday, all we did was run around, do hour drives for doctor's appointments, and sit for hours. And oh my God, were they fit to be tied by the time we got home? So today,
I'm sure.
Yeah. All right, but I'll be back after lunch.
Sounds good to me. I'll be here.
All right.
Bye. Oh, poor Peg. Oh. Okay, so while we're on this lunch break, I can't even talk today. See, this is what happens when you don't have fucking coffee, right? You start getting caffangry. And yes, it's my own fucking word. Coffee angry. Caffangry, bitches. Caffangry. All right? It's a word. It's a real word. It's a thing. So I just want to make this little quick announcement while I have all you wonderful freaking people here, that I heard turtle douche idiot moron keep repeating this same lie over and over and over and over, that Brian Albert and Nicole Albert did not attend John's funeral. That is false. They did indeed go to the funeral. So I don't know why he's saying that. I don't know why people are repeating it. It is a bold-faced lie. Both Brian and Nicole did attend John's funeral. So let's just make that abundantly clear. Let's clip this. Let's, put it out there. Like, do whatever you need to do. But that's a bold-faced lie. Brian Albert did go to the funeral services of John O'Keefe, and so did Nicole Albert. So I just wanted to dispel that rumor and lie, because it's getting ridiculous that people are even repeating that when it's just a bold-faced lie. But once again, that is what Turtle McDoucherson does. Hi, Bree. You're muted, darling. Yeah. Let me take this off. I'll watch this. I'll take it off the screen, but I will watch it. Oh, okay. Now it's just me and Bree. Feel free to unmute yourself at any time, doll.
Okay. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. I can hear you.
All right. You were really, really robot-y. Yeah, you were really, really robot-y to me. So I just wanted to check and make sure that wasn't me. So, okay.
Yeah, weird. Am I still robot-y?
Not now, no. But when you were talking about the funeral, you were, at least to me.
Damn it. I want that to be very clear. Very clear.
But at the last part was that Nicole and Brian were both there. The end came through very clear. They were both there.
Yeah. They both went to
Was
the funeral.
Karen?
Yeah. No.
I
I think there might have
So
been a
if not-
stay away order maybe already at that point. I'm not sure.
say if not going to his funeral proves guilt, then yeah, guys,
Right. Like,
that
come
might
on.
be a dumb thing to say.
A real dumb thing to say. Yeah. Like, no. Brian Albert and Nicole Albert went to John O'Keefe's funeral. That is the literal stupidest lie I've heard the turtle cult and douche keep repeating. Outside of the basement, which was done before he died, outside of the shoe and belt that were never missing, outside of all the other fucking idiotic statements that have been 100% freaking false. Like, that the taillight was on the top of the snow. Nope, they dug for it.
Oh my God, the belt. Why did they even decide to start doing the belt was missing, the belt was missing, the belt was missing? The
Because
belt was obviously on him the entire time because it was in the bag with the jeans. They picked it up from the hospital.
They didn't see it in any filings and it didn't get listed in evidence. So they assumed it was just missing. So it kept being, where's the belt? Where's the belt? But listen, even when, and there's been a map of where they found that second shoe for like months and months and months and months. Okay. And even after that, Turtle Idiot is on court TV going, yeah, where is the shoe? Hey, tell us you don't read the documents without telling us you don't read the documents. Oh, wait. Months before that, he did tell us that he doesn't read all the documents because they're boring, he said. I can't. You can't be an investigative journalist and not read the documents. You also can't be an investigative journalist if the story is being fed to you by the defendant and that you got 99.999% of it wrong. You didn't investigate shit. You were fed information and internet rumors, just like always, because that's what you run on. You don't run on actually sourcing anything. You run on people on the internet telling you things and then another idiot telling you the same thing one person told you. So now it's confirmed. No, that's called an internet rumor, sir. Like,
but the thing is, if Karen was the one giving him all this information, she knew she was lying to him.
Right.
And she would have known that eventually, once the trial started, all of those lies were going to be proven lies.
Well, I do know that he knew about the Brian Higgins texts and hid it from his entire audience. He did not want to, and I didn't know recently until like maybe 2 or 3 months ago that that's what he was hiding. But he had said that there was something that, you know, he had and other people had that was not allowed to be posted because it didn't paint Karen in a good light. And so it just wasn't going to be posted. It wasn't going to be allowed to be posted. Like, I'm sorry, but that's a narrative. That's not following the facts or the story. That's a narrative where you're taking out things that may make her look bad. Like, stop it. Like, that's not, stop it. And thank you, sir, for screaming from the rooftops that you're a journalist, because the only reason you've ever won a defamation suit is by saying you're an opinionist and it's an opinion. But now that you've been streaming you're a journalist from the rooftops, now you're screwed in court. Those defamation cases are going to rain down on you like fucking acid rain, dude. After a goddamn apocalypse. Like, good luck to you, sir, and your bank account.
Yeah, that whole I'm a comedy satirist thing is not going to work after 2 years of I'm an award-winning journalist.
Correct. Right. Also, let's just make something clear. The quote unquote award was not for journalism. It was for Worcester's best blog. And it was voted on by people who watch him. It's not an award for journalism in any way, shape, or form.
And was it voted on only from people in Worcester?
I mean, anybody I think could do it. But it was in like the Worcester like paper or whatever. Like, so it was like, you know, most people are going to be from that area. And of course, I'm sure he told people like, hey, I'm in this, go vote. Like, so realistically, he won because he told people online to go vote for him. He didn't win for journalism. He won for best blog in the Worcester area. Like, like what the hell? Oh, Kevin sent people over? Is Kevin not on right now? I thought Kevin was on right now. Thanks, Kev. Yeah, I mean, I can't. I can't with all the bullshit rumors and lies. Like, I had to dispel some of this bullshit yesterday. Like, you know, the pool. Some of these people are even claiming the pool was in Brian Albert. The pool is not. Brian Albert didn't have a fucking pool. It was his mother's pool that they're talking about. You dumbasses. Like, and no, there's nothing in the pool. There's no phones in the pool like he claimed. There's no dog in the pool. I even knew, even when I still thought Karen was innocent, that dog was in Vermont. Aiden knew the dog was in Vermont. So the defense most certainly knew the dog was in Vermont. Okay? They didn't go get the DNA, and they didn't file any motions for the dog. Why do you think that is, people? They could
knew
have
there was
easily,
none.
correct. They could have easily filed a motion saying, produce the dog. Tell us where the dog is or where the dog is buried. If you think it's dead, produce the dog or give us the information on the dog. Why didn't they file any motions for the dog? Oh, that's right. Because they knew there was not going to be any dog DNA, and nor would they be able to match the dog's jaw with anything on John O'Keefe or any DNA. So they said, fuck it, we're not going to do it because we'll just act like we have no idea. Like, they've been cooling about a fucking dog for a year, but you didn't file any motions for anything for a dog? Stop it. That's not.
I have a question.
Yeah, go for
it. For the defense. If the FBI investigation showed this massive conspiracy, and if the feds are sitting there just waiting because they're on the defense's side, and this never should have gone to trial, and they can't in good conscience let this go forward, where are all the FBI witnesses on the defense witness list?
Right. There aren't any. Not only aren't there any, but the FBI had to then come out that night in a very rare thing and put a press release out to news stations in the area that is not what was said at all. Oh, they were mad. Like, nope, that's not what was said at all. So, I mean, the FBI themselves had to literally put out a press release the day that Jackson or Yannetti or both of them said that bullshit in court to say, yeah, that's no one said that. That's not a thing. Like, if that doesn't tell you everything you need to know, then the 3,500 pages that I know that the public has not read, but there's nothing in there except corroboration of everything the witnesses and everyone else has corroborated already. Nothing but the FBI finding everything that these people are saying to be what actually fucking happened. They found no giant conspiracy. They had a few little moments where they bitched and whined about what they thought cops could have done or should have done, like, but nothing of substance, nothing that's going to get any witnesses arrested or jailed. And then their attorneys were allowed to speak to the FBI, who was then allowing them in court, just like the judge allowed, because the judge knew, the judge had spoken to the DOJ, and they were allowed to say, hey, our clients are not under investigation. Our clients are not the target of any investigation by the FBI, and we want that on record, and the FBI is allowing us to have this on record. That does not seem to sink and seep into their heads. They seem to just want to run with this theory that, like, the FBI is going to, like, bust out glass like Mission Impossible and roll in with guns and arrest everyone. You'll be waiting until you're dust. I promise you. Like Dory.
Yeah, and I don't understand why. I mean, I get it. Defense attorneys are allowed to lie. That's why she gave the correct, that they generally don't like quite so blatantly, at least not since Johnny Cochran. But it and Robert Kardashian, they lied their asses off. But why are they allowed to get away with lying so blatantly to the jury? I know Judge Cannoni gave the instructive, the corrective instruction that said,
she had to
ignore them.
Yep, she literally had to.
Because why are they allowed to keep doing it?
Their
defense is dead. There is no third party defense, but they're still pushing it, and they're still trying to bring in the evidence log that Michael Proctor created through other witnesses. They can't. It has to be him or no one, and they already know they're calling him. So why do they keep trying this?
I don't know. They're going to keep.
Why don't they just wait for him?
Right. They're going to try they could just wait for him. Like, there was somebody sent another false crap around, like, oh, Proctor's not going to testify for the prosecution. Yes, he is testifying for the prosecution. Let's make that abundantly clear. He absolutely is getting on that stand, and the prosecution absolutely is calling him. So, like, I don't know where you would have heard that. Once again, don't live in Turtle Land, and maybe you won't hear lies. I don't know. Like, yeah, I mean, the YouTube lawyers are their constant outcome by their constant twisting of the proceedings. Yes, that's half my problem, right? It's like the twisting that not just the defense is doing, but like when Allie McCabe was like, Colin wasn't in the house when they were there. Like they twisted that into, see, he was in the house. See, she said there. He was there. He was outside 34 Fairview with Karen Reed. That is not fucking disputed. Is that not there? Like you can't use what she says and then try to change it to make it what you want it to be. Like that's not how it works. She was speaking of when they pulled up outside, Colin wasn't even in the house. And he wasn't. It's that simple. You were told that lie from Turtle World as well. Oh, Colin did it. A month later, they're using a picture from a month later of his knuckles to say that he beat up John O'Keefe. Your knuckles wouldn't look like that a month later, just FYI, people.
Yeah, her car was seen there. She admits she was there. His body was found there. Where the hell else did they think is there?
Right. Well, no, they have to use that because they want the conspiracy to fit. So there means he must have been in the house to them. And that's the problem with this whole thing. Is taking all these pieces and making them, stuffing them in this conspiracy box to make them fit. Except they don't fit. Okay? They don't fucking fit. I'm here to tell you the FBI is not coming. The witnesses are not getting arrested. They've done nothing wrong. The harassment is disgusting. And there are YouTubers out there and normal people who are even afraid to say they think Karen is guilty now, who thought she was innocent because they're afraid of being harassed. They're afraid of losing numbers. They're afraid of losing money. I lived it. I know it, dude. It's a detriment to everyone. But what I won't do is sit here and lie for money, for clicks, for views, for shares. I'm not going to fucking do it. The evidence shows her guilt. These people can take every piece of evidence and just say, well, we can't listen to that because all these people are corrupt and everyone lied on the stand. They lied according to who? According to you, they lied. They told the truth. The fact that you're upset that they told the truth and you want to say they lied, like, cool, they didn't lie. Sorry to tell you. They didn't lie. You want them to lie.
If
like
the FBI believed there was some grand conspiracy here and they wanted to run a sting on all these people, they would not do it by allowing an innocent, air quotes, an innocent woman to go on trial before a state jury because they cannot overturn a state verdict. They're risking her life. They wouldn't do it. They would run their sting outside of it because they cannot control the outcome of a state trial.
That's right. They cannot. So they would have already started indicting to stop it from happening. It's common sense. Like, I don't know, I know that like some of these, they're lay people don't seem to understand like how trials work. Like somebody argued with me earlier and told me that, and I'm like, wait a second. Are you saying that because Karen Reed didn't say in court right now that she was drunk, that the BAC levels don't count because we don't know when she stopped drinking because she didn't say it at trial? It's like, it doesn't count because she didn't say it at trial. And the guy's like, yeah. And I'm like, learn how evidence works, buddy. Witness testimony is evidence, dum-dum. Oh, Grant. Yeah. Yeah. Sorry, not sorry. Like,
witness statements are evidence. Physical evidence is evidence. DNA is evidence. Video is evidence. Circumstantial evidence is evidence, and it has been used in this country successfully for 250 years.
Yep, correct. And so for me, it's just like so stupid that I even have to argue with anybody about this. Like, I'm sorry, but Karen Reed's own admission is when she stopped drinking. And they're like, oh, well, she didn't say it at trial, so it doesn't count. No, it does. It does. If she said it to a police officer, it absolutely counts. Like, oh, well, you can't trust the way that they calculated the BAC. Dude, they still gave her a goddamn extra 2-hour leeway. Why? Why can't you trust the way they calculated? You trust it in every other case but this one? Oh, that's right, because you want a conspiracy to fit. So every person must be in on the lie. Every person. Like, come on now. Like, stop.
Right. And they're like, oh, well, she could have gone home and kept drinking. Okay, so she was only drunk off her ass when she drove to Jen's house.
Right. Like,
it's still a DUI.
Right. What do you mean? She still was drinking and driving. And if she was over the legal limit hours and hours and hours afterwards, she didn't tell them she was drinking at home. That's a matter of fact. That's not what she told them at all. So like you guys can keep guessing that she might have been drinking at home. That's not what she told the police. So yeah. Like,
and my thing with Brian Higgins, that man is an ATF agent. Yes. The alphabet agencies Do not put up with crooked agents. When they go after their own, they go after their own fiercer than they go after criminals.
Oh yeah, because it gives them a bad name. I mean, nobody's going to say that,
Any
somebody couldn't possibly be corrupt at the FBI or something else. Of course, there are corrupt people. They get
Right.
taken down. It's that simple. But you're not going to tell me that an ATF agent, all the police officers involved, Canton and state troopers that knew nobody here, the EMTs, the firefighters, all the experts, the children, like every witness that has nothing to do with anything, friends, family, whatever, all of them are in on this vast conspiracy. And then people are like, no, only 5 or 6 people are in on it. And I'm like, that wouldn't be possible, because how would all their stories match then? How would they know how to match their stories if they didn't all talk about it and they weren't all in on it? Make it make sense. It doesn't. The math isn't mathing.
And
yes, people are
from where
afraid.
I'm sitting, what I've seen, what I've heard, and the fact that his attorney came and stood next to him, I do believe there's an IA investigation, but I think it's probably because they had an undercover ATF agent compromised by a fucking YouTuber.
Well,
And they
not
need
only
to make
that,
sure that he's not still.
right. But also at the same time, they had to open that IA investigation against Michael Proctor just simply for the crap, finger pointing. They have to, because if someone accuses any cop of anything, they have to look into it. If I called right now and said, I want to talk to IA about a specific cop, they would have to open an investigation. That is the way it works. So yes, they had to open one because of the finger pointing, but I promise you, he is still on active duty. And if he had done anything wrong, he'd be sitting at a desk, not working any cases, doing a damn thing, suspended on unpaid leave. Well, so Grant actually does have a press pass. He is not in the courtroom though. He was live tweeting the case, but he does actually have a press pass. Unfortunately, they actually did give Turtle Douche a press pass. Don't ask me why. I'm not really sure. And I'm pretty sure he was taking pictures or video of the jury earlier that was already sent to the court and the police. So I'm sure they will do their due diligence to make sure. But Emily D. Baker, I mean, she kind of does have a little bit of a clouded judgment. She has trolls.
I did that too, Mary.
Yeah.
Back on day one, and she openly admitted it then. Is she trying to hide that now?
Yeah, I don't know. But what I want to like her. I've heard very good things about her, but I think her judgment is very clouded when it comes to this case. I think her judgment is clouded. If you could admit on one day that he was saying something that he knows was wrong, what the fuck do you think he's been doing this entire trial, Emily? I'm sorry. Come on. Stop it. That's the thing though. Do we don't have to, why are there mobs? Someone answer me this, fucking riddle me that. Why are there mobs going after anyone in real life for any fucking reason whatsoever? For what? For what? I would never encourage anybody who watches me to go harass or intimidate or call anybody. As a matter of fact, if I knew they were doing it, I would say, stop, don't do it. Stop, don't do it to these people. There was one time Aiden admitted that he could tell people to stop. He has never once attempted to even tell people to stop. And he admitted he knows that he could have and that he could. He just doesn't. Why? Because he wields it as a power. But I'm here to tell you that it's only a power if you allow it to be, everyone. If you allow it to be a power, then it is. If you do not allow it to be a power and you tell him to go fuck himself and you tell his mob to go fuck themselves, and guess what? It has no power any longer. It's that simple. Well, I don't know if they will, but hopefully they'll look at the phone and find out.
Mary, if she's denying that now, that's disgusting, because I was in there literally day one, from minute one. First thing she said was full disclosure. When I was hired at the LA DA's office, Alan Jackson was there. That's when the Spectre trial was going on. He was way above me. I didn't know him directly, but, I did look up to him. I did admire him, and I do respect him. So I might be a little biased. She admitted that openly.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure she has been open about the fact that she knows him. I
But
think
Mary
that's why.
said she's like backing away from that now. Now she's backing away from him because she's reconsidering her admiration of him. That I'm
Yeah.
on board with. Like yesterday, she looked like her eyebrows were knitted together. Her brow was furrowed. She was just shaking her head like, no, that's not right. No, he knows that's not right. Why is he doing this? If
What
she's
do you
backing away
mean?
from him,
Yeah.
that's good.
He's been doing
If
it. What do
she's
you mean?
backing away from knowing him, but
But
still
did it take
defending
that though?
him,
It took that one thing that you know that he's lying about. Like, come on. You know there were other red flags she flat out ignored. Come on. Like, no one's an idiot here. Listen, I might not be a barred attorney. I might not have finished school. But I'm going to tell you right now, I'm smarter than some attorneys that are barred. And I know that if I know, they know. It's that simple. If I know, they know. Like it's not fucking rocket science, right? Like, no, Kevin's not the Claire.
yeah. What got me was her refusal to watch pretrial on this one because she always goes into it only knowing what the jury knows, except pretrial. She watched all of Murdoch's pretrial. She watched all of the Depp Heard pretrial. She watched. I don't know if she watched all of. She colored the Without a Crystal Ball and Katie Joy and what's her face, Toddy Westbrook. She covered all of that, but she's always done pretrial until now.
Yeah, that's weird.
And she didn't do any of that.
I don't know why you wouldn't do pretrial. I would have told you everything you needed to know about what the fuck was going on. Like,
I know
especially
why I think she didn't do pretrial.
Yeah,
because she would have known all along that her, her fan, or the object of her fangirling is lying.
Yeah,
and she'd have known it all along.
It's sad because, like, I think she's very smart, and so it just irks me a little. Like, I also think Bob Mata is very smart, so that irks me as well. Like that he's jumped on this train. Like, and listen, Mary, they've accused me of being a McAlbert like 77 times. Like 2 people the other day, one accused me of being Jen, and someone else accused me of just being a McAlbert. And I was like, hey, FYI, don't ever be a detective because you're really effing bad at it. Everyone knows who I am. I have the same name on Twitter as I do here, Twisted Tragedies. Everyone knows who I am. It's not a sock account. It's not a fake account. It is me, Elise, me. It is me. So you're really bad. Don't ever be a detective. You suck at it. Like, they're not supposed to, but God knows, like, how do they avoid the news is what I want to know. Like, I mean, I don't think they're all being honest about not ever seeing anything about it. I mean, there was one time a juror said they did and then talked to that was it. Like, you know what I mean? But like the fact that but you have to remember, her trolls are Aiden's trolls. They're Aiden's trolls who can't watch Aiden right now. So they go into play and they can't watch the Glare right now because he's in court. So where do they go? They go to other people's channels that keep out the conspiracy theory. So if she's one of those people who are streaming right now, that's where they're going to go. Like, it's that simple. Like, yeah, definitely. Yeah, I second that. Like,
someone asked how Aiden was allowed in with the shirt he has on. I didn't notice.
Know.
I was wondering how Tom was going to be allowed in with a pink tie.
So
and I didn't notice if they made him take it off.
Yeah, I don't know if they can stop the pink, but what I do know is Aiden probably buttoned his jacket so that you couldn't see the t-shirt. He's not an idiot. He knows he's not supposed to be wearing it. So I don't know. I'm not sure. He shouldn't have been allowed in with it. It's that simple. But if they
is he wearing an FKR shirt?
No. I mean, I have a picture of it. Hold on. Let me see what it exactly says. It's a picture of, I think, is it Lally with a clown nose or something? Like it's definitely something it's not supposed to be, shouldn't be worn. Like it's that simple. Like it's so is that Morrissey? It's a picture of someone with a clown nose. I can't tell if it's Mello, Morrissey, Lally. I can't tell who it is, but it's definitely not appropriate for court in any way, shape, or form. It's definitely to say F off to the Norfolk County DA's office. Well, if you question any evidence, you get harassed, or, if you think she's guilty in any way, you get accused of being a McAlbert or an Albert or McCabe. Like, like that's just it. Like, it's that simple. Like, Yeah, well, I mean, 25K people are 25 people. It's called having integrity. You know what I mean? Like, have some fucking integrity. Like, I mean, they may, but I mean, here's the thing. If she loses 1,000 subscribers, is she really going to care? Like, with that many? That's what I think is wrong about all this. Like, I don't give a fuck if I had 5 million subscribers. If I lose 1,000 subscribers because I'm not being truthful and I'm not being honest, like, that's going to bother me. Like, have a fucking conscience. Have some goddamn integrity. Like, well, I'm not going to go with popular opinion. I don't give a fuck if it's popular or not. Like, if that's where the evidence leads, that's where it leads. So I'm glad you pointed that out, because a lot of people right now are going with the popular opinion, but it's not because that's what they actually believe. It's because they either believed it at first and then realized it was not true. But when they realized it was not true, they had two choices: continue saying it so that their numbers keep going through the roof, they keep getting subscribers and they keep getting donos, or don't say anything, right, at all, and just disappear. Or your third option is to have some goddamn integrity and correct the fucking record, which they will not do because they are afraid of being harassed by the turtle mob and being called out by the turtle mob and gone real life on by the turtle mob, because that is what happens when you use your voice to speak out. So until somebody grows some damn balls, they're all just going to continue to be afraid. Like,
speaking of turtle mob, two things. One, I thought somebody was going to ask Will for his autograph this morning. And two, if I was Cherry, I'd be pissed as hell seeing all those women with their hands all over my man.
Wait, is that her man? I thought they never met
Him
in
and
real
Cherry?
life.
Yeah, him and Cherry have been an item for like a year and a half.
Are they like, I thought they never met in real life. Is that like a thing?
They haven't. She's in Ireland, I believe.
What? Oh no, I'm definitely not.
Yeah,
having
yeah.
Nope. Nope. And you think he's
And
just
unless they broke up, as far as I know, they're still together.
Oh man, dude. Who offered to
But I'd be
represent
pissed.
him? Who did? The idiot DUI guy? Yeah, I wouldn't hire him if you fucking paid me to hire him. Like, they are. They are contributing to the harassment of the witnesses. It's fucking disgusting. Like, it's gross. Like, it's just gross. Like, yeah, Johnny Depp cash wagon, exactly what it is. Yeah, okay, so it's Mellow with a fucking clown nose. Like, you can't wear that, bro. Like, you can't. Like, that's what I'm saying. Like, how can they not be? You know, like, how can they not be? I'm not saying she's being 100% one-sided. I'm just saying, like, she's got a bias in it. You know what I mean? Like, she does. She has a bias in it because she knows one of these attorneys. Like, it's that. I mean, there's no way around it. You got a bias, dude. Like, I mean, if it was one of my attorney friends, like, I'd have a bias too. There's no doubt in that. Like,
Chasing Tracy is very, very married and very, very in love with her husband. I know Tracy. She may have a crush on Will, but she is desperately in love with her husband.
That's good to know. Aiden also has his phone. Yeah, well, it was reported. It was reported right away. Like, right away, we reported it. The cops have it. The court has it. Like, they have it. They had it over an hour and a half ago at this point. Who could I be? Like, someone Scottish cousin. Yeah, I mean, they just assume that we know the entire Albert and McCabe family if we're speaking out for them, which is untrue, but it's just funny. Like, do I know some of them or some of their family members? I know some of their family members. Do I know them personally? No, I don't. Never spoken to them. Like, listen, you can have integrity and be a lawyer, dude. It's what I've wanted to do my entire life. Like, you can do it. It can be done. Might not make you millions of dollars if you have integrity, but just saying, like, it can be done. Oh, well, he does definitely do that. That's 100%. He definitely does that. Like, oh, she didn't tell them to stop. Interesting. That gives me just a bad irky vibe. Like, if anybody attacks anybody in my chat, like, you're being told once and then you're getting booted. I don't care who the fuck it is. Like, yeah, I don't give a shit. Like,
her mods spend more time telling people not to talk in caps or use emojis than they spend actually telling them to be decent humans to each other anymore.
Who cares if they use caps or emojis? Why is that even a thing?
Because Emily's ADHD. can't deal with all the
Then don't do
when
fucking
the chat just starts sending all caps and emojis and it goes nuts, her ADHD goes crazy and she can't
maybe
focus.
read some of the comments and then maybe they wouldn't do that to get your attention. Like some people have, but they won't. They'll do it quietly. I'll get messages and emails quietly. They will not say it publicly. You know? Yeah, yep. I mean, that's not, we know that, like, yeah, well, I hope he does because I don't know how he even gets clients. He's such an idiot. Like, I think he's a complete and utter moron. Like, I would definitely not ever tell anybody to hire him. Like, oh man.
I mean, at the time I defended Larry's face. Do I think he did anything wrong in that moment? No. Do I regret defending his face? Yes, because now I hate his face. So,
dude, listen, he said that my good friend Lindsay, Turtle Douche's ex, should go crawl in a hole and die. I'm sorry, I take exception to him telling somebody to crawl in a hole and die that he has never met or spoken to a day in his fucking life, number one.
Who's a victim?
And number two, yeah, just the very couple days later was complaining because Twitter would not take down something someone said about him and use like a Jewish slur. He was upset that Twitter found no problem with that. And I said, you are a motherfucking hypocrite, dude. You are a disgusting, vile human being that just told a domestic violence SA victim that she should crawl in a hole and die because Turtle Douche has been lying through his teeth. Like, you don't even know her. You've never met her. You don't know a fucking thing about her. But she should go crawl in a hole and die. And then you're going to complain that Twitter didn't take something down? Stop it. Shut the fuck up. Don't like the heat. Get the hell out of the kitchen. Like, ridiculous.
just like Dina Monday crying about people making fun of her teeth. I'm sorry, you've spent 2.5 years attacking Jen McCabe for hers. I don't feel sorry for you.
Not even a little. Like, not even a little. Like, not even a fucking little. Like,
I don't cam up because I am an ugly bitch and I am aware of that about myself and I am not putting me out there for the world because I'm ugly and I know it. I think that attacking people's looks is completely off limits and irrelevant. But when you've been doing it for 2.5 years, you have no right to complain when people do it to you.
Nope. I don't know. I can't answer that. I don't know her. I mean, she was friendly with me when I was Free Karen Reed. Not so friendly now, though. So I don't know. I don't know her. Like, yeah, I mean, the judge definitely needs to be on top of that. 100%. She reached out to me too. Mansfield did. I said that in her chat too. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I wish people would look at the facts and stop repeating lies. Like Brian Albert didn't go, Nicole Albert didn't go to John O'Keefe's funeral. Yes, they did. Like, yes, they effing did. Like, ridiculous. Like, yeah, I mean, I don't know why they do that. It's not a thing. Like, I mean, I use that word once in a blue moon and like, that's about it. Like, I mean,
KTW, she's not friends with Alan. She worked in the district attorney's office in LA at the same time he did. She was a junior prosecutor and he was a senior. He was prosecuting Phil Spector at the time.
Right. Yeah.
So she knows him technically.
Yes.
But she only just like met him at big office functions and stuff.
I mean, there's a lot of cast of characters in this shit, dude, you know? I mean, I do it once in a while too. To be fair, we're creators. We try as hard as we can not to. But yeah, that's the thing, right? So like, if I am wrong, I'm gonna say, you know what? Fuck it. I was wrong. Sorry, y'all. I was fucking wrong. It's not that hard. Say it with me. I was wrong. See, it's not about saying you were wrong because that's not what these people are afraid of. They're afraid of what comes after that. What comes after saying you were wrong or you were duped or you were lied to or you believed something that has evidence to show that that's not what happened. So that's like, that's literally what they're afraid of. They're afraid of losing money. They're afraid of losing viewers. They're afraid of people going real life on them because they know what the mob will do. I have done this at a very steep price for myself and my channel. Okay. A very steep price. So I lost plenty of viewers. I lost plenty of traction. I lost a ton of money. I don't make shit anymore. But I'm not going to sit here and just lie. I'm not going to do it. Like when I was shown things that proved that there's no way a conspiracy could have fucking happened, like, then I was like, ah, shit. Like I was fucking wrong. Like it's not rocket science, right? Like it's just not rocket science. But for me, it's like, where's the integrity of these people? Get some fucking integrity. I know there's some people that like I respect more if you just get off YouTube. Just don't say anything until you're ready to then. Like just get off and say nothing then. But to sit there and consistently keep saying it when you know it's not true, dude, and repeat lies, things like the basement, the missing belt, the missing shoe, all these lies, like all of these things that people keep. There was only 6 drops of blood. No, there wasn't. Like, oh, somebody told me there was like 6 feet of snow under John. No, there wasn't. There was grass under John. Like all of these things that people keep saying. Oh, the steps happened before they ever even arrived at 34 Fairview. So again, like all of these fucking things that keep getting repeated because it came from Turtle Douche in the beginning, like are getting repeated and repeated and repeated. And so new people are starting to believe all of it's a conspiracy because they're getting little pieces of little lies and they're also not getting context to certain things. So they're taking those and making them nefarious. Like nothing's being corrected, even when they know it's a lie. Aiden knows the basement is a lie. He will not address it. He will not retract it. He will not correct it. He will just not talk about it. That's not what a journalist does. Fucking retract, correct. Like, I don't give a shit if it comes at a price, dude. If you're willing to give people information, you also need to be willing to say, wait, I was wrong on that. Like, my bad, and take it back. Like, come on. Like, Brianna, she has a channel. She does stuff too on her channel.
I do music videos because I'm a big giant nerd.
I'm a nerd too. Welcome to the club, my nerd friend. Like, I'm a nerd too. I don't know. I don't, again, I'm not a barred attorney, but I know a damn lot about the law. I've been a witness twice in my life, and I knew the first time when I was a witness that was something
It's okay.
I love, that I was going to absolute love, and I've been in love with the legal system and the law since I was 11 years old. So, like, I've sat in, watched cases. I've done so much when it comes to law. I've helped other people when it comes to like filing motions and shit when they have to do it pro se, like sort of showing them what their rights are and like what they can do and how they should probably, do it. I've done this for years. Like, so then you have people that come in that are actual barred practicing attorneys and they're saying shit that they know to not be true because I know it to not be true. And that starts to irk me. It can't be that I'm more intelligent. That can't be it. It has to be that you're lying. Like, you have to know that that's not true. Or somebody like Melanie Little comes in, a civil attorney, and starts acting like they know anything about what they're talking about criminal law when clearly they have no idea what they're talking about. She was saying 2 days ago the belt was missing. Melanie Little, the belt was never missing. I've only been saying that for months. The shoe was never missing. The belt was never missing. Like, come on, people. Like,
I thought I was muted while I was putting my cigarette out. I'm sorry. You just heard my ashtray shaking.
That's okay. Yeah, I mean,
I like
don't
the they still call the conspiracy the Canton Five without realizing that we're up to like witness 42 now, and they consider them all part of it.
Like I said, somebody's like, "Oh, there's only 5 or 6 that are in on it," and I go, "Then how does everybody else's story match? How? They'd have to be part of it, right? They'd have to talk to the 5 people who are in the conspiracy in order to make their stories match, wouldn't they? They didn't just like make it up and it magically matched. Like, oh yeah, okay, hold on, I got it.
Okay, if we're back, I'm gonna hop down. I will be back
All
up
right,
when we're
ma'am.
done.
Yes, ma'am.
Love you, girl.
Love your.
All right. All right, Mr. Lally.
May we approach this briefly?
Okay.
Yeah, Melanie Little, just 2 days ago. Been saying it for a while. She's an angry woman. She looks like she's always angry and constipated. And she yells about, I'll give you 5 minutes to take that off YouTube. I'll give you 5 fucking minutes to take it off Twitter. Take it down off TikTok. No. You're a liar. You're not a good person. You're clearly a very angry person. Like, stop it. Go for it, Alan. I'll be here. Yes, it was the Canton 9. Exactly. 9. Not 5, 9. That's why it's funny. Like, what half these people don't even know what they're talking about. Like, what do you mean? Turtle Douche himself was saying that the shoe was missing like a month and a half ago, when there's been a map to where they found the shoe since last winter. Since like October, November, there's been a damn map. And he was still saying, where's the other shoe? Not that YouTube itself can cause a mistrial, but if the jurors are like watching it, you know what I mean? Like, and they're not supposed to be. Oh, poor Peg. I'm sorry, I got distracted by Peg's upset. And it makes me upset. Oh. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. Like, I really don't. It makes me wonder. It really does. Like, well, I mean, I'm not saying you shouldn't believe people. I don't want that either. I don't want people just never believe anyone. But you should also be looking yourself at the evidence. You should be looking critically and thinking critically, like, okay, this person said this, but I'm looking at all the evidence. This doesn't make sense. Like, you know what I mean? Yeah, the other shoe. Even though there's been a map to it for months. Like, months. Absolute months. So ridiculous. Yes, it can contaminate the jury pool. Yeah, don't. I'm going to tell you that. FYI, everybody in this chat will tell you, don't. You get sucked into a void that you can't get out of. You should have played the super chat.
Okay, you can go ahead, Mr. Lally.
Hey,
Yes,
Gary.
thank you, Your Honor. Sergeant Mechanic, those items, as far as the clothing items that you displayed for the jury just prior to the recess, those were the same clothing items that you recovered from the hospital room of the Good Samaritan on January 29th, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, you had mentioned earlier in your testimony that those items had been placed into one bag initially. What, if anything, happened with those items as far as their keeping or their bagging once you got back to the office or to your where the evidence room is?
Due to the condition of those items after they arrived at the office, the items were laid out on butcher's paper that we utilize for evidence viewing and allowed to dry naturally because they were soaking wet.
And as far as when they were done with that sort of drying process, how were they packaged from there?
They were packaged in the bags, sealed up, and stored for transport and processing.
And so those would be bags individual for each clothing item, is that correct?
Each item the way that it was packaged, the pants with the belt and the boxers, and then so on and so forth with the sweatshirt and sneakers.
And get to this a little bit more in a moment, but at some point there were pieces of plastic, red and clear plastic, that were recovered by you and other troopers from Fairview Road, is that correct?
That's correct.
At any point in time, were pieces of clear and red plastic that were recovered from 34 Fairview Road ever placed inside the same evidence bag as any piece of clothing that you recovered?
No, absolutely not.
Now, with reference to the hospital of Good Samaritan, in addition to yourself and Trooper Proctor, were there other members of the state police or other units of the state police that arrived at the hospital at some point?
Yes, sir. Lieutenant Mello came to the hospital to document the victim and the clothing. And he's assigned to the State Police Crime Scene Services section.
Now, as far as the Crime Scene Services section, or CSSS, what, if any, role do they have with relation to your investigation in this case, or your investigations in general as far as documentation is concerned?
Crime Scene Services section assists us in documenting scenes through video and photographs. They also assist in collecting latent prints, fingerprints. They assist in collecting impressions, like foot impressions in mud or soil, and those types of missions.
Now, there are a number of different troopers that are assigned to that particular unit. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And as far as over the course of this investigation, how many occasions approximately were there that a member of the Crime Scene Services section responded to memorialize or photograph different scenes or different areas throughout the course of your investigation in this case?
Just off the top of my head, there would be 4, 5, maybe 6 instances where a trooper or sergeant from Crime Scene Services responded to the scene to assist us in this investigation.
Now, at any point in time over the course of the investigation, when Crime Scene Services troopers responded to document anything, was it ever the same trooper more than once?
No, it was not.
And so with regard to January 29th, back at the Good Samaritan Hospital, there were Sergeant Mello arrived to document or photograph Mr. O'Keefe, correct?
That's correct.
And Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
Yes.
Mr. Lally, do you want me to give my instruction now or in a few minutes?
Just about 30 seconds.
Okay.
So Sergeant Mechanic just placed 3 photographs before you. Do you recognize what's depicted in those 3 photographs?
I do.
And what do you recognize those to be?
That is Mr. John O'Keefe.
And what's contained within those photographs, is that a fair and accurate portrayal of what you saw of Mr. O'Keefe's body at the Good Samaritan Hospital on January 29th?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, may I approach again?
Yes.
Your Honor, the Commonwealth seeks to introduce in the midst.
All right, so there's no objection, right? All right, so folks, the Commonwealth is introducing into evidence through this witness certain photographs that are not pleasant and may be considered graphic photos. Sometimes evidence is presented that creates an emotional reaction in jurors. For example, it's natural and understandable to feel sympathy and empathy when you hear about a person who was injured in some serious way or suffered in some way or who has passed away. But as jurors, you've taken an oath to follow the law, and I instruct you that you must separate any emotional reaction on your part from the informational value and weight of the evidence. You must not be influenced in any way by the nature of some of the testimony, and you must find the facts in this case based only on the evidence. You can't find facts or base your decision on sympathy, anger, passion, or prejudice or pity for or against either side in this case. Rather, your verdict must be based solely on the evidence and my instructions on the law. All right, with that, Mr. Lally, those photos will be in evidence.
Thank you. Your Honor, with the court's permission, may publish just briefly each of the 3 respective photographs.
Yes.
441.
Thank you.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 2866. And Sergeant, directing your attention to the screen, is that what's displayed on there now has been marked as Exhibit 441. Do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
And using the laser pointer on the desk before you, if you could draw the jury's attention to what, if anything, of significance you observe in this particular photograph of Mr. O'Keefe.
I observed the swelling of the eyelids, slight laceration of the nostril and the eyelid, the blood pooling on the bed, and that depiction of Mr. O'Keefe.
Ms. Gilman, could I have photograph 2857? Again, Sergeant, do you recognize what's up on the screen and is now marked as Exhibit 442?
I do.
And some of it.
Keeps looking at Alan Jackson, and Alan Jackson's not looking at him.
Using the laser pointer direct the jury's attention to what, if anything,
To
is
see the pictures, what the fuck?
I observed the lateral, parallel lacerations, abrasions and markings on the skin of Mr. O'Keefe, limited between that point there and that point there, as I described earlier in my testimony.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have 2859. Again, Sergeant, do you recognize what's up on the screen and is now been marked as Exhibit 443?
I do.
And this is, what do you see in this photograph?
It's the same abrasions to Mr. O'Keefe's right arm, just further up on the bicep, tricep, shoulder area.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Gilman, you can take that. Now, Sergeant, taking you back to January 29th, 2022, after you left the Good Samaritan Hospital, where is it that you went?
We went to 345 Country Hill Drive in Dayton.
And that was the residence of Ms. Reed's parents, is that correct?
That is correct.
Now, on your way from the Good Samaritan in Brockton to the residence in Dayton, what, if any, communication did either you or Trooper Proctor have with regard to the Dayton police?
I advised Trooper Proctor to contact Dayton Police Dispatch and advised them that we would be responding to the location, 345 Country Hill Drive, and seizing a vehicle. And we were requesting uniformed patrols to assist us in that mission.
And why was that request made of the local PD?
We were going into their jurisdiction. There was a blizzard going on. We were considerate of the circumstance and wanted to be courteous to the Reed residents and not just show up without any uniform presence. We have never met the Reed family. They have never met us. And with the clothing that we were wearing, it would be difficult for them to see that we were law enforcement.
And so as you arrive in that area of the residence in Dayton, where did you position yourselves and when did you arrive in relation to the marked unit from Dayton?
We called them while we were still on the highway and gave them an approximate time of arrival. GPS was not accurate due to the conditions at the time on the roadways. Once we arrived to Dayton, I positioned my vehicle at the top of Country Hill Drive, awaiting a marked uniformed officer from Dayton to meet us there.
And if you know, about how long approximately did it take you to get from Brockton to Dayton on that particular day?
From Brockton to Dayton, it took us about 45 minutes to an hour to travel that distance.
And if you know, about what time was it that you arrived at the residence in Dayton?
We arrived approximately on the street at 2:30 or so in the afternoon, and we waited for a significant amount of time for the uniform patrol to arrive.
And when the uniform patrol arrived, at some point, did you learn the name of at least one of those officers that arrived at the residence with you?
At the time, I did, yes.
And was that an Officer Barrows?
Yes, it was.
And so when Officer Barrows arrived, where did you then proceed with Officer Barrows upon his way?
Well, the road was only plowed the width of one vehicle. So even though he and his partner were in a F-150 or 250 marked police cruiser, we could only travel in single line. We traveled up to the cul-de-sac, turned around and positioned our vehicles facing back out to the way that we entered the roadway or that street. We parked on the roadway since the driveway was not plowed, and we waded through the snow to the front door of the residence.
When you say the driveway was not plowed or you waded through the snow, can you describe to the jury sort of the condition of the driveway as you made your way from the street to the house?
With the blowing winds and the drifting snow, there were locations along our walk to the property with snow varying from knee-high to up to my waist. For reference, I'm 6'1", so it was quite deep in some locations.
And as you made your way to the home, what, if anything, did you observe in the driveway?
As we walked up to the driveway in front of the garage, we observed a large Lexus black in color SUV bearing Massachusetts registration 3GC684.
And subsequently, did you come to find out whose vehicle that was?
Yes, once we queried the plate, we learned that the vehicle was registered to the defendant.
And as you're going by this vehicle, what, if any, observations did you make of the vehicle as you were walking past it toward the home?
I observed a damaged rear right taillight fixture on the vehicle. From my vantage point, I also told Trooper Proctor to approach the vehicle closer and confirm what I was seeing, which he did.
And as far as that damage to the right passenger taillight area, can you describe sort of what it was that you saw during that initial phase?
Absolutely. During the initial phase, I observed snow compacted and caked onto portions of the taillight casing. There were pieces missing, and I knew that because the left side taillight was intact.
And as you made your way past the vehicle to the home, at some point, are you greeted or do you meet someone in the area of the home?
Yes, once we walked up to the front door, I rang the doorbell and Mr. Reed opened the front door with the storm door, glass storm door, unable to open due to the level of snow on the ground and on the front steps.
And so where were you directed to enter the home from?
Mr. Reed directed us to the garage door, at which point it opened up and Trooper Proctor and I entered the garage. We were once again greeted by Mr. Reed and invited into the home.
And Officer Barrows, where did he remain when you and Trooper Proctor went in the home?
He remained outside with the vehicle. During our time in the home, Officer Barrows came in and asked what the plan was and offered to have DPW plow out the driveway because the tow truck was not able to maneuver into the driveway in order to retrieve that vehicle.
Now, as far as during any time that you were on scene or at this residence in Dayton, did you yourself or did you observe Trooper Proctor touch that vehicle at any point in any way while you were there?
No.
And did you observe Officer Barrows or any other personnel beyond the tow truck driver touch the vehicle in any way?
No.
And as far as the tow truck driver was concerned, did you observe that individual touch anywhere in the rear passenger side area of that vehicle at any time that you were there?
No.
When you proceed inside the home and when you get inside the home, where did you go and who, if anyone, did you speak to?
We were directed by Mr. Reed to the living room where the defendant was seated on the couch. She had her laptop on her lap and her phone resting on the right armrest of the couch.
Now, in addition to the defendant and her father, who, if anyone else, was present when you talked to Ms. Reed?
The defendant's mother, Mrs. Reed, was also present in the home.
And the defendant's mother and the defendant's father, were they present throughout the course of your interview or your discussion with Ms. Reed?
Yes, they were.
And at any point in time, did you ask them to leave or anything like that?
I did not know.
Now, with respect to, can you describe sort of the demeanor or the tone of the conversation that you had with Ms. Reed that afternoon?
It was polite, courteous. She had just went through a traumatic event, so we were, considerate of her losing her boyfriend. and we had a normal tone conversation. We were in the information gathering, fact-finding portion of the investigation. We simply wanted to collect her recollection of events that she remembered.
And so throughout the course of this interview, how are you standing, are you seated, or how are you positioned in relation to Ms. Reed, and how is she positioned in relation to you?
She was sitting on the couch. We were standing across the room. I don't recall if there was a coffee table, but if there was a coffee table, we would be standing on the opposite side of that coffee table if there was one present. I do not remember if there was one present, but that's the distance approximately from me to the defense table.
And if you could describe to the jury sort of how did that interview or how did that conversation begin? What was said?
First things first, we introduce ourselves, advise the individual we're speaking with who we are, where we work, and what we're looking to find out. The defendant was advised that we're looking to get a recollection of the events, what happened, what she observed, what she remembers from the night before, and to walk us through the last 24 hours or so of activity.
And
do I need to give an instructions to Ellie? I'm not sure exactly. Why don't I see counsel at sidebar for a minute?
They said sidebar. Sidebar, everybody.
I think we got a super chat. I think we got a super chat.
Thank you for asking, LA. My Cash App and my Venmo scrolls at the bottom of the screen for anybody who would like to donate to the channel. That's how we keep my small channel alive and how we're allowed to cover the trial every day and tell the truth. You know, there are costs associated with it. So, but I do have a PayPal. It's my business PayPal account that I really don't use anymore. But the turtle douches fucked up my regular one. So I'm trying to fix that with PayPal. And so in the meantime, it's just that. So I think you'd have to check off that you're buying like a digital product. I think that I've never sent a PayPal to a business PayPal before. I've had them sent to me, but it charges like $1 and something fee or something like that because it's a business PayPal. So, yeah, so that's how I'll let you guys know when I fix the other one. That's what you get when you tell the truth. You got to deal with a lot of bullshit, you know, like, I don't know if it is friends and family, if you can do friends and family, because it's my business, one from I drill and I set pearls into jewelry, and my drill is broken right now. So I haven't done it in a long time because my drill's been broken. I need a new piece to it that I can't seem to find, for the pedal, but I don't know if it has a friends and family option because it's a business PayPal. I don't know. Yeah, I've never sent one that way, so I'm not sure. When you look at it, you'll see it'll say my business's name and stuff, which I'm not going to say out loud because then the trolls go to it. Like, so.
You did.
All right, so I interrupted you, Sergeant, and I'm going to instruct you jurors, okay? We're about to hear testimony about statements allegedly made by the defendant, Karen Reed, allegedly concerning the crimes that are charged in this case. Before you may even consider any such statement as evidence, the Commonwealth must prove to you beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant made the statement that she's alleged to have made, and that she made it voluntarily, freely, and rationally. In determining whether any statement made by the defendant was voluntary or not, you may consider all the surrounding circumstances. These include when and where the statement was made, the nature of any conversations with the police or questioning by the police, and the defendant's physical and mental condition, including her intelligence, age, education, experience, and personality. Your decision does not turn upon any one factor. You must consider the totality of the surrounding circumstances. I'll instruct you about this again at the end of the case, but for purposes of, as you hear the testimony, that's the lens that you have to sort of hear it through. All right, with that, Mr. Lally?
Thank you, Your Honor. Now, Sergeant Mechanic, when you began to speak to the defendant, prior to any sort of substantive conversation, what, if any, conversation did you have with her about the conversation you were going to have?
I just asked her to recount any events and the history between the actions that were taking place.
Thanks, LA. I appreciate
How
you.
did she initially respond to that?
She stated that she's willing to answer our questions. She just doesn't want to go into too much detail about what transpired. And given the circumstances that she had just lived through, I understood and gave her that courtesy.
And as far as that interview or that conversation went, can you describe that conversation or the contents of that conversation to the jury?
Absolutely. The conversation was normal tone of voice like I am speaking to you right now. Ms. Reed responded in the same tone of voice, answered questions. The content of the conversation began with her saying that, as I stated, she doesn't want to go into too much detail, but she was willing to answer our questions. We asked what she had for plans, what she had for as far as activity the night before, leading up to Mr. O'Keefe being discovered. She stated that she was in a relationship with Mr. O'Keefe that morning, meaning the 28th of January. She got into a fight with Mr. O'Keefe over what the niece and nephew were being fed for breakfast, or what they had for breakfast. She went on to say that she met Mr. O'Keefe at CF McCarthy's approximately 9 p.m. the night of the 28th of January, 2022. She stated that the gentlemen were drinking, consuming beers, Bud Lights, and she was drinking vodka soda. Prior to moving on to the bar at Waterfall, the defendant was asked where she parked her vehicle. She told me that she parked her vehicle on Washington Street across the street from CF McCarthy's facing northbound. So the vehicle was on the side of Waterfall Bar and Grill. We went on through the conversation, the interview, to the Waterfall restaurant, at which point she was asked if she left CF McCarthy's with a beverage or a container from that establishment, to which point she stated that she did not. She also confirmed that Mr. O'Keefe did not have any injuries on him when she interacted with him at CF McCarthy's or the Waterfall. He did not get into any verbal or physical altercations with anyone to have sustained those injuries. She stated that once at the Waterfall, they stayed for approximately an hour, hanging out with acquaintances. And then they left the Waterfall. She drove them to, after they were invited to a residence, she drove them to a location in Canton, where she dropped Mr. O'Keefe off. She was asked if she saw Mr. O'Keefe walk into the home at 34 Fairview, and she stated she did not. She stated that she made a 3-point turn after dropping him off and left. She was asked whether or not Mr. O'Keefe, excuse me, let me back up. She was asked if she knew, how she found out about the damage to her vehicle, to which she stated, quote, "I don't know, it happened last night," end quote.
Now, at some point, Earlier in the interview, what, if any, indication did she give as to who Mr. O'Keefe was with when she arrived to CH McCarthy's and sort of how long he had been with those respective people?
She indicated that Mr. O'Keefe was with Mr. Camarano, Kurt Roberts, at which point she was asked to provide contact information, meaning phone numbers for those individuals, at which time she picked up the phone on the right armrest of the couch, manipulated the device, entering a passcode, and provided that phone number to Trooper Proctor and I.
And at any point in time in the conversation or interview you had with her, what, if anything, did the defendant say in regard to why she had not gone into the residence at Fairview Road herself?
The defendant stated that she was having stomach issues and did not want to enter the residence.
Now, what, if anything, did she tell you about the later on that morning of the 29th?
She stated that when she woke up, she began looking for Mr. O'Keefe. And when she found him in the snow, she began CPR on Mr. O'Keefe.
And what, if anything, did she say to you about any observations she made of Mr. O'Keefe later on that morning as far as any injuries to Mr. O'Keefe?
The defendant stated that while she was performing CPR, Mr. O'Keefe had sustained injuries and was bleeding from the nose and the mouth.
And if you recall, what, if anything, did she say about Mr. O'Keefe's eyes at that time?
The defendant stated that Mr. O'Keefe's eyes were swollen.
Is that both eyes? Is that correct?
That's correct.
Now, as the interview progressed, at some point, did you ask questions seeking further details?
Yes, I did.
And details about what specifically were you asking?
Once we got to the point in time where the defendant told me she did a 3-point turn, I asked her to walk through step by step of her operating the vehicle and exactly what she did. Prior to that, I asked her, so she was asked to give a step-by-step recollection of how she, what she did in manipulating the vehicle and leaving the scene.
And at that point, was the interview terminated?
Yes, it was.
Now, once the interview concluded or was terminated, what, if anything, did you do with reference to Ms. Reed's phone and the defendant's vehicle?
Once the interview was terminated, I advised Ms. Reed that her phone was going to be seized as evidence and her vehicle was going to be seized as evidence as well.
And did you subsequently seize both of those items, sir?
Yes, we did.
And similar to the clothing of Mr. O'Keefe, as far as evidence was concerned, was that packaged and taped and transported back to the office in a similar fashion?
The vehicle was transported via tow truck that was dispatched by Dighton PD on our request.
And so when you get back outside of the residence after the conclusion of your interview with the defendant, what, if anything, did you observe going on with regard to the driveway and or any other vehicles that weren't there when you went into the house?
During our interview, I glanced out the window and I saw flashing amber lights and a tow truck plowing the driveway. So the driveway was plowed and the tow truck was, plow truck was plowing the driveway, not the tow truck. And the tow truck was loading the vehicle onto the flatbed.
And from at any point in time when you were outside of the residence?
This is the innovative McCormick Snap Tight Bottle. A bottle redesigned to seal in vibrant, long-lasting, fresh flavor. McCormick Snap Tight Bottles. Keeps flavor fresh and dinner delicious.
And what do you recognize that to be?
I recognize it to be Dighton videos as it relates to the location where the interview and the vehicle was seized from.
And what's contained on that, as far as the video is concerned, is that a fair and accurate portrayal of what you observed as far as the defendant's vehicle being loaded onto a tow truck?
Yes, it is.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, continue on.
Yes.
I'll look to see if you introduce the minutes of that exhibit.
No objection.
And Your Honor, with the court's permission, if I could publish those 2 short clips for the jury?
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, if you could click on it and then pause when it begins. You could press on my.
Still, you need to keep your voice up.
Yes. You want to pause right there, please? Now, the Sergeant Mechanic, from this particular point of the video, do you recognize the vehicle that has just pulled into the driveway?
Yes, I do.
Is that the same driveway that you had walked up from the street to the house in Dighton on that morning?
Yes, it is.
As far as the vehicle is concerned, what do you recognize that vehicle to be?
That would be the Lexus SUV owned by the defendant, Bear, Massachusetts registration 3 GC 684.
I'm going to take a press right in there. This woman, if you could pause right there. 2 individuals just exited that vehicle, is that correct, Sergeant?
That's correct.
Do you recognize who those individuals are as far as who they are, from what part of the vehicle they exited from?
Yes, the passenger side exit was the defendant, and then the driver's side vehicle was Mr. Reed.
That'd be the father, is that correct?
That's correct.
Ms. Gilman, if you could play this again. Now, Sergeant, towards the end of that video, did you observe the defendant and her father in any specific area in relation to that vehicle?
Yes, I observed the defendant and her father at the rear right taillight, gesturing or signaling towards the affected, damaged, and missing parts of the taillight.
Objection.
I'll allow just the direction that they were signaling out.
Move to strike the remainder.
Okay?
As far as that vehicle's position within the driveway, is that essentially the position that you observed it in when you and Trooper Proctor and Officer Barrows were walking up the driveway to the home?
Yes, it was.
And Ms. Gilman, if I got a second of those 2 videos. If you could pause it there, please. Again, Sergeant Mechanic, if you could describe to the jury what you observed of significance within this particular video.
This video captures the vehicle being moved into position to be loaded up onto the flatbed for transport from the scene.
Gentlemen, if you could play for me.
I'm sorry.
I just asked her to pause right
Yeah,
there.
you really have to keep your voice up.
Yes. Sergeant Mechanic, from this still image from this video, what, if anything, of significance do you observe in relation to the vehicle at this time that is being loaded onto the tow?
The rear taillight is illuminated. You could see a white light coming from that taillight.
If you could, using that laser pointer you have before you, just direct the jury's attention to the specific area you're talking about.
Right there.
Okay. Ms. Gilman, if you could play this through the. Gentlemen, you can take that down. Now, Sergeant Mechanic, as far as when you left the residence in Dayton, where is it that you went?
Can we turn the lights on, Mr. Lally?
Yes, my apologies.
Once we left the residence in Dayton, we proceeded following the tow truck back to the Canton Police Department.
And was there anywhere else that either you or the tow truck went between Dayton and the Canton Police Department?
No, sir.
And when you say we, it's yourself and Trooper Proctor, is that correct?
That's correct.
Now, once you arrived at the Canton Police Department, where did the vehicle go?
The vehicle was unloaded and put into a heated sally port located at the Canton Police Department.
And in reference to the Canton Police Department and putting it in the sally port, why was it that it was taken to that location?
It's a location that serves as a storage for a vehicle that would suffice for the size of the vehicle. The location is, as it related to the crime that took place was investigated, was in that town. So we utilized their facility. It was also a heated facility to help melt the snow that had been accumulating on the vehicle.
And at some point, well, as far as some point subsequent to this, did you learn that there are exterior cameras of the Canton Police Department as well as cameras within the Sally Port garage area?
Yes, I did.
And have you reviewed each of those respective cameras prior to your testimony here today?
Yes, I have.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
What I'm showing you with this, just have to look at that, look up when you finish. You recognize that, sir?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize that to be?
The Canton Police Department driveway video.
And what's contained on that is that fair and accurate portrayal of yourself and the tow truck pulling into the Canton Police Department driveway on that afternoon or early evening of January 29th.
Yes, it is.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Almost seek to introduce the minutes of that exhibit.
They have just a moment, Council.
Okay.
Mike. Thank you for that, Your Honor. No objection.
Okay.
And Your Honor, with the court's permission, we publish that video to your readers.
Okay.
And just for reference points, in regard to this view of this camera, Sergeant, you're familiar with the Canton Police Station?
Yes, I am.
And so where is this camera view in relation to the Canton Police Department and the Sally Port garage where the vehicle eventually goes?
This camera is capturing the driveway entrance to the Canton Police Department. As viewed from Washington Street, that driveway there is on the left side of the structure. The camera itself is pointing towards the entrance of the driveway to the Canton Police Department. As you can see, the brake light illuminated in the shot. That is a Canton Police cruiser sitting at the edge of the driveway right by Washington Street.
So for orientation purposes, as far as the tow truck and your vehicle, is that coming from the top of the screen to the bottom and the bottom to the top?
It's coming from the top left to the bottom right of the screen towards the rear of the building where the Sally Port is located.
Thank you, Ms. Gilman, if you could. there, Ms. Gilman. As far as what's depicted in this still shot of this video, Sergeant, what if anything do you observe?
That is the tow truck transporting the defendant's vehicle, arriving at Canton PD. My vehicle with Trooper Proctor inside, me operating, are following closely behind, as we did the entire way from Dayton all the way to Canton.
Ms. Gilman, if you could play that to the end. Thank you. Now, as far as the interior of the Sallyport garage,
Put the lights, thank you.
as far as the interior Sallyport of the garage, you mentioned that that is a heated area, is that correct?
That's correct.
And as far as the heat within that, do you know how that is produced or how hot it gets in there as far as the time that you spent within there?
I do not know, but it was a standard garage heating system that blows hot air. As far as temperature, when the doors were open, that day it was freezing cold. It was, I believe, like 18 degrees with, winds blowing. So inside the garage inside the Sallyport with the doors open, it was quite cold. Once the doors shut, the temperature rose above freezing and the snow began to melt off of the vehicle.
And from the arrival of that vehicle into the Sallyport garage area, are you aware or have you reviewed video in reference to that?
Yes, I did.
And Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Showing you another disc, sir. Just ask you to review that one after we finish. And do you recognize that, sir?
Yes, I do.
Does that contain the video that you were just testifying about as far as the arrival of the vehicle at the Canton Police Department Sallyport garage?
Yes, it is.
Thank you. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
How about the seat to introduce in the minutes of that exhibit? No objection, Your Honor. Now, Sergeant, before we get to that video, if I could just ask, if you know, approximately what time was it that you left Dayton following that tow truck back to the Canton Police Department?
We left Dayton approximately 4:15, 4:20, and we followed the vehicle back to Canton, arriving probably around 5:30 or so p.m.
Thank you, sir. And Your Honor, with the court's permission, if we could publish that video for the jury.
Okay.
Ms. Gilman, if you could just pause there for a moment. Sergeant, direct your attention up to the video on the screen just for orientation purposes again. First of all, do you recognize what's depicted in this video?
Yes, I do.
What do you recognize it to be?
That is the Sallyport two-bay garage at Canton Police Department with the antique Canton Cruiser on the bottom of the screen and the open spot for a vehicle in the middle of the screen with the four-wheel drive all-terrain vehicle at the top.
Now, as far as, again, for orientation purposes, the driveway that the jury just witnessed in the prior exhibit, Is that to the left of the screen, the right of the screen, or something else?
The driveway is to the right of the screen.
And this vehicle, the defendant's vehicle is sort of taken into the garage from the opposite side or from the left of the screen, is that correct?
Correct.
Ms. Gilman, if you could, wait.
Your Honor, may we approach briefly? Okay, could you pause that, Ms. Gilman?
Oh, I'm sorry. Are they getting a sidebar because they're getting quite upset that the video is being shown, the one that they tried to cry that
I think we got a super chat. I think we got a super chat.
I just have to play it. Again, we're going to change it to, I think we have a sidebar chat. I'm going to have somebody change it for me. I just have to. I'm sorry. Yes, there is video of the garage. There always was. They're hooting and hollering about, like, when it's not, like, after the car's in, it's not activated anymore. And, like, the motion doesn't activate it for, like, however long the car is inside. So they're like, you know, oh, well, it's missing. Same thing as they tried with the Canton Library, except she never drove past the Canton Library that way. And it's motion activated, hence why there was no video. Like, it's literally like the same thing here. There was never any missing video. Like, never. There was just never. Like, I know. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to give you glare flashbacks. It's the free hair and read dolts. I apologize. I severely apologize.
Take a short afternoon break on our long days at about a half an hour, but I think the better use of our time is to give you a 10-minute break now. And then we'll go straight through till 4 o'clock. But if anybody needs a break, please.
All rise for the court, please.
Jim.
Your Honor, may the witness leave the stand just for a moment?
Sure. Yeah, we'll see you back here in about 10 minutes, Sergeant.
Like, what the fuck, dude?
You are unmuted.
Okay, so you want us to watch this now?
If you please the court, yes.
What the hell? Like, why is a murder defendant laughing and smiling? I just want to know. It's still on national TV. Like, come on. Why are we watching this now? It doesn't help. She looks like a smug asshole. I don't know what she's so smug about. There's a ton of evidence against her. It's not going to help her. Okay, they bring the fucking car. Like, what's the problem? Yep.
May I get just a little closer?
Sure. Can we turn out the lights, please, Dave? Thank you.
Oh, he's slipping, poor guy. What's the problem? There was a hair on the car. But again, it stuck to it probably just like our hair sticks to, the shower. This was handed over. It can't be in trial without being handed over. Of course it was handed over. It was handed over the entire time. There was hair on the car itself. These shoe thieves. I can't. They clean up the snow around the car. Okay. What's the big deal? People are walking around as they cut through the Sally port. Okay, and what are we? No one took his shoes. That's a joke. It's a joke. Because people kept saying a shoe was missing, and a shoe was never missing. They found it in the snow, which is indicative of being hit by a car as losing a shoe. Now they're looking at the taillight and the housing. Okay. So that's what cops do. They're investigating it. They're looking at it. They're cleaning up the fucking snow. Pushing the snow from the bottom of the Sally port out. I'm not seeing what the issue is here. They do. The shoe thing was just a joke. I think the defense is going to be like, oh, all these people behind the car. What were they doing behind the car? Looking at the fucking taillight, investigating the fact that she's got a cracked taillight and there's a dead person on a lawn. That's fucking what? Dumbasses. Like. Oh, come on. They're just cops. They're all cops. State troopers and CPD officers. They're all cops. No. So they work hand in hand with the state police, and they use their Sally port. They still have jurisdiction in their town. So where the state police take over a homicide investigation, they still work with the city or town they're in for investigative purposes. Like they still go to that police station for investigative purposes. They still talk to those officers. Like, why shouldn't they be there? State police are there too. Yeah, you're not going to see the taillight from this angle. They absolutely can be there. It's their garage. It's their jurisdiction. The state police took over, but they still work hand in hand with the police. They just do most of all the investigating. If they need resources and stuff, they work with the Canton PD to get those resources or information that the Canton PD might have that they don't about their little town and certain things that they need to know. They weren't kicked off the case. I think that's something that people don't seem to realize. They weren't like, oh, we're accusing and we have nothing ever to do with this ever again. That's not the way it works. No, they weren't conflicted off. So that's the thing. They weren't conflicted off. That's not why they handed it over. They handed it over because state police take jurisdiction over homicides in Massachusetts. That's how it works. They weren't conflicted off. They have an Albert on the force. So even the look of a conflict, they knew they couldn't have him anywhere on the case or near the case, which they did not. But they weren't conflicted off the case. The jurisdiction was, even the judge said this in pretrial, the jurisdiction goes.
Is that the end of it, Ms. Gillally?
Anyway, they're given jurisdiction over any homicide.
Is that the end of it, Ms. Gilman? Okay.
They don't investigate
All right,
murder.
lights on, please, Dave. Thank you.
I don't know what they're trying to.
All right, so I have a copy of the printed docket on 424. Paper number 347 was the Commonwealth's Notice of Discovery XL. I just asked Mr. McDermott to print it for me. Our printer up here doesn't work.
The point is there's video.
All right, so that was
Nobody
before we
smashed the taillight.
impaneled. That was the day, I believe, of the long motion in limine trial. All right, so we'll take a 5-minute break, okay?
Thank you, Your Honor.
Exactly. Well, that's the thing is they, at the beginning of all this, some of you might not know, but at the beginning of all this, Turtle Boy was telling people that the theory here was like Proctor went to the garage, smashed the taillight, brought the taillight back to the scene to find more pieces, except taillight was found before the car was ever brought to the fucking garage and before they ever got to the car. So that's false. You know what I mean? Like, it's not a fucking thing. Like, they didn't take shards and plant them anywhere. Like, it's not the, what do you mean it's the day after? This is the same day. This is the same day. This is just later on in the day where it's already gotten dark. Remember, it's winter time, so it gets dark early. This is that's them bringing the car to the teleport the same day. No, this is not a violation of any sort. They did everything they were supposed to do in this case, in this scenario. They brought it to a garage, to that sally port. They put crime scene tape around it like they were supposed to. They did everything they were supposed to do. They were accompanied by state police officers. They weren't by themselves. So this was all brought up pre-trial. The judge heard all of this pre-trial. This is always allowed in. This is not a Brady violation. Not by a long shot. I don't see how I mean, again, if you're somebody who's looking for a conspiracy, though, you're gonna find it no matter where it is. Like, you're gonna make anything be a conspiracy. Like, yep. It's been in for quite some time, for a very long time. Like, it might, to be fair, anything these people see is going to feed their conspiracy. But what you don't see in that video is anybody smashing taillights, do you? Nope, you sure fucking don't. Like, so, I mean, what conspiracy are you going to say happened here? They put the car in the garage. They put tape around it. They did what they needed to do. So where's the conspiracy? What was shady about the car being put in the garage the way it was supposed to be? Yeah, it's the same day. No, it does not work for the defense. Not by a long shot, especially since the defense is the one that put out that timeline, that theory. But yeah, no, they have no grounds to object to anything because it was already entered into evidence way back. This is before the motions in limine. Like last minute pre-trial was the motions in limine right before trial. And those were all the last minute motions that were filed. Well, I don't know what they're objecting for. They don't see what the thing is the judges allowed them to just object without saying what they're objecting for. It's Brady, not Brody. Brady violation would be like a evidence violation, which it isn't because it was always in evidence. They put the theory out into the world when they were feeding it all to Turtle Boy to feed to the world, and then also in pretrial motions. So they put their whole theory out in these pretrial motions. Dumbasses, and their timeline doesn't work. Yeah, they're not telling us the grounds for what they're objecting to. That's why, because the judge is allowing them to just object without grounds. Maybe she's just assuming she knows the grounds. I've only seen her clarify the grounds like 2 or 3 times through this whole fucking trial. Today was one of them. But, I mean, a Brady violation would be like something that wouldn't have been entered into evidence and didn't go through objections, and like you wouldn't done it for motion eliminate, and like you bypassed all that, knew you had it and just tried to bring it in now. That's not what's happening. They've had this the entire time, and the defense has seen it, so it's not a fucking, it's not a surprise to them. Like, it's okay. The Bodie defense, the Bowden defense, is a defense that is used to basically pick apart the investigation itself, which is probably what they're going to use when the defense starts their case, because they're not going to be able to use third-party culprit. They have not made a third-party culprit, so I highly doubt the defense, the judge will allow them to use a third-party culprit defense, which means the only thing they have left after that is to pick apart the investigation and use a Bowden defense. That's it. But no, the defense has seen all of this, y'all. Like, that's my point. Like, there was never a missing video. Nobody smashed a taillight. Like, that's why I've been laughing for months when these people say stupid shit like this. Like, oh, the taillight fairy came and sprinkled the taillight. After they got into the Sally Port, they had a whole hour and 30 minutes with the car alone. Nope, they sure didn't. CERT team already found pieces. And that's another thing. People are like, they didn't find taillight till the next day, or they didn't find taillight till 2 days later. Again, false. CERT team found taillight that same day. Same day they found pieces of taillight, like little ones and bigger ones. They had to dig. And then obviously the snow, with how much snow we got, it takes a long time, especially in New England when it's cold weather in the winter. Here in Mass, it takes a long time sometimes for that snow to melt. So over time, the snow melted, and whatever they overturned and didn't find that day with shovels was found in other places, like in the front of the yard, and they collected them as they saw them. So my problem is with these people that keep repeating these lies, like, oh, well, the taillight was on top of the snow. We were told that. Turtle Boy told us that. That is what was fed to him. How could the taillight be on top of the snow? They clearly planted it. Taillight was never on top of the snow. They had to dig for it. There was shovel marks. They had shovels. There's pictures and video. So that was a lie, right? Like, all the lies that people have been fed all along. Some of these people are just ignoring the fact that some of these lies have already been dispelled. I don't know how you still believe in this conspiracy when multiple of your lies, like multiple of them, have been proven lies. The basement was not done over after John died because he died in the basement. His phone never leaves the yard except for a 3-second period where the GPS sort of hovers over the house and goes back to the yard. 3 seconds. He wasn't beat up, went down to the basement, beat up, bit, and all that in 3 seconds. It's not even possible. Like, you know what I mean? Yes, they were on scene during that video finding it. Sorry, I was taking a drink of my soda. I don't think so. I don't think that's why. I think they keep up that appearance because they've been like that every week. Every week I've watched this trial, they've been like that. There's nothing different this week for me that's been different about them doing it. That's been different any other day for me. Like, I've seen them do it almost every fucking day of this trial. Yeah. Irish coffee on the floor, no smoking allowed. Time to get a vape like me. And they were on scene finding it at that very minute. Like, I'm just going to repeat this once again, because someone else just said on Twitter, not even an hour ago, that Brian Albert didn't go to the funeral. Brian Albert and Nicole Albert did go to John's funeral. That is a lie. It is false. You were fed bullshit. They absolutely 1,000,000% attended the friggin' funeral. I don't know. Again, you got the information from a turtle. Like, think about where you're getting the goddamn the same person who said taillight was on the top of the snow. The same person, the very same person that cried about the basement, and then after he realized he was wrong about the basement, never addressed it again. Right? We're talking about the same person who was talking about a missing fucking shoe and belt that was never fucking missing. And he would have known that shoe wasn't missing months and months and months prior had he read the goddamn documents, because there's a friggin' map to where they found the friggin' shoe. A turtle fucker. Okay, we can do that too. A turtle fucker. Like, they're going to be soon. I know that, but I do know of a bunch of other people that are to testify before that happens. An exact match. Wow. You did say that out loud. I'll say it for you, turtle fucker. I love your face, Tracy. I love your face. I love your face. Let me see. I gotta look up. Where do we go on Twitter? Is that where it is? Is that where it is? Yeah. All right, while I look for this real quick, if you're just popping in, because I saw my numbers sort of float up a little. If you want to support the channel and myself, this is how we get the truth out. This is how we dispel rumors. This is how we give people context of the case that they're not being given in other places. This is how we don't twist people's words and we give what's actually going on, all while making sure that we can have civil conversations with people in my chat and not attacking each other no matter what you believe. So if that sounds like a randy dandy awesome idea to you, and you have a few bucks to spare, then you can donate to my Cash App or my Venmo or my PayPal. If you need the PayPal, we can put it in the chat. Just let me know. It's more than appreciated because this shit is not free. It takes a lot of time, effort, work, and it's mentally and emotionally exhausting. And I mean, I know me, Kevin, there's not a lot of us out there, but I will say that Julie from Court TV, shout out to Julie from Court TV. Thank you, Julie from Court TV. Just followed me on Twitter because I wrote on her thing from about an hour ago where she was dispelling the conspiracy. And I said, Julie, there's not many of us out here, but we're going to keep telling the truth no matter how detrimental, because it's for us, the people who are telling the truth, it comes at a cost. It comes at a cost of harassment. It comes at a cost of losing viewers. It comes at a cost of losing money. It comes at all of that cost. Like, we are not gaining anything out of this. Where if anything, we've lost so much more. But what I won't do, and I've said this over and over, is lie. If there's evidence that shows otherwise, then that is what I'm going to present. And I'm always going to dispel rumors, especially if I know something to be utterly false, like Brian Albert not going to the funeral. He went to the funeral. Nicole Albert also went to the funeral. So that's just a bold-faced lie. Like, I can't. I need like a comedic. We're going to give a comedic effect. And a comedic effect. Sidebar.
I think we got a super chat. I think we got a super chat.
Yep, I'm changing that. We're going to try to have someone change it to, I think we have a sidebar chat. Because obviously it's not for super chats right now. Integrity. I don't know about bravery, because I feel like everyone should just be telling the truth. That's like, what people should fucking do in life. But I also understand that there are people who are afraid. They're afraid to be harassed and bullied, and they're afraid to be slandered and defamed and have rumors and lies told about them. Been there, done that already, and it's not deterring me. So, but there are a lot of people that are afraid of that, and I can't blame them, dude. Like, they have lives, they have children, they have, jobs and places. They don't need these people going into their lives and harassing them because they're telling the truth. It's disgusting. It's utterly disgusting. The amount of stuff that these poor witnesses have had to go through. And the children in this case, the fucking children, like, it's just utterly gross, dude. It's disgusting. It's gross. Like, there's no reason for it. Like, you can believe one thing or another without calling innocent people who have committed no crime and have zero evidence that they committed any sort of anything even malicious in any way. Like, no, like, you don't harass them because you believe something different because a turtle idiot told you something different. Like, maybe don't listen to the guy that cheats on his wife and, like, commits SA and then lies through his teeth about it, because by the point you get to his trial and you see all of the evidence he has been lying about this entire time, he's going to look like an idiot. You're going to feel like an idiot, and you're going to owe a lot of people apologies, including Lindsay Gattani, one of my very good friends, who people say vile things about because he said so, because his Haley account said so. Like, yeah, bro, we know it's connected to you. Nobody's an idiot. Like, the only person with that much hate and vitriol to go after the same people that you happen to not like would be you or your girlfriend or your little fake reporter. Like, that's literally it. Like, we know it's connected to you. It's that simple. And FYI, you're not going to be able to hide behind it forever, bro. Just so you know, like, he seems to forget that he's, like, under investigation by multiple authorities for multiple things. Like, yeah, harassed children. Yep, they did. They sure fucking did. Like, they sure fucking did. They went by these people's houses in a rolling rally with children inside screaming that they were murderers to their neighbors and with all these people following behind. Yep, they sure did. There were children in those houses. There are children that have to live through this. Colin Albert was 17 at the time. Imagine being accused of being a fucking murderer and having to leave college and football. It's gross. It's despicable. It's shameful. And I'm not going to stop no matter how much they try to harass me.
Sergeant's almost falling in the video.
All right, so keep your voice up.
God.
Sergeant Mechanic, with reference to any individuals you see in this video, do you recognize any of those individuals?
I can recognize Trooper Proctor myself. Other than that, I don't remember exactly who else was present at this moment in time.
If you could start using the laser pointer before you, just direct your attention to where you observe yourself and where you observe Proctor.
That's Trooper Proctor and myself. Yeah.
At any point in time when you were present with this vehicle in the Sally Port garage this evening of January 29, 2022, did either yourself or did you observe Proctor touch or manipulate in any way the right rear passenger side area of that vehicle?
No, we did not.
Ms. Gilman, if you could play from here.
Oh yeah, definitely criminal. Giant fucking criminal and a shitty human being. It is a dummy, yes. That's right. Me and her started streaming this together, and I'm going to finish it. The trial, I mean. I covered the trial before that, but we were going to stream the trial together, and so I'm going to finish it in memory of Heels. We miss her dearly. Oh, shit. Yeah, that overlay. That's okay. I spell shit wrong all the time when I'm typing fast or autocorrect or, you know what I mean? Puts a different word. It's the internet. People shouldn't be grammar police on the fucking internet, dude. Like, I'm not writing I'm not passing it into my law class professor.
Sergeant Mechanic, from what you're observing in this video, what you've seen or what you recall from this, What is it that you and Chief Proctor and some of the other officers are doing now?
Just followed you back, Summer.
We're establishing a perimeter around the vehicle with yellow tape in order to prevent or alert and advise anyone in the area to stay away from the vehicle.
Going to get this play to the end, please.
She was another streamer that I streamed with, and she passed away. Actually, an accident happened when I was streaming with her on day, I think it was 5 of
You can take that down, Mr. Officer. We can have the lights back on.
but she was a wonderful lady.
Now, Sergeant Mechanic, are you aware of a warrant that was executed on that vehicle on February 1st of 2022?
I am aware.
And you yourself were not present for that? Is that correct?
I was not present for the execution, no, sir.
Trooper Proctor was, as far as you're aware, is that correct?
That's correct.
Now, the next time that you were within the Canton Police Department Sallyport garage with the vehicle was on February 2nd, is that correct?
That's correct.
And on that day, where did the vehicle go from the police station?
From the Canton Police Station, I escorted the vehicle to the Milton Barracks for safekeeping.
And why was it taken from the Canton Police Station?
Oh, of course.
January 29th and February 2nd.
The Canton Police Department had recused themselves from interviews and in that portion of the investigation.
See?
And now that the vehicle had been processed, we needed to free up the Canton Sallyport so they can utilize that facility for transporting prisoners to their facility and booking. So we stored the now processed vehicle back at the Milton Barracks in a unheated garage.
And Your Honor, if with the court's permission, if I could publish just a very brief portion of what's been marked as Exhibit 34.
Okay.
Which is the Canton Police Department Sallyport's garage camera.
She is.
Okay.
I know she is. I had audio problems the first couple of days after she passed, and I knew
February 2nd, 2022.
it had to be her.
9 a.m. And I'm just going to ask you to play that through till about 8:10:26. If you could pause there briefly. Sergeant, just for orientation purposes, again, this is another camera from within the same Sallyport garage, is that correct?
That's correct. That's the opposite view from what we just viewed in the previous video.
And as far as any of the people in this video, do you recognize any of the individuals in there?
I believe that's myself and then another officer. I don't know who that other officer is.
And just again, using the laser pointer, if you could, direct your attention to where you see yourself. And as far as the condition of the vehicle from January 29th, when you saw it on that day, to February 2nd, when you saw it on that day, as far as the exterior of the vehicle, what, if anything, was different, or what, if anything, you note or observe?
I noted the taillight removed and the evidence collected.
As far as the snow and cake on ice that you observed on that prior day, was that still present on February 2nd?
No, that had melted away.
And I was filming, if you could again, I'm sorry, just play through to 8:10:26.
You're real close to the screen and you can sort of see it. Like if I'm like almost got my face up against it to see where everyone is, and I can. So it's just really hard because it's dark. Oh, oh yeah, Darlise. My bad. My bad.
Thank you, Ms. Gilman. And you can take that down. And Mr. Officer, we can have the lights back on. Thank you. Now, Sergeant Buchanan, with regard to Mr. O'Keefe's house at One Meadows Avenue in Canton, at some point did you become aware throughout the course of your investigation that there were exterior cameras affixed to that residence as well?
Yes, I did.
And those were Ring cameras, is that correct?
That's correct.
Now, with respect to investigation, what, if any, steps were taken in order to secure any of that footage from the exterior of the house from the Ring?
Objection.
Sorry.
No, I'll allow it.
We applied for multiple search warrants.
All right, I'll see you at sidebar on this.
Sidebar. I'm so sorry, Anastasia. Full disclosure, I lost my fiance in a house fire in 2006. I lost my dad to suicide, so I know what it's like to lose somebody close to you. Me and my husband have been together 10 years in July. But I know what it's like to lose someone that's really, really close to you, and it freaking sucks. But they did say sidebar. They said that, right?
I think we got a super chat. I think we got a super chat.
Yes, heels is missed. Yeah, it happens. You know what I mean? Like, all you can do is put your head up and keep moving, right? Like, and remember them. Remember them the best way you know how. Remember their memories. Be a better person today than you were yesterday. Like, do the things you think that they would want you to do, right? Like,
Muted.
And so, sir, during the course, let me ask you this, as far as this or any other investigation is concerned, how is it that members of your unit sort of work through an investigation or work on a case?
We,
Objection, Your Honor.
No, I'm going to allow that.
as a case comes in, we address each case on individual basis based on the evidence that is presented through testimony and physical evidence that is recovered. That is what guides our investigations, and we then develop leads and process information collected. Sometimes information needs to be collected from third-party holders of data or service providers, at which point to access that data, we apply for search warrants, which are guided.
Okay, so leave it, move on from that.
I'm putting you guys on my phone.
So you
I gotta
apply
walk
for
down to
search
the
warrants
bus
and move
stop
on from
to
that.
get my little. So I'm putting you on my
So,
phone.
Sergeant, my question is more geared toward as far as individual personnel within your unit. How is an investigation conducted as far as one trooper does everything, or is it a collaborative effort, or how is that?
The reason I say we is because every investigation takes the entire unit typically to put an effort in to conduct interviews, analysis, and so forth. So it's a team effort each and every time. No investigation is a one-man show. That's why we call it a case officer, not a lead investigator, because the case officer organizes the individuals to assign different tasks and collect and organize the data that comes back from the third-party providers and from the interviews that are conducted.
As far as the interviews that are conducted through the course of this or any other investigation, is there ever an interview that's conducted just by one trooper or one person in any investigation that you've done with this unit?
It is, no. We conduct interviews with two people, whether it's a trooper and a local detective, or two troopers assigned to our office, other state police agent unit within the agency.
Now, as far as the case officer, who was the case officer on this particular investigation?
The case officer in this investigation was Trooper Michael Proctor.
And Trooper Proctor works under your supervision, is that correct?
That's correct.
So as far as a search warrant for the ring video from One Meadows Avenue, who specifically sat down, put pen to paper, and wrote the search?
Trooper Proctor was the affiant.
And as far as from that search warrant, are you aware of the materials that were provided by Ring in response to that search warrant? Objection.
I'm going to allow it.
I am aware of it.
And have you reviewed both the material as well as the videos that were provided by Ring in response to that search?
I did.
Now, with reference to those videos, specifically, did you observe a, if you know, with respect to those videos, how were they sort of ordered sequentially when in the manner in which they were provided as far as date, time, things of that nature?
Ask it differently. Ask it differently, Mr. Lally.
So the videos that you received from Ring that you reviewed, correct?
Yes, I did.
Objection.
No, I'll allow that. So he's reviewed videos from Ring. Next question.
What, if any, information did they contain as far as date or time?
The data provided back from Ring provided videos. There was no date and time on the labeling of the identifier, unique identifier for each video, but it was presented in a sequential order, knowing that the last video presented from the provider was the last video within the scope of our request, and the first one being the first in that timeline.
In the scope of your request, the scope of the request of the warrant, what time frame are we talking? Objection.
I'll allow that.
The first warrant we requested from January 24th at midnight through January 30th at midnight.
And with respect to those videos that were provided, you reviewed each of those, is that correct?
That's correct.
And Your Honor, with the court's permission, I would ask to publish certain of those videos for the jury at this time.
So are these, why don't we come to sidebar?
Dang it. I can't play the super chat dance because I'm walking outside to the bus stop. Sorry. Also, thank you, Tracy, for the $50 donation. I appreciate you. I appreciate you. Thank you so much. It says facts and truth, and I love it. Hashtag facts and hashtag truth. It is hot. Oh my God, it's hotter than Satan's balls out here, dude. Hotter than frickin' Satan's balls, guys. I gotta find a spot in the shade to stand to wait for my daughter's bus because it is freaking hot. And I have my ACs cranking in the house, so it's like nice and cool in there. I know, they have a lot of sidebars. Lots of sidebars.
You are unmuted.
Objections because they don't want the jury to hear what the client, you know, what really happened.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have from what's been previously marked as Exhibit 6, first video 119. If you could pause there, Ms. Gilman. Now, with reference to this particular video, number 119 in Exhibit 6, Sergeant, what, if anything, can you tell the jury as far as the timing of this particular video?
Based on the appearance of the driveway, we know that this recording took place prior to the blizzard of January 29th.
And as far as anything that you observe in this video, as far as vehicles or people within those vehicles, what, if anything, did you observe within this video?
I observed Mr. O'Keefe's car parked in the same location as he typically parked it, and then
Objection.
I'll strike the as he typically parks.
and then a black SUV parked perpendicularly to Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle, adjacent to the entryway to the garage.
Ms. Gilman, if you could press play on that. Ms. Gilman, if you could pause. At some point in the course of your viewing of this video or the video surrounding it, will you be able to identify the operator of the vehicle, the black SUV?
Yes, that is the defendant operating her black and color Lexus SUV bearing Massachusetts plate 3 GC 684.
And if Ms. Gilman, if you could play it. Now, Sergeant Mechanic, you're also aware from your review of the ring videos from One Meadows Ave, another video depicting the defendant leaving the house sometime shortly after 5 a.m. on January 29th.
Yes, I am.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could also from Exhibit 6 ask for, video 153. You can just pause there for a moment. Now, Sergeant, with reference to this video and the one just previously from 119, where is Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle parked in relation to this video vis-a-vis the other video?
The vehicle's parked in the back corner of the driveway along the fence in the same location as it's parked in the previous video.
And at some point, do you see the defendant's vehicle back out of the garage in the same directionality that it did in the prior video 119?
Yes, you do.
Is that Ms. Gilman, if you could address? Pause there for a second. Now, as far as the operator of that vehicle, are you able to observe who that operator is within that vehicle?
I observed the vehicle being operated. I cannot identify who the individual is, and then from that shot right there.
From at any point in the shot of the video that you observed, are we able to recognize the operator?
Not from that shot, no.
Now, with respect to the timing of this video, what time in the morning is this video?
The timing of this video is approximately 5:07 a.m. when the defendant left the home through the garage via her vehicle.
Ms. Gilman, if you could play through that. Now, from this particular pause portion of the video, Sergeant, what, if anything, of significance do you observe within the still shot of this portion of the video 153?
The portion of this video in the still shot presented identifies a missing damaged rear right taillight, exposing the white light coming from the right side of that taillight.
And if you could, using the laser pointer, before you draw the jury's attention to what you're talking about as far as that area of the defendant's vehicle. Now, earlier in that video, did you observe the defendant's vehicle coming close to or coming into contact with Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle?
Yes, I did.
And as far as Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle, at least from this video, what if any damage did you observe to Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle?
No damage.
And as far as the ground area around where Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle is parked, specifically the rear of that vehicle, what if any red pieces or anything do you observe on the ground around Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle?
Nothing was observed.
It's coming if you could press play. And Ms. Gilman, from Exhibit 6, if I could have video number 165. You can pause there, please. And Sergeant, have you reviewed this video as well?
Yes, I have.
And when time-wise, in relation to January 29th, approximately is this video?
It's approximately like 12:30 in the afternoon.
And as far as the vehicles in the foreground area from this particular camera shot, you know whose vehicles those are?
Yes. The vehicle in the top left corner is Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle. Vehicle in the middle left is the defendant's vehicle. And I do not know who the other two vehicles are.
Ms. Gilman, if you could press play. Pause there just for a moment. And Sergeant, from the two individuals exiting from that vehicle, do you recognize who those individuals are?
Yes, I do.
And if you could, just using the laser pointer, direct the jury's attention to whom you recognize and identify who that person is.
That there is the defendant, and that there is Mr. Reed.
Again, Mr. the defendant's father, is that correct?
That's correct.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could press play. Thank you. Ms. Gilman, if you could pull up video 166 from the same Exhibit 6. Ms. Gilman, if you can pause there just for a moment. Sergeant, do you recognize the person that just exited from that vehicle and behind the defendant's vehicle?
Yes, I do.
Do you recognize that to be?
As a defendant's brother.
And then Ms. Gilman, if you could press play. you, Ms. Gilman. If I could have from the same Exhibit 6, video 171.
I don't know why we're doing like, what are we doing here, people?
Take that down.
No, of course, as soon as I talking.
Sergeant, from your review of those videos, at various points you observed the defendant's brother cleaning off the defendant's car, correct?
That's correct.
At any point in time, did you observe the defendant's brother cleaning off the area of the right rear passenger side's taillight of the defendant's car?
I did not.
Now, Sergeant, turning your attention to February 1st of 2022, yourself and Trooper Connor Keith, is that someone you're familiar with?
I am.
And he works within your unit as well?
Yes, he does.
And at some point, did you and Trooper Keith on that day go to the CF McCarthy's establishment?
Yes, we did.
And what was the purpose of your visit to CF McCarthy's on that day?
The purpose of our visit was to retrieve surveillance video during the target time in question that we knew the victim and the defendant had visited the establishment. Also, any transaction receipts that we could collect from that location.
And were you able to retrieve both video as well as transaction receipts from that establishment?
We were.
And I'm sorry, my apologies. Before I get into that, may I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
And Sergeant, I'm showing you a series of 14 photographs or still shots. If you could just look at those and look up when you're finished. And do you recognize those, sir?
I do.
And what do you recognize those to be?
I recognize these to be still photographs of the ring video that we just watched.
And that would be video 153, the one with the defendant backing out sometime after 5 a.m. on January 29th.
That's correct.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Come up, take to introduce and admit as the next exhibit.
Okay.
No objection.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
She deleted the video of her coming back
Your
on
Honor, with the court's
12:45.
permission, may I publish just a couple of these photographs?
Okay.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph number 30. And Sergeant, you recognize what's up on the screen now as exhibit 456?
I do.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could just move towards the rear of the vehicle. And a moment, John.
Yes.
And Sergeant, what's up on the screen now? If you could direct the jury's attention with that laser pointed to the area of the rear passenger side tail light that you were describing damaging. Thank you, sir. Ms. Gilman, you can take that, sir. Thank you, sir. Mr. Officer, you can have the lights back up. Thank you, sir. So Sergeant Mechanic, if I could take you again, I'm sorry, back on February 1st to CF McCarthy's. You secured video and receipts from that establishment on that day?
That's correct.
And as far as the video and receipts, were you then able to subsequently review those at some point?
Yes, I was.
Now, first, starting with respect to the video, Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
I'm showing you two photographs of still shots. Just ask you to look at those, look up when you're finished. And do you recognize those, sir?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize those to be?
Those are still shots of the CF McCarthy's surveillance video that we collected from that establishment, from the dining room camera angle.
May I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm about to seek to introduce in a minute as the next exhibit.
No objection.
Thank you.
461.
Thank you.
And Your Honor, with the court's permission, if I could ask.
There is, Ann. There is data from her car. Wait till we get to that.
And Sergeant Mechanic, you recognize what's up on the screen?
Yes, I do.
And if you could, using the laser pointer, draw the jury's attention to what, if anything, of significance you observed this still shot from the CF McCarthy.
We observe the victim, Mr. John O'Keefe, here. Appears to be communicating with the defendant here. Mr. Camarano is over here as well. Mr. Sullivan is down here as well. Mr. O'Keefe is wearing the gray light two-tone sweatshirt that I held up earlier, as well as the jeans.
And the next still shot is going to. And similar to this, similar to the previous one, excuse me, Sergeant, do you recognize what's depicted in this still shot here?
Yes, it's, again, the victim on the other side of the defendant, still dressed in the same outfit, and the defendant standing in front of him.
And as far as the bar area adjacent to the defendant, what, if anything, of significance do you know there?
The bar area is located near the taps, the draft beer taps at C.F. McCarthy's. So if you were to look at the bar from the street, that is the left side of the bar orientation on the way to the restrooms.
And I'm sorry, I should have been more specific. As far as the sort of shelf of the bar immediately adjacent to the defendant's left arm, what, if anything, do you observe that?
Here, I observe a cylindrical vase-style cocktail glass on the bar, as well as other beer bottles.
Thanks. Ms. Gilman, you can take that down. With reference to the C.F. McCarthy's video, Your Honor, with the court's permission, I would ask to publish certain portions of that. It's already been marked as Exhibit 50.
Okay.
Ms. Gilman, if you could, from the first video. If I could ask you to pull it up to about 7 minutes and 50 seconds. And Ms. Gilman, if you could pause just for a moment, I'm just going to ask you to play from 7:50 to about 8 minutes and 20 seconds in, but I may ask you to pause it. If you could pause there. Sergeant, as far as just, again, for orientation purposes, with reference to the entrance or exit, point of ingress, egress, to the bar, do you observe that somewhere within this video?
Yes, at the top of the screen is the front door to C.F. McCarthy's bar. And as we just viewed the two gentlemen walking in, they walked in through the front door, heading to the taps area, draft beer location of the bar.
And if you could, just using the laser pointer, direct your attention to that front door area that you're talking about.
The front door area is located right here.
And with respect to those two individuals that came in, do you recognize those two individuals?
Yes, that is the victim, Mr. John O'Keefe, dressed in the same outfit as before, and Mr. Camarano.
If we could play that to about 8:20. Ms. Gilman, if I could ask you from the same exhibits, same exhibit 50, from the third video now. If I could ask you to go to about 6 minutes and 10 seconds in. And I'm going to ask you to play that till about 6 minutes and 43 seconds. If I could ask you to pause just there. As far as the individuals around Mr. O'Keefe and Mr. Camarano, do you observe or recognize anybody else in the bar area around them at this time?
Mr. O'Keefe is sitting next to Mr. Camarano. I believe Mr. Kurt Roberts is there as well, next to Mr. Camarano.
Now, from this time, we're at about 8:51 p.m. or so within the video. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Now, as far as the timestamp on this video, what, if any, information were you provided when you retrieved this video on February 1st in relation to that time and its accuracy to sort of what time was?
During video surveillance extraction, we verify the time and date on the system, and that is to show us how far behind in the past or in the future. Sometimes devices are time-stamped that's in the future. It hasn't happened yet in real time, but the video is stamped so. So what we do is, prior to extracting video, we identify the difference in time between real time and video time. In this case, CF McCarthy's video was 12 minutes behind real time.
And thank you. And Ms. Gilman, if you could play this to about 6 minutes and 40 minutes.
Behind real time. You heard that?
Just pause there briefly, Ms. Gilman. As far as anyone else within the area, the bar, the area, Mr. O'Keefe, come around, Mr. Roberts, who, if anyone else you recognize in that area at this point?
I recognize the defendant walking in and interacting with the victim, Mr. John O'Keefe.
Ms. Gilman, if you could, within that same video 3, I would ask you to go to about 13 minutes and 15 seconds. And I'm going to ask you to play from here to about 14 minutes and 45 seconds.
I freaking love you. Take back-tea. Yep, 12 minutes behind real time. It matters because the defense was using that time on that screen there to determine what time Christopher got home and then try to.
Now, from your review of this video, what, if anything, of significance do you observe in this part of the video?
This part of the video, I observed the defendant reaching over and retrieving a cylindrical, tall cocktail glass from the bartender.
And again, given the understanding that the video is about 12 minutes off as far as the timestamp, the defendant entered about 8:51 p.m. and is receiving this drink about 8:58 p.m. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And if you could, just come and play that too.
Yes, but they also use the time from CF McCarthy's.
Now, Ms. Gilman, if you could
so they were using the time
go up to about 32 minutes even into the same video. Now I'm going to ask you to play that for the next 30 seconds or so to about 32 minutes and 30 seconds.
Right. Come on, Lally. John's drinking a beer.
And Sergeant, during that,
Blast.
about 30 seconds or so, what, if anything, of significance did you observe the defendant to receive at that point?
A cylindrical cocktail glass.
And so that would be the second drink, is that correct?
That's correct.
And that's at approximately 9:15, is that correct?
That's correct.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could go forward to about 37 minutes into the same video.
Yeah, she has 9 total. She says 4.
If you could play that for about the next minute or so, about 38 minutes.
I mean, I barely drink, and I can definitely take down a few. Probably, I can probably say like 7 or 8 I can take down before I get a good drunk going. Like I get a buzz probably around 5, and I drink like 10 times a year. I think it's my meds that gives me the tolerance, because I don't drink. I should be like drunk after 1 because I don't drink so often. Like I literally never do.
Now, Sergeant, again, from that about 1 minute portion from that video, what, if anything, of significance did you observe the defendant receive and do with any items?
She received the
No, not me.
shot glass beverage and poured it into the tall cylindrical cocktail glass, and then Mr. John O'Keefe stirred it for her.
And so that
True
would
that.
now be the third
They
drink,
don't.
is that correct?
That is correct.
And that's about 9:20 p.m., is that correct?
That's correct.
Ms. Gilman, if I could direct you to the fourth video, video number 4,
I mean, I'm
and ask you to go about 50 seconds into into this video.
37, and
And I'm going to ask you to play this, Ms. Gilman, from 50 seconds to about 1:30.
I drink probably like 10 times an entire year, because no, you're right, don't mix with kids. But I have 2 teens. One's an adult, one's over 18, and one's 14. And then I have my 6-year-old. So the 2 older ones, like, they just do their own thing, because, like, why would they want to hang out with mom, right? They want to hang out with their friends and do their own thing. And so just Riley. So it would be 10 times a year: birthday party, wedding, holiday, special occasion, vacation, something like that. That's about it. And even then, for some reason, I can still have quite a few before I even get a buzz. So I feel like it's just got to be my meds that gives me some sort of tolerance to it. Because in reality, I should be like on the floor.
Thank you, Ms. Gilman.
1.
So, Sergeant, from this particular video, what, if anything, of significance do you observe the defendant receiving during this time frame?
That's why I say
She receives another shot glass beverage and then places that liquid into her tall cocktail glass and stacks the second shot glass into the first shot glass into the first tall cylindrical cocktail glass she had previously received and consumed.
So this would now be the 4th drink, is that correct?
That is correct.
And per the video, that's about 9:33 p.m., is that correct?
Whether it's a last-second bake sale, Taco Tuesday, or a meal for your future in-laws, it's gonna be great. With McCormick by your side for over 130 years, it's gonna be great.
Does your gut feel like this? And get Florastar Advanced Gas and Bloat.
Ms. Gilman, if you could pause there for just a moment. I'm going to ask you to play this until about 27:40.
I think the judge excused him from having to do it, but that doesn't make sense. If he is some sort of witness, we should have to hear from him. Like, the judge should have allowed Mr. Reed to have to testify.
Thank you, Ms. Gilman. During that period, Sergeant, what, if anything, of significance did you observe the defendant to receive during that time frame?
She received a tall cylindrical cocktail glass.
And in addition to that, what, if anything else, did she receive from the bartender during that time?
A shot glass size beverage.
And what, if anything, did she do with the shot glass in regard to the larger cylindrical glass?
It was placed inside the tall cylindrical cocktail glass.
So that would be drinks 5 and 6, is that correct?
That's correct.
And per the timestamp on the bar video, this is now about 9:57 p.m.
She
is that
claimed
correct?
4 in the
Correct.
Nightline interview. About
And
4.
Ms. Gilman, if I could direct you to video number 5.
That was a lie.
And if I could ask you to go to about 3 minutes in. And ask you to play that till about 3:30 or so. Thank you, Ms. Gilman. And if I could ask you to go to about 10 minutes and 30 seconds in. And I would ask you to play that for about a minute to about 11:30 or so. Thank you, Ms. Gilman. So Sergeant, sort of rounder shots during this portion of the video, is that correct?
That's
Yeah, sustained. You can ask it differently.
What, if anything, of significance did you observe the defendant and or the group that she was with do in this portion of the video?
in this portion of the video. The two gentlemen to the right of the defendant consume a shot size beverage.
And as far as the shot glass that the defendant received, what, if anything, do you observe her to do with that?
Objection.
I'll allow it. Or strike that. Just what did you observe, not what she had.
What did you observe the defendant to do during that portion?
Prior to the shots being taken, a shot glass was poured into the cylindrical tall glass.
And again, so that would be drink number 7 at that point?
That would be drink number 6.
And I'm sorry, so the previous portion was a cylindrical drink and then a shot glass that was 5 and 6, is that correct?
Objection.
I think that was the testimony, but ask it differently.
As far as that drink during that portion, is that drink number 6 or drink number 7?
Objection.
Yeah, in that form, I'll sustain it.
At this point in time in the video, after watching what you watched, how many drinks has the defendant consumed at this point?
At this point, she's consumed or is in possession of
Objection.
I'll allow it.
6 drinks.
And this
Look at her
is at
face.
approximately 10:29 p.m., is that correct?
She's literally telling her attorneys when to object.
Yes, that's correct.
Like, that's their job there, bud. You don't get to tell them when to do it. That's what you hired them for. So if you were going to do it, you just, do it
Ms.
yourself.
Gilman, if you could go to about 20 minutes and 30 seconds in.
6 definitely is not 4. Definitely not. I count 7 too, but whatever. Yeah, I don't know. I count 7.
Actually, play for the next 20 seconds.
Oh. Oh, yeah. Okay. Right. 6. Right. It is real fucking.
So during that portion of the video, what, if anything, do you observe as to the drink the defendant has and how full it is at that point?
She has a cylindrical tall cocktail glass in her hand.
And can you observe, or did you observe how full that glass was?
Drink number 6 is empty, or near the bottom, almost empty.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could ask you to go to about
it's like
22 minutes
vodka.
and 40, I'm sorry, 22 to 40 or so within.
Tonic water, I think. Vodka tonic water is what she drinks. But her face is just like rage when they're objecting, like absolute rage. Look at, she's so uncomfortable with them counting her drinks because she knows she's caught in that lie of saying 4 on national TV that, she can't help but be angry, so angry that they're pointing out it's clearly more than 4. Then she goes to another bar and drinks more. That's the point.
Now, from this portion of the video, Sergeant, what, if anything, do you observe the defendant and Mr. O'Keefe doing in reference to CF McCarthy?
Once the defendant got drink number 7, the defendant and Mr. O'Keefe walk out of CF McCarthy's, the defendant holding the beverage, tall cylindrical glass in her hand.
Thank you, sir. Now, may I approach?
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, you can take that down. I'm sorry.
My drink is an
I'm showing you
Malibu, pineapple juice, and vodka. MVP.
5-page document.
Delicious.
To review that, look up when you're finished.
I know, right, Ann? My bad.
And do you recognize that document, sir?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize it to be?
I recognize it to be a series of transaction receipts from the tabs at CF McCarthy's.
And are these the transaction receipts or tabs that you received, you and Trooper Keefe received from CF McCarthy's on February 1st, 2022?
Yes, they are.
And with reference to those receipts or tabs, to whom, if anyone of significance, do you, so those tabs pertain to?
The first one for 5280 was opened under the bar tab, Karen A. Reed.
And is there also a receipt from John O'Keefe?
Yes, it is. The transaction through the credit card being a MasterCard for $52.80, was paid by Mr. John J. O'Keefe.
And with reference to the items listed within that particular receipt, what, if any, items of significance do you observe listed on the receipts?
Under Karen A. Reed's receipt, 1 Tito's, $10, 1 Tito's, $10, 1 Coors Light, $5.
Sustained.
May I approach her?
Yes.
Call them up to speak to introduce and admit as the next exhibit.
We probably should approach
Okay.
briefly.
Is this a sidebar? Sorry, I had to step away and get my...
You are unmuted.
Damn it, I missed it. Missed the sidebar. Sorry, guys. Water a snacky poo. Yep, I'm on duty. That's what I was doing too.
And so, Sergeant Mechanic, on those receipts from C.F. McCarthy's under both Ms. Reed's receipt,
I won't
Mr.
eat
O'Keefe's
regular
receipt,
pineapple,
there's Tito's vodka listed on
but
it,
I'll drink it.
correct?
Correct.
I forget who it was.
Now, also on February 1st, what, if any, other establishments did you go to in the town of Canton?
Myself and Trooper Keefe went up across the street to the Waterfall Bar and Grill and retrieved transaction receipts and video from there as well.
And as far as the video is concerned from that establishment, have you reviewed that video as well?
Yes, I did.
And with regard to the receipts from that establishment, you reviewed those as well. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
So I'm showing you
Still living.
4 photographs, still shots. You can review those and look up when you're finished. And do you recognize those, sir?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize those to be?
Those are still shots of surveillance video from the Waterfall Bar and Grill on the night of January 29th after midnight. And Mr. O'Keefe is depicted in the still shot.
And those are both interior as well as exterior camera shots of Mr. O'Keefe's sort of exit from the waterfall. Is that correct?
That's correct. Interior, him leaving at 12:11 a.m., which the timestamp on the surveillance video at the waterfall was accurate to real time. He is holding a beverage shorter cocktail glass in his right hand as he exits the establishment. He's seen on the exterior camera walking towards Washington Street.
Thank you. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm about to seek to introduce in a minute.
No objection.
Of course there's an objection, because we don't want the jury to actually know what happened here. Buchanan, yeah, Buchanan, it's Buchanan. Yuri Buchanan, that's the guy on the stand. He is a trooper. Maybe.
Thank you.
Thank you.
She won't be
Your Honor,
laughing.
with the court's permission, if I could
Later.
ask that case for the jury?
Yes.
I don't know why you would object to them, especially since they already entered into
And
evidence.
this gentleman, if I could just have the first one. My apologies. This gentleman, if I could have the first one from the interior. Thank you. And Sergeant, do you recognize what's up on the screen, which is now been marked as exhibit 464?
I do.
And what do you recognize that to be?
That is the still shots presented to me and entered into the exhibit of Mr. O'Keefe walking out of the Waterfall Bar and Grill at 12:11 a.m. on the night of the early morning hours of January 29th, holding a cocktail glass.
And if I could have the second still from this set. And again, do you recognize what's up on the screen, sir?
Yes, sir.
And if you could, using the laser pointer before you, just direct the jury's attention to.
He will in a closing. Closing, he will.
You observe holding at the beginning of the waterfall.
Mr. O'Keefe is observed here. He's holding that shorter, fatter cocktail glass as he's walking out of the establishment.
And this gentleman, if I could have from the exterior, just the second one, please. And again, Sergeant, do you recognize what's up on the screen?
I don't think it's going to be enough
467.
in my experience.
Yes, I do.
With trials, I just don't think it's going to be enough to believe her.
Laser pointer direct the jury's attention to what, if anything, of significance you observe in this step.
This is Mr. O'Keefe walking out of the Waterfall establishment, holding the cocktail glass in his right hand as he walks towards Washington Street.
Thanks. Gentlemen, you can take that. Mr. Officer, we can have the lights. Thank you, sir. Now, may I approach the witness?
Yes.
I'm from the South Shore. I don't live in Canton. But I live in Massachusetts and close to there. I grew up in Norfolk County my entire life.
So I'm showing you what's been previously marked as Exhibit 4, just actually look at that.
What is the town really into? What do you mean?
And do you recognize what's contained in Exhibit 54?
Can you repeat?
I do recognize this.
Counselor?
Are those the receipts that you received from the waterfall when you went there on February 1st?
Yes, they are.
Thank you. May I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
Now, sir, with reference to the waterfall, in regard to the timestamp on that surveillance video, what, if anything, were you told as far as the accuracy of that timestamp when you retrieved that video?
That video was confirmed to be accurate in time, as in real time. No discrepancy.
And Your Honor, with the court's permission, if I could just publish 3 quick clips from what's been marked as Exhibit 53.
Okay.
Ms. Gilman, if I could ask from channel 3, the second video down. If I could ask you to go from the timestamp on the top of the screen to 10:54 in 25 seconds. Keep it play from me. I can ask you to pause right there. So, Sergeant, from that particular portion of the video, what, if anything, of significance did you observe further?
That portion of video depicts Mr. John O'Keefe walking in with the defendant, defendant gesturing to a group of people at the top of the screen, and then Mr. O'Keefe walking over and giving a hug to an individual that's part of the group.
So from the same channel 3, Ms. Gilman, if I could have from the 4th video down. If I could ask you to go 11:39 and 40 seconds. Pause there, thank you. And in about 5 to 10 seconds or so, I'm going to ask Ms. Gilman if you could pause it, and I'm just going to ask Sergeant if you can direct your attention to sort of the top right corner of the screen. Pause there. From that portion of the video, you observed the defendant in that portion of the video?
Yes, I did.
And what, if anything, did you observe her to be doing?
She retrieves a drink from the table and appears to consume it.
Now, as far as the drink and the tall cylindrical glass that you observed her walking out of C.F. McCarthy's with, what, if anything, do you observe from the glass that she's taking a sip of from this portion of the video of the waterfall?
It's a shorter, fatter style glass compared to the cylindrical tall style that she walked out of C.F. McCarthy's with.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Gilman, you can take that. Mr. Officer.
No, they threw it out with his body. That's part of the conspiracy. They realized it was there and they threw it out with his body. That's with his phone.
Mr. Lally, why don't we end for the day? It's been a long day. Everybody ready to go home? Yeah, okay. All right, so Sergeant, we're going to meet you back tomorrow, and I'll ask you to just follow the jurors out when they leave. So jurors, those same reminders, please do not discuss this case with anyone. Don't do any independent research or investigation into the case. If you happen to see, hear, or read anything about the case, please disregard it and let us know. We'll see you tomorrow.
All rise for the court, please.
Oh my God, that fucking eye roll, bro. Are you serious? Like, come on, dude. You're still on national TV, you weirdo.
I will see counsel at sidebar about scheduling, please.
Sidebar, please.
Sidebar. They said sidebar, and I missed the last two, so sidebar.
I think we got a super chat. I think we got a super chat.
Never gets old. He can't. He can't until closing arguments, and he can't emphasize for the jury, really. Like, he can't ask what was found at the scene because that's not the line of questioning. Like, so that's the tricky thing about like cases. He can't wrap it up all in a neat bow until like the end, you know, like until he gets back to his closing argument, and then he can wrap it all up in a pretty little bow and explain all of it. For now, all he can get is the answers from the witnesses. Yeah, gently placed it. Yeah, like what the hell, dude? I mean, she needs to like calm her tits, dude. Like, Officer Yuri Buchanek. Yeah, he definitely shouldn't hammer it home, but there's also like there's a correct way, and he can't just do it, unfortunately. Yeah, the monotone is killing me, dude. It always has. The incessant monotone is right. Like, you know. Yeah, I mean, the judge could have went for another 7 minutes. I mean, kind of ridiculous. Like, yeah, he can't lead. Right. Exactly. And I think that's what you're going to see here. It was a smart legal tactic to do it this way and have the evidence at the end of their case instead of the beginning, because it would have been lost in the minds of the jurors by the end. Yeah. Well, I mean, come on, dude. I'm sorry, but like, You just did a huge eye roll. You're still on national TV, and she knows that. She knows she's still on national TV. She just doesn't seem to give a fuck. Like, yeah, I feel Lally could be a little more enthusiastic. Also, his questions could be a less convoluted and like more just straight to the fucking point without leading. Like, what did you observe them doing in this part of the video? Not when it comes to, and if it is, and when it pertains to, and just say, what are they doing in this video? Like, it's like, get down to the fucking point of the question, because otherwise you're just confusing the jurors. Like, yeah, it is better to get it out. Oh, he's definitely stressed. Look at him rocking back and forth. Nope, he's not happy. He shook his head no. Oh, he's upset. Yeah, I don't like that she does that. It's really obnoxious. Like, yeah, she wants to wrap it up. I think we all want to. I think we all want to wrap this up with a pretty neat bow and say, I told you so, you know? Yeah, I mean, that's just his tone. But I will say this, he's won a lot of cases, and clearly that is one of the reasons why they put him on this case. I think they could have allowed ADA, the other ADA, McLaughlin there, to do some of the work and not just all Lally. I don't know why, like, maybe she's still learning. I don't know. But I feel like her voice even would have cut up some of the freaking monotone. Like, that's pretty awesome. Just saying. Yeah, Friday, I heard. So I don't know. I guess we'll find out in a minute. But Friday was a day that I heard that they had off. No, definitely not his first trial. That's a fucking, again, another lie, another bullshit crap. This is not anywhere near Lally's first trial, ever. Like, the hell? Oh, no, he was there. He was there, Tracy. He just left. Jessica, I'm gonna lie. Facciato is there. I have sources in the courtroom, and what she says about the jury is completely false. She'll say they're rolling their eyes or they're like looking up at the ceiling, not paying attention. And what I'm told is that's the complete opposite of what they're actually really doing. That for some reason, her bias allows her to make it seem like the jurors are on the free Karen Reed side, when in reality, that is not what's happening at all. Kind of sad, but when you work for a place called the Fall River Reporter, that's just like the Inquirer, that just prints a bunch of nonsense and allows people to say a bunch of nonsense. How many lies she's told about Lindsay? I can't even count at this point. The amount of lies she has told about Lindsay. That's not a journalist. Journalists talk to both sides and they check facts. They don't just say shit. Sorry, not sorry. They reach out to both sides to get comment. She didn't do that until I pointed out to her months later, like, hey, have you ever reached out to even ask Lindsay? And then she writes to Kate in some obscure like comment somewhere to ask to Lindsay. You have Lindsay's number and address. You doxed it. So why can't you reach out to her? You can't, because you never intended to, because your quote unquote reporting is biased and you're so far up Aiden's ass, just like Chrissy Mello, just like some of these other people that he could spit her out. Like, come on, dude. He ignored you? Yeah, of course he did. Asshole. Of course. Of course. So ignorant. Have a great evening, Anastasia. He ignored you because he was wrong. And then people like that just take everything Turtle Boy says and repeat it. They just parrot it out, even though it's not true. Yeah, he has one. McLaughlin. I don't know why, like, she's not being used. I can only guess. Yeah, there's a couple people I like for the tweets, and it's not her. I promise you that. At the end, yeah, I wouldn't bet on that. He's Canton TV. You mean to the left on the end or to the right? The Canton TV guy is completely biased and used to show up at all the TV events. So just be clear on that one. Like, yeah, she is. She's like, can let me out of here. I want to go home. Interesting, darlings. I just want to hear what they're going to say about the scheduling. I mean, while we're waiting on that, like, I'm just saying, like,
I think we got a super chat. I think we got a super chat.
yeah, we're going to have somebody change the voice to sidebar chat. Hopefully someone can do it. Yeah, I know. Not only can they hear her, but like half the time she tries to cover her mouth and doesn't realize the camera's like up close and can see you. Like this time it wasn't, but there's been many times it was. And we're like, covering your mouth didn't happen there. We can literally see her lips still. She knows she's on national TV. So the eye rolling and the laughing, and it's all on purpose, you know, like that's, and I don't know, like you got a real good look at her sort of when they were counting the drinks, how I really like at her attorneys, like whispering objection. So they would object. Her mouth was moving. Like you could see it. Got to go back and watch it because that's just insane. Like they know when they're supposed to object, darling. Like that's their job. You should have went pro se then if you want to control everything, but that's part of her control issue. She has to control everything. She's a control freak. I mean, because she can't. It's not courtroom decorum. She can when she leaves, but right now it's technically still in session, so they have not been dismissed. The defendant has not been dismissed yet. I love how she tries to listen in to the sidebars. Like her attorneys aren't going to tell her. Look at her craning her head up and down, in and out. Like your attorneys are going to tell you what was just said. So I don't know what you're craning about. They make it so you can't hear them on purpose. Although I think Paul O'Keefe might be able to hear them. Look at him on the end. He is intently watching, and he's a lot closer than she is. Here we go. Secret squirrel. Don't tell them I'm guilty, sir. Don't tell them. Also, I will repeat again for the 700th time today that Brian Albert and Nicole Albert did. They did. That is the question. Oh, come on. So you're not going to tell us? Like, about court schedule? Cool. Awesome. Amazing. F off. Okay, well, that didn't happen. They didn't tell us. I don't know why. Interesting. He blocked you? Shut the F up. What is happening? They keep going back and forth to showing the fan and then not. Like I'm really confused as to what they're doing. Oh, they definitely. Oh, John. Wait. Who blocked you? The DUI guy did? Like, oh, shocker. Well, maybe don't lie through your teeth and say people should crawl in a hole and die. And like, yeah, it must be broken, right? Like, say stupid shit and then have people correct you and then you block them because they corrected you. You're a sad person. Like, it'd be one thing if they were correcting you, like the turtle idiots try to correct me on things that aren't wrong. So it's like you're trying to make something that isn't a fact, and you're trying to correct a fact. You can't correct a fact. But when you say it's his first trial and someone goes, no, it's not. I Googled it and it's not. You block them for that? Like that's not troll behavior. Like it just like if it was troll behavior, yeah, block them. But that's not, I mean, that's not, she wasn't being an asshole about it. Like, well, the problem is he kind of can't. It's the way like trials work, you know, like he has to like, in order for him to sort of like tie it all up in a pretty bow, that's what the, you know, closing arguments for him are for. So I guess we'll see, right? Like what really irks me. Yes, please. Thank you, Stephanie. Please do. Please do hit the like button. And the share it on your social media. That helps. Like, or if you want to, you can donate. That helps too. That helps immensely. We have Cash App, Venmo, and we have PayPal. So please let me know if you need the PayPal, but we have Cash App, we have Venmo. and it's always appreciated. We are a tiny channel, and we're only a few, very few that are over here sort of telling the truth and stating facts and allowing people to mingle together and not, act ridiculous and attack one another. Like we don't do that over here. We can have civil debates about things we don't agree on, and we can also have some fun and laugh and follow a trial together without being ridiculous and like everyone has to be against everyone else. It's just absurd. It's crazy. Like, I don't know that there's many channels right now that are covering this trial that have that in their chat. I am extremely lucky to have that in my chat and be the kind. I mean, of course, we're gonna get a troll here or there, and that's fine. They'll just get the boot, and like you just wasted your time doing finger push-ups, writing all of it. Like, I have not heard yet about what is. I'm gonna check in on that when I get out of here with you guys, and of course, if I have any updates, I will tweet it. But yes, cheers for Heels. That's right, abso-freaking-lutely. And me and Heels, we all decided we were gonna stream it together because I had been covering the case for quite some time before that, and I'm gonna finish it for her. Like she's here in spirit. She's here in spirit. Yeah, put your DNA on the like button. Exactly. That's great. I appreciate you. But what do I think will happen? I don't know. I'm not really sure. I think they might stop him on the way out. They might review camera footage to see if they can see what the hell he's doing. I'm not sure. I'm not really sure. But if he's caught trying to take pictures or video of the jury, number one, they will delete it. Number two, I'd be surprised if they didn't get a warrant, just seize his phone at this point. Because he's already being charged with other things and they're already looking into him for other things. And so, I mean, I don't know. There could be numerous amounts of things that could happen. They could get a warrant for it. They could, hey Val, they could decide he was in court today, but they could decide that they don't want him in court anymore because of that. There was someone who was like describing the jurors and they got in trouble for that. So again, I don't know what's going to happen because there's so much that goes on with him, but I can only guess. If I find out later, you guys will be the first people to know. I will tweet about it. I will probably know more later on in the day. Because I was here with you guys, I wasn't able to keep up with make any phone calls or figure out what was going on, but I will know at some point. And when I do, and if I can tell, I will. Like, I mean, that would be dumb of him because I don't think that would help the defense any. They still have all this evidence. The evidence doesn't magically disappear. So mistrial or not, then you'd have to go at it again. I still don't think she would be found innocent. Like, I just really don't. Absolutely. I like that. DNA on the like button. Abso-freaking-lutely. So, for me, it's more, I want to make sure that some of these like rumors, these false assertions people keep making online about 6 drops of blood. There was only 6 drops. No, there wasn't. No, there was not only 6 drops. The basement, they'll never hear them talk about it in a trial because they have receipts to that. They know that was done before John died. That's not a thing. Okay. They had to go through insurance for the flooding shit. Like they had a company come in. Like, are you guys like smart? Come on, use your brain here. Like, I know more than the average bear, but like, I have more information than the general public, but like, stop it with the nonsense. The shoe, not missing. Belt, not missing. Who said those weren't missing? Oh, that was me. Also, there was a map to the shoe months ago. Like, it's just ridiculous. Like, I'm sorry. I don't know why you'd be holding your phone that way unless you were videoing, just like Miri said. I mean, he could try to cause a mistrial with shenanigans, but I don't think it's going to happen. But I don't think the judge should have allowed him in there. Absolutely huge disaster beat him. Huge disaster for them. Yeah, never missing. I mean, Melanie Little was just saying like 2 days ago that there was a missing belt. Like, dude, it was never missing. Never missing. It was in evidence. Just because it wasn't. And I tried to tell people this months ago. Just because it's not specifically listed in the evidence does not mean it's not there. Okay? Like, I don't. It's not, again, not rocket science here. Like, this whole thing of, why didn't Brian Albert go to the funeral? Brian Albert and Nicole Albert went to the funeral. That's a lie. That's a bold-faced lie. So someone clip this and put it on Twitter on repeat so that it can dispel all the rumors. Brian Albert and Nicole Albert went to John O'Keefe's funeral. So please stop saying he didn't, because that is a lie. He did. Just like the taillight wasn't on top of the snow. Okay. Didn't magically make it on top of the snow. Just like a million other of the lies. Just like there's no dog in the pool. Just like there's no phones in the pool. That was at freaking Brian Albert's mother's house. Not even his house. Like, just the absolute utter ridiculousness of some of these lies. Like, I'm sorry, but if there's so many people who have been saying these lies for so long, and most of them came from Aiden, and it has been proven that it was false, why? Why in the world? Why can't you understand that if he has been caught in numerous freaking lies, that he's probably lying about a lot more? It's kind of common sense. And I'm here to tell you he is. I'm here to tell you none of the witnesses are going to be arrested by the FBI. The FBI is not coming in on strings or kicking any of the witnesses' doors. They are under no investigation. They are not targets of any investigation. That was already stated in open court and pretrial. The judge knows this. The attorneys know this. The defense knows this. That's the sad part. Like, come on, man. Like, oh, they're definitely nutty enough to do it. They're nutty enough to harass witnesses and innocent other people. I mean, he's been doing it for years. He says the same 6 things about anyone he attacks. You're a grifter, you're a liar, you're a criminal, you're riding his coattails. And then he uses the same, like, 5 things to, like, scare people. He'll, like, message them and be like, do you have an issue? Do you have a problem with me? And then when you don't, you're not nice about it, and you're like, fuck you, you're a scumbag. He's like, do you know who I am? I'll write a blog about you. Then he threatens to write a blog about you. He threatens that if you don't do X, Y, or Z that he wants you to do, that's, you know what that's called? That's called blackmail, y'all. It's called coercion, and it's illegal. And he's going to pay the price for it. Because he's still, and I tell you this, 100% true, he was still, as of a week and a half ago, trying to threaten people into submission and into quietness. Because he has to, I'm sorry, what innocent person needs to threaten people to make them shut up or to give them what they want? Innocent people don't do that, okay? The man is hiding a lot of fucking secrets. Unfortunately for him, there's this thing called a trial where they're all going to come spilling out onto the table and he can no longer lie. He can try, but it's not going to help him. Like, oh, absolutely. And when they get Proctor on the stand, that's also going, like, it's not going to help. I promise you that. Like, well, that's the problem is they do notice, they just explain it away by saying, all the witnesses on the stand lied. They all lied. Everyone's corrupt. It's all a lie. We can't believe any of the evidence because somebody was telling me earlier, we can't believe the BAC because we can't believe their math. Dude, they still gave her a 2-hour leeway. An extra 2-hour leeway, might I add. So we're talking about ridiculous things like, oh, you can't believe their mathematics and you can't believe anything they say because they're all corrupt and they're all liars. And then there are people saying, no, we don't think everyone's corrupt, just 5 people. Well, then how did the other 37 or 40 people get their stories to match those 5 people unless they were in on it? Sorry, conspiracy don't match. The math ain't math in there. Like, like, come on, stop it. Like, and they will continue to say these things over and over and over and over. And they think that if they just keep saying it, it'll magically make it truth. Unfortunately for them, no matter how much you say a lie, it does not magically make it truth. Like, it's not a thing. Like, they are zealots. I don't disagree with that in any way, shape, or form. Like, I mean, to me, it's crazy. Like, I've seen the real life damage that this has done to people. Like, I've had to go through it myself. Like, come on. Said he was only watching the trial on his phone. That's what he posted on Twitter. Oh, please. You're watching the trial that you're sitting at on your phone. Make that make sense. That doesn't make any sense. Like, that's a lie. Maury, we've detected that was a lie. Like, again, trying to cover his own ass with ridiculous, like, come on, stop it. Like, well, that's it right there. Bing, you hit the nail on the head, Stephanie. That's been a problem for him for a long time. He thinks he has so much power with being able to write lies and like internet rumors in a blog that he will get away with everything. That's what he thinks. He's been bold enough thus far because he literally thinks he's untouchable. That's what narcissists do. The man is a narcissist and a sociopath. It's not hard to judge, especially if you've ever been abused in life, if you've been with an abuser, if you're a domestic violence survivor like I am. It's easy to see that the man is a narcissist and a sociopath. He doesn't care about anybody but himself. If he gets jealous of you like he did the Roccos, it's attack mode time. He's going to say every bad thing he can possibly say about you, even though he knows it's not true, because then he's going to get people to turn on you before you can let out any of his secrets. It's to discredit anyone who can say anything about him that's true. He's been using the same tactic for 10 years. I can pretty much predict everything the man is going to do before he's going to do it. That's how sad it is. Like, and I agree. She does. The judge definitely has to get a rein on the remainder of the trial. Like, she's got to cut out the fucking hurry up and like all that. You can't do that. The move it along. Like, you can move them along when they're under a line of questioning that's been asked 17 times. Then she can say, like, all right, move on to the next question. But you can't keep hurrying them. It's a case. You can't hurry a case. This is someone's freedom. They have to have the right to a fair trial. You can't hurry that, on either side. Like, yeah, it's not just a run-of-the-mill DUI case. Give me 1 second, guys. 1 second. Hold on. Come on. Sorry. Need to help my little boobala. But you're right. I mean, yeah, he wasn't watching the goddamn trial on his phone. It's the most ridiculous thing I've ever. You're sitting in the trial, but you're watching it on your phone. Like, how effing stupid do you think people are? See, that's the problem right there. It's he likes to think that everyone lacks intelligence. And the man will literally tell you one thing and then in a next sentence tell on himself and then spin it. The only thing that man is good at is spinning things, spinning it to make it fit his narrative and the way he wants it to sound. He attacked the Roccos. Okay. And then tried to spin that as the Roccos are bad. No, they dealt with, clearly he was threatening them for quite some time. He was threatening them. He was harassing, saying he's going to write a blog about them and Karen Reed, which would have been a bunch of lies, obviously, just because he was mad. He wasn't getting on Court TV and he wasn't getting on the radio. Court TV will not have him anymore. That's not the Roccos' fault. It's his own behavior. Court TV won't have him because of him, not because of anyone else. So he can be all jealous all he wants, but it's on him and no one else. If his lips are moving, he's lying. It's that simple. Oh, honey, yes. I've talked to at least a dozen or more of his past victims. At least. He's been doing this for a long freaking time. And the patterns are always the same. He tried to frame another YouTuber named Ryan Waters. He tried to frame Ryan Waters with pictures of his own children in the bathtub. Okay. He made a fake account under a fake Ryan Waters account, sent the pictures to himself as a threat. He told his closest followers, and we have all the messages to this, they're all over Twitter, they've been there for years, that he literally planned to set this guy up. He brought these messages into court as evidence, which he's done in Lindsay's trial, brought fake evidence. I shouldn't say trial because it's not trial yet, but in his case with Lindsay, he's brought fake evidence in for the RO and shit. The man knows no bounds. If he thinks he can get away with it, and he has many times in civil cases and stuff with bringing in fake evidence because it's not vetted. This is a criminal trial. It's going to be vetted. So he's got another thing coming if he thinks he's going to keep doing that. But he's been doing it for years. Fake evidence. He's made up text messages and said they were sent to him when they were sent from himself to himself with 2 Text Now app. He used a Text Now app on a burner phone, sent it to himself, and then claimed someone else did for harassment. He's tried to get harassment orders on numerous people. Numerous people have tried to get harassment orders on him. He's been sued for slander and defamation. He's lost his last 2 cases on that. Like, it's the man has been doing it for years. He was walked out as a teacher for sexually harassing a kid at a football game by making gestures at a child. She was like 11, 12, 13, somewhere around there, 14 maybe, like at a child. She's a minor. Lewd gestures at a minor. So he's like, this is who we're talking about. Like, I do not think the hardcore free Karen Read people will start to flip. I think some of the outer people will when they realize they've been duped. I don't think these hardcore people will start to flip until he flips on them, which will eventually happen. Because these people who are closest to him, eventually, his jealousy, his anger, his greed, it gets the best of him. And he tries to burn everything and everyone around him. That's without a doubt. That's not an if, that's a when. And that is when they'll learn. That is when they will learn. Then and only then is when they will learn. Good night, Elaine. The defense teams may be nowadays actually using these deranged people to taint jury pools, scare witnesses, families, friends, influence public opinion. Yeah, no, yeah, absolutely. I mean, this isn't something new. This is definitely a tactic that defense teams have used in the past in other cases. This is just an egregious case because they picked the wrong idiot to try to help them. What they didn't realize was if this idiot didn't get his way and get what he wanted, he would burn the house down with them inside. That's what they didn't count on. They didn't count on the man being a complete sociopath and narcissist. They thought maybe he had a little bit of a heart. Unfortunately, they were wrong. They don't. If they cared about the truth, they would literally concede to some of the shit that we've seen that clearly disproves their conspiracy theory. Instead, they just try to make something else up that fits in their little conspiracy box. Like, and I'm sure the IRS is keeping quite an eye. Oh, he will eventually. He already did. What do you mean? Tom already had a blog written about him. According to Tom, a lot of lies were in that blog. Same thing with Jess Machado. He called her a snatch donkey. Okay. When he wrote that blog about her. So 2 people he's written blogs about. Okay. And of course, each one of them, he asked if they wanted it taken down after they joined this free Karen. So like, again, these people know he's a liar. Jess Machado even recently called it a hit piece. It was a hit piece on her. I'm sorry, but if he's going to write a hit piece and lies, admitted lies, you said, lies about you, and you, Tom, as well, what the hell would make you think he's not doing it to everybody else? What friggin' world do you live in? Like, stop it. But they do. It's so sad, but they still spin and spin and spin. Like they're on a friggin' tilt-a-whirl. Like, oh, it's more than adult bullying. It's criminal harassment, especially some of these sock accounts from Twitter. Like these people are going to be really upset when they get some new silver cups for criminal harassment. They think that hiding behind a sock account is going to save them. I'm here to tell you it will not. It will not. It will not. It will not. Your identity is going to be known and you are going to get a nice pair of silver bracelets. Like, agreed. Also, I think there needs to be some laws in place about this kind of cyber harassment, bullying, and the dog whistles, because that's what he does. That's how he tries to get away with it, is he'll say, I'm not telling you to, but if you do, like, or I'm not telling anybody to do this, but like, it's a dog whistle. It's telling you I'm not taking any legal responsibility, but please do this. Like that's how he's been doing it for years. It's dog whistles to tell you what to do when he wants you to do it. And his free Karen Read inner crowd, the very closest inner crowd, he just tells them outright. He just tells them outright, like, listen, do this, do this, do this. He doesn't care as long as it's not him and he can't get in trouble for it. He does not care who goes down. Ask Chrissy Yakomowski about that one. She's facing federal wiretapping charges because of him and has been for years. Like every single person that comes in contact with that man, it's like Medusa. They turn to stone. Learn your lesson, people. Don't be around a sociopath and a narcissist who only cares about saving his own ass. He does not care about a single one of you. The way he talks about his audience in private is disgusting. Some of the messages I have seen of him calling his audience like names and saying they're all stupid and they're gross and like all it's disgusting. Okay. He doesn't appreciate anything. He appreciates nothing. He thinks it's all owed to him and should be handed to him on a silver platter. He once told one of my viewers that $1 wasn't enough. You couldn't donate $1 for him to read out loud. It wasn't enough. If you were going to donate and he was going to read it out loud, it had to be more than that. I'm sorry, what? I don't care if you send me 50 cents, $1, a quarter, like it doesn't matter to me. I appreciate it all because I'm a small channel. I'm trying to expand. I'm trying to get bigger. I'm trying to, keep this going, right? Like my channel is important to me and every one of you are important to me. Like I don't understand how you can run a channel and not have you guys be important. I just don't get it. It doesn't make any sense to me how your viewers you wouldn't be there without your viewers. Where the hell would you be? Like if they're giving you $1, it's probably because they don't have a lot to give, right? But they're giving you a little bit of what they have to just say, hey, I appreciate you. I enjoy you. And you can't respect that? You have to be ignorant enough to say that's not enough. I'm not going to read your comment out loud. I'm sorry. What? That's ridiculous. No, he said they had never met her before. They had never met them before. Like, I don't see any reasonable doubt happening. That's my opinion based on what I know. I know a little bit more than you guys, but based on my opinion. Wait, he did again? He won't read anything less than $5. Oh my God. Wow. Wow. What a narcissist piece of crap. What a narcissist piece of fucking crap. Like I'm sorry. That's awful. That's freaking awful. Awful. Like, yeah, as they should publicly disavow him. As they should, because Karen Reed won't even speak to him. She'll never speak to him again. She thinks he's a slime bag. Shocker, huh? That was going to happen. I could have called that. She got mad because Natalie called her at like 11 o'clock at night, or texted her, sorry, to like try to be a good friend and be like, hey, like, don't worry about it. Like, I looked into that thing for you. Don't worry about it. It's good. It's good. Like, she got mad at her and wouldn't talk to her because she called, texted at 11. It wasn't 11 Natalie's time. She's in California. Like, she's trying to be a good friend and she gets mad at her over that. Like, what do you think she was going to like be hunky-dory best friends with Aiden after he screenshotted her comments and got her 2 phones freaking seized because he couldn't help but to try to brag? No, definitely not. She thinks he's a scumbag, especially what he did when it came to the Canton 9 Defense Fund. Because no, he only thought they should have $3,500. That's it for all of them. They should all get the same attorney and they shouldn't get more than that because more than that would take out of his pocket. Karen thought they should each have their own attorneys and they should get as much, as good attorney as they could and raise as much money as they needed. And Aiden thought, nope, they shouldn't because then it would take money out of my pocket. They had an argument over that. Like, so no, Yuri said that they had never met the family before. That's what he said. They never met the family before. I can't believe he said that last night. I was like, that's freaking insane to me. Yeah, they do. Weinstein. Yep, they do. They represent Weinstein. Absolutely hit the like button. It absolutely helps with the algorithm. And I appreciate you guys. Yeah, that's only what they logged. You have to remember they were using their Signal app. So there's much, much more than that. Much, much more. Much, much more. Yeah. That was a dog whistle because Karen won't speak to him. So it was their way of saying like, oh yeah, she's just not speaking to you right now because the trial is on, which he finally figured out was bullshit. But that was their way of trying to keep him happy so he didn't go scorched earth on them. But he figured it out, so. But yeah, there's much more than just the 40 hours. That was just on the phone. All the Signal app stuff, like all that. There's much, 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 much more. Much, much more. Also, he's got 2 phones. She has 2 phones. So she tried to wipe her phone before they got it the second time. So yeah. And again, it's still under investigation. There's more stuff coming down the pipe. Like, yeah. Yep, they sure are. Yep. Yes, they are. They sure are. She has a Facebook. She's in the Facebook groups. She talks rarely, but she stuck up for the Roccos the other day. That is her real Facebook account. And there are screenshots of text between him and her, and also him and Natalie, because Natalie was the intermediary for quite some time. So those are all very real. I told you guys that back way when they were, and people were like, no, those have to be fake. Those are fake. Those are definitely, nope, they're real, 100% real. yeah, conspiracy is a bitch. You can't commit conspiracy, you can't conspire. And a lot of the information given to him about who the family members were and where they lived was from her. It was all from her. The things that she said about some of the family members are utterly disgusting, and I will not repeat them in text messages because they were gross. No, she's not on the witness list because she wasn't part of this until after John died. Like, she was trying to be she went to college with Karen and saw it on the news and tried to reach out to Karen to like lend some support, and then realized she was lying and whatever. But no, so she has really nothing to do with the Karen Read case itself. It's more the conspiracy to harass the witnesses and shit afterwards. Yep. No, it's definitely not a good look. Definitely not. Definitely 100% not a good look. Not by a goddamn long shot. Oh, man. Thank you, Tracy, again, for the dono earlier. I appreciate you. I got another $20 one earlier. I appreciate you. I just wanted to say, again, I appreciate you guys. I really do. I'm a small channel, and it's hard if you're speaking truth on this case. Like, nobody wants to hear the truth. They want to hear the fallacious conspiracy, right? They don't want to hear the actual real context. They don't want to hear that a lot of shit they were fed were lies. Like, they don't want to hear it. They want to hear the salacious conspiracy. That's it. So if you're telling truth, like, they're doing everything they can to make you stop. I promise. So I'm glad you're all here, and I'm glad you're all listening. And, you know, make sure you do share the link, you know, share the channel so that maybe other people can actually hear the truth and listen too, you know, like, and also nobody gets attacked over here. We can all have funny ha-has and get along and think different things without attacking each other personally. Because here's the thing, if you're gonna attack me personally with like a TV lie or an internet rumor about myself, like Julie from Core TV, shout out to Julie from Core TV who followed me today. I wrote on one of her posts and I was like, yeah, I'm live streaming it right now, like, and I'm probably one of very few people telling the truth and dispelling rumors and lies. And she actually commented back and was like, good, I'm glad, keep doing it. And she followed me. And somebody else said, well, if you did any research into this case, you would know who this is, like who I am, basically. Like, oh, why? Because Aiden said I'm quote unquote bad. Now, mind you, I go to see who this account is and they already have me blocked. What does that tell you? Never interacted with you, don't know who you are. It's clearly a sock account. Like, all right, calm down. You're just mad. You're a TV troll. Get a hold of yourself. Like, when he does it to you eventually, and like he lies about you and says all these horrible things about you, like, don't come crying to me. I'm just going to say that now. Don't come crying to me. I'm not going to feel bad for you because I warned you. So it's that simple. Like, the Boston press is not exposing the harassment. That's what pisses me off. Like, yeah, the sensationalism. It's crazy. Like, hence why there's people like me, you know, hence why there's people like me here. If you were watching on Facebook, I'm sorry. It's just something with StreamYard went down on Facebook. So it's not connected, I guess. I don't know. Something just happened with it. So I'm sorry if that happened. But the 149 of you are still between X and YouTube. But I'm going to keep making sure that I tell the truth about this case. I don't care. I don't care. They can harass, bully, intimidate, stalk, cyber stalk. I don't give a shit. I'm not going to stop telling the truth. I'm not going to stop sticking up for the people who are being harassed. And if you're one of those people that's afraid, I'm here to tell you that it only has power if you allow it to. Okay? It only has power if you allow it to. Yeah, it broke going 1 mile an hour. Get the F and F out of here. Like, so ridiculous. Still saying the taillight was broken, hitting. It's just so crazy to me. Like, it's, again, they're just going to still keep repeating the conspiracy over and over and over and over and over and over and over. So thank you guys for coming today. I shall be back tomorrow, of course, in the morning. I will see you guys. I hope you will all join me again if you can, of course. Please like, please subscribe, please hit the notification button so you get the notification when I do a live. And you can always donate to the channel at any time, even if you're catching the replay, because I get them and then I read them on the next stream if I get them after the stream is over. So it'll still get read. It just gets read the next stream. And the Cash App Venmo is at the bottom. It also tickers at the bottom, but people yell at me because it's too small sometimes. So I pop this big one up once in a while. And yes, court tomorrow. And I do have a PayPal. So if you need that information, you just let us know in the chat. And one of my mods or me will give it to you. Yeah, the conspiracy is absurd at this point. I 100% agree with you there. And it is outrageous to allow him to that goddamn courtroom for any reason whatsoever. But they did. So there's not much we can do about it now until he does what he inevitably always does, which is shoot his own self in the goddamn foot. So I love you people. I love your faces. And I will see you all in the morning time. Bye.